There's something strange in the water at Lost River Lake. Something you can't see, something you can't feel, until it's too late.
Well, if it still works, it's the quickest way to know if they're down there or not.
What are you doing?
You drained the pond?
Yes,
You let them out? Barbara! Or is there something in here?
David! David!
They were unleashed into America's waterways to churn quiet streams into rivers of living death.
There'll be no way to contain them. They'll be able to swim up every river system.
There's a school of piranha heading straight downstream toward your resort.
The water is filled with carnivorous fish.
Piranha, the deadliest man-eaters of all. In schools of hundreds, they attack and devour anything that moves, with razor-sharp teeth that can strip a man to the bone in less than a minute.
Keep your hand out of the water.
Oh! What's wrong with the water?
They're here, and they're hungry. Piranha.
They're eating the guests, sir.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 266 of the Triple Shots and Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with my hetero life mate, JP, also known as the Mexicans. Also, we got Mr. No Fact Checks, Saucedo, also known as Tyler. And I be your host, the Toxic Avenger, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes? Yeah. Back with another franchise.
Back with not fact checking.
No fact checks, man. That's what we all about here, man. It's overrated anyways. Why do you gotta, go and look up shit, make sure it's all correct?
Yeah, let's just make shit up.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
It's way more fun like that. Trying to convince people that what you're saying is actually true when it really isn't. Yeah. That's what it's really all about, right?
Let's be real. That's what 2024 internet is about most of the time.
Right. I mean, it's so true though, man. Like you literally can't believe anything that you read on the internet. It blows my mind that people like still share shit like right away. They'll be like, oh, fucking DJ Qualls is playing Freddy Cougar in the new fucking TV series. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Dude, some of those are so fucking lame. I'm just like, how does anybody look at this and think it's real?
Dude, right? Like some of the stuff that I see people like share that it's so blatantly like not true.
I know. Like it's just it blows my mind. But like it's funny when you see these same websites, they keep reposting these same kind of like joke fucking, memes or whatever you want to call them. And then people just keep sharing them around and then commenting, oh, I love DJ Qualls. He would make a great Freddy Krueger.
Oh man,
are you fucking serious?
A Rob Zombie film. And it's like, dude, come on, bro.
Directed by Rob Zombie. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? People are out to lunch. Now that shout out to Dave Parker right there.
Looking at the comment section on those will like make you lose brain cells.
Yeah. Oh man, so we are back with another bonus episode here in the 22 shot summer. These are rarities, but I guess this is like for the summer, so it's pretty cool.
It's a zoology show for a franchise, which is pretty cool.
Right, so this is Zoology 7, right?
Well, let's see. We started with cockroaches, cats and dogs, bears, and then this would be 6.
Is this 6? I lose track. We do
spiders was 5.
Oh yeah, you know what? Number 7 will be in Italian horror month. It'll be the alligator / crocodile, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Yeah. Same shit. Yeah. So the Piranha franchise, also known as Zoology Volume 6. Something I've been wanting to do for a while. Like these are, pretty quick, easy watches and stuff. And it was fun. It was fun to prep for it. I enjoyed it, revisiting these films. I actually hadn't watched any of these movies, obviously, like in the last 6 years, because I don't think I had any of them logged in my letterbox, and I only log, or all the movies that are on there are the ones I've watched since I started it. I've been asked that question a couple times, like, you've only seen this many movies, or you haven't seen this movie? And I'm like, no, I've seen it. I just haven't watched it since I started Letterboxd. So let's get that straight, people. Come on. But it was fun, man. It's a perfect summer thing to do. Why not do piranhas, right? They all take place in the summertime, and
Mhm.
Yeah,
fucking
these are
carnage.
definitely like really nice, like summer.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
this is and it's like the tail end of summer, so
yeah, it's the dark days of the dog days of summer right now. Still pretty warm here though. Weather's nice, so
mhm.
I'm enjoying it. But
Yeah, I think that it's well, I hadn't seen all these. I'd only seen the original and the remake before, but I thought that I was interested to check out the ones that I hadn't seen, specifically like the TV movie, just because I was like, I'd never really heard anybody talk about it, so I was
You know,
looking forward to that one.
I
That was the
mentioned this
only
one.
one I hadn't seen.
Yeah, yeah, me too, actually. And I'll be honest, actually, it was about fucking 10 years ago or whatever. Is when I maybe a little bit more than 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, is when I found out that that there was a remake in the 90s. I didn't even know that there was one. It was crazy. I think I found out through I was watching YouTube or whatever, and somebody showed off the DVD of it. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, that artwork is terrible for that Piranha movie. But then I realized it was then they said, yeah, it was a 1995 TV remake. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm looking up and I'm like, damn, dude, I didn't even know this existed. So pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get into that TV remake. So
Did you guys see Alien?
not yet. I'm going on Wednesday. I've got my tickets. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought.
I've been hearing mostly good things about it. I mean, from pretty much everyone that's seen it said it was good. So
I've seen mostly good things. I would say maybe not mostly, but probably like 65, 35, 60, 40. I didn't really like it, but I don't think it was really bad. But I think it depends. My girlfriend saw it with me too, and she thought it was just straight bad. But she's definitely not the target audience. Yeah. But it's gonna depend. It's like it just depends like how you feel about how certain things occur in the movie, I guess. Some people are gonna be really into it, and some people might feel that it's kind of I didn't want to like say anything because I don't really want to like give away anything.
yeah, I'm seeing it on Wednesday. So
Yeah, I'm curious to see what problems people had with it because like me watching it, I was like, okay, this is like a cross between Alien and Aliens. Like it starts out Alien and ends Aliens. But I thought that first of all, it was a huge step up from Covenant for me.
Yeah, I agree. It's better than Covenant for sure.
And then I'm like, this is like what you kind of want out of an Alien movie. Like in my opinion, I'm like, unless you're talking like, obviously the first Alien is just just so perfect.
Yeah, I'm not even like comparing it like apples to apples with a movie. It's just like if I were to get into like what I have issues with, it's pretty much the same. It's the only issues I've heard from this movie are exactly the same issues, but I haven't heard anyone say like, oh, it was bad. Like it was like they're like it was like badly acted or like badly made or anything. I think pretty much everyone agrees across the board. Like the space visuals and like the art design is like really good. The effects are all really good. But yeah, so it kind of like if I were to like really get in, I can't really get into like what the complaints are. I don't want to do it this like week because
yeah,
like,
well, obviously
like
we don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah, and it kind of like just by the nature of the complaints, it kind of like spoils the movie. So like
So like the only things that I really thought were a bit wonky was like maybe some of the like science behind it, like, but I'm not a scientist, so I don't really know how like
none of that
works.
stuff. None of that stuff I had any issue with.
I think it's hard to do though because it takes place in the future, right? So I mean, you kind of have to disconnect yourself from this reality's
I think
scientific.
The stuff that I was saying has nothing to do with like future science, like certain laws of physics do not change in the future. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, like factual. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like actual. Yeah. Like standardized physics. Yeah.
The movie has no logistical issues. Like there's nothing in the movie where you're like, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing like that. Like all that stuff is actually the stuff in the movie I think is done really well. Where like I also like look at the original. When I think of like the best looking spaceships I've ever seen in movie, especially like future proof ones, I think of 2001 and I think of Alien. Like it is very good and like that. Like they very much follow Alien's lead.
Also like that it's completely canon.
It's very
Um,
canon.
Yeah, so it's like there's nothing in there that I pointed out where it's like, oh, that like breaks something in the series, like in terms of timelines and stuff. So I thought that was really cool because it's not like a remake or anything. It's literally there there is one like cringy line for me though.
I kind of like that part. I know what you're talking about. I kind of like
Really?
that. Yeah, some guy in my theater when it happened just like yelled, "Oh hell yeah!" It was fucking
I
hilarious.
think that's what Dave Z was talking about, like fan service, but like I didn't really care for that. Like it reminded me of like like do your thing, cuz in Chainsaw.
Yeah, that seems that's so much worse to me though because like
No,
the
it
do your
is
thing,
worse.
'cause,
It is
yeah,
worse.
it's like a complete heel turn out of nowhere.
But
Right.
no, I thought that like one thing that I really loved about it is I thought the aliens looked fucking scary again.
That's what I was gonna ask, how the aliens looked, like the
Yeah,
xenomorphs.
all
Pretty
that's
damn good, dude.
yeah, all that
That's cool.
stuff is good. Like there's no
Is
like
it practical?
yeah,
For the most, I mean,
for
there's
the most part,
definitely
yeah.
some CG
But
in there, like
yeah.
especially
Yeah.
towards like one specific creature.
Yeah.
There's definitely some CG.
Maybe
But
one,
I actually
maybe
there was like two jump scares that got me pretty good.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's
my
cool.
theater was so packed, dude. I think it was like almost like completely sold out. Like it was insane. I got tickets on like Monday or something, and for the Thursday showing, which I did go to the like fan event one, so they gave me like a patch, like a Wayland Corporation patch, and a cool like pin. So I
That's
thought that
cool.
was neat.
Nice.
But the I went to get tickets and I had to sit in the fucking front row, dude. The front row.
What?
That sucks. Hey,
Well,
you have
in a
pretty
Dolby screen. I
Well,
had to literally
didn't you
move,
pick your seats
I had to move my
beforehand?
head to see the screen end to end. Yeah, that's all was left on Monday for Thursday's showing.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Crazy. I thought maybe someone ganked your seats on you or something, but yeah, front row. Oh man, I wouldn't even have went. Honestly, dude, I would have just been like, I'm going to a different show.
I really wanted that. I really wanted the patch and pin. That's why I
Right.
was like, I
Maybe
was
it's-
like, I'll
yeah.
go to this.
Suffered your neck and shit for
I was pissed though because I wanted to buy that cool alien facehugger popcorn bucket, but they had like sold out right before I got there.
Yeah,
yeah.
we went on Friday night and there was like plenty of seating.
Yeah, it made 40 million opening
Yeah.
weekend. I don't know what the budget was on that.
It's pretty good, man. Jeez.
Probably a lot, but
Yeah, I think it'll make its money back.
Man, these films are fucking killing at the box office right now. I just read a headline actually just before we got
Not
on here.
Borderlands.
Well, yeah, but it's not a horror film though, right?
I feel like that was terrible marketing anyway. Like it just like was all of a sudden it
It's
came
like
out.
post-apocalyptic.
Yeah,
all of a
whatever.
sudden it came out and like
I don't know. I
Dude,
mean,
I honestly like I feel bad for Eli Roth, but like from what I've heard is like they completely dropped the ball as like a video game movie, like being a companion piece to the video games, you know.
well,
what
is
I mean?
he like was it a movie that he wanted to develop, or was he just the hired gun to direct this?
I think
this
it was like a
script?
hired gun situation.
Because I feel like that's what happened with Death Wish too, because like Death Wish, in my opinion, was not very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would honestly say Death Wish is probably his worst movie to me.
It just feels like it's not his like I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like when you're a hired
Yeah.
gun on a script that you didn't develop and stuff, and you have no passion for. Maybe he doesn't even know about the fucking game. Well, he probably does, but like maybe he's just not into it as much, and like he couldn't put a stamp on it anyways. Who knows? I mean, it's all studio shit, right?
It
But
had like some odd casting too, like
it had a stacked cast. That's why I was like, what the fuck?
yeah,
but stacked it like
I'm just saying like dollar wise.
it has it has names, but like the Kevin Hart plays like a badass like soldier character.
well, I'm out.
And
I'm out.
like,
I would never watch
I'm
it.
like,
Then.
dude, I would never picture rolling
he-
to be a fucking Kevin Hart, you know. I'm familiar with the games. Like I played the games. I was a big fan of the first game. Like I played the hell out of that game.
Yeah, Kate Blanchett was like the really kind of one that stuck out to me because she like typically like does not do projects like this.
I also felt like Jamie Lee Curtis was like an
Like,
odd choice.
Yeah, like, well, now the thing is though, it's like
I was surprised
like,
to see her in the trailer for that too. I
she's
think I
done,
said to
like,
Dylan, I was like, that's fucking weird that she's in that movie.
that's the thing though, is like she's never like Jamie is only, I think, really in like the recent years really starting to become like more respects as a prestige actress. She was more of like a character actress for most of her career. You know, she's like,
No, dude,
yeah,
she had a lot of credibility after her horror stuff in
like,
Hollywood. She was like a mainstream actress for Freaky Friday and shit.
I mean,
dude.
she
With
did a
Lindsay
lot of big
Lohan
movies.
on top
She
of
did
the
do a
world.
lot of
what
big
I
movies.
mean. But that's what I mean though. I don't mean like not big movies. Like I just mean like she like was kind of like a character where she's doing stuff like Freaky Friday. You know what I mean? Like not like these like prestige roles where I see like Kate Blanchett and like I don't think I've seen her in either just like a like not in a giant budget dollar
Yeah, she
movie.
does like those big epic
Yeah.
fucking like
Or
like
yeah,
Queen
or
Elizabeth
like
movies and shit, right?
yeah, or like serious like just like serious like more just serious like grounded roles. Like she like the last movie I saw her in was like Tar, and that was like an Oscar bait movie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like when I see like a name like that, I'm like, whoa! Like
I know.
what
I was shocked to see because I saw the trailer for it and I was like, whoa, Jamie Lee Curtis is in this movie. I'm like, that seems weird. Just right away, I was like, that just seems like odd casting to me. But
she seems like she'll just do fun projects though. So like that's not she doesn't really surprise. So that even if
no,
like,
that's good that she's doing shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is. But
because even if you look at like her Oscar win with like everything, everywhere all at once, like that's like a super goofy movie.
yeah, chances are I've never seen half the fucking movies that even get nominated anymore because
Yeah,
it's not really my flavor. But yeah, no, what I was getting at with the box office, like I just saw a headline like just a couple minutes ago about Longlegs is over 100 million at the box office. I was like, holy shit,
What?
thing's
That's
fucking
great.
killing it, man.
Is it really? No, it's not.
Worldwide.
100 million
Worldwide.
Worldwide. Or by the way, with Alien, the budget was $80 million.
Okay, so it made half its budget back in the opening
No,
weekend.
it made half its budget back here, but worldwide it is 108.2.
Okay, so it's gonna make money.
What was the
That's
budget on
good.
that new Alien movie?
80 million was the budget.
Holy shit.
It's got to make about 200 million to break even by the rule
Yeah,
of
because
thumb.
the marketing is probably another, well, probably what, 30 million, 40 million?
Rule of thumb is 2.5 times to break even.
That's not true. That's
swear to
not
God it
always
is.
true.
No,
For a
that is
movie
it really depends on the marketing because you can
Yeah,
spend
I don't
80
think
million.
that movie had a huge marketing campaign.
Yeah,
I
didn't
e-
feel like it.
even if you're spending, because what do they say? Like, you know, if you if you have an $80 million budget for a film, you want to do at least 25% of that. So like another 20 million, maybe 30 million on.
It was always double for the longest time, and then I
Yeah.
started hearing 2.5.
But if you factor in like 80 million plus say 30 million, it's 110 right there.
I
You
would
gotta recoup
imagine it actually had
Plus-
a pretty big marketing campaign. I just like I'm not really exposed to like this type of marketing. But
I didn't think it really did though.
this is why I suspect that, because it made 41.5 here, but it made 108 worldwide. So
Mhm.
like it seems like maybe like it had like an ad, like it maybe had a bigger ad campaign like worldwide.
Probably.
So let me ask you.
Maybe
guys
that's where they
this.
think the markets are. They don't spend the money over here in North America because they already know it's going to sell. So they spend the
Exactly.
money overseas to expand that market, right?
That's just
So-
I'm just guessing that though.
Yeah.
So out of everything that's left, what is the movie that you're most looking forward to out of the stuff that's left for the year? Like, I'm not talking about like indie stuff, like just like the mainstream stuff.
Oh, well, all right. Well, I would say I don't know. The movie I would say for that is kind of right in the middle of indie stuff and mainstream stuff, and that's The Substance.
I don't even know what that is.
That's the one that the woman who made Revenge made. This is her second movie, and it got like huge reception at Cannes. It's got Demi Moore as the star of it. So it's
yeah. I saw the preview for that.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right, that one, yeah.
Yeah,
but
the
just
Demi
to
Moore
be
flick.
but just to like keep it like complete, I hate to be cliche, but I probably have to go with Nosferatu at this point to just
Is that this year?
Yeah, it is.
December.
Yeah, man. I'm seeing it.
Okay.
I mean, the trailer's been playing in the theaters. I'm hoping that
For
we
me,
get that here.
I would probably honestly go Beetlejuice
Mhm.
right now, just because like I just think it's like amazing that they finally made it, and they, you know, it's Tim Burton, it's Winona Ryder, it's the whole crew, you know, it's Michael Keaton. I think that's really cool, and the posters and stuff look cool.
Those are
all
my
things about that movie indicate to me that like it's it's tracking to be like an actual like good movie and not a cash grab.
Yeah.
At this point, I
Yeah.
don't think it's really I mean, it's so much past the fact, right? Like, I mean, you might as well
Yeah,
do it
but
properly. So
it's just like it's very reassuring when you have that much of the cast back, and it's like it's not like these are just like people that were in this movie 30 years ago.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you had a totally different cast, you had a guy playing, that wasn't Michael Keaton playing Beetlejuice, then you could go, yeah, it's a fucking cash grab right now. We're just gonna bank on the name here and see what happens. But for me, yeah, Nosferatu and Beetlejuice are probably the two that I'm looking forward to. Obviously, the number one film of the year for me was Maxime. I still haven't even seen it because it's not fucking playing, but apparently that was a total bust. But I'll be the judge for myself if I enjoy it or not. But
I like knowing you, I feel like you're gonna feel more similar to me than Dave Z personally. But
I
could
think
be
we're
wrong.
all I think we're about in the same boat about Maxine.
I've just heard everything. Like, people are like, man, it's so bad. And I've heard other people say it's so good. I've heard people say
No,
it's their favorite one of the three.
So bad.
Yeah,
dude.
it's not
like,
so
that's
bad.
crazy talk.
But but it's an interesting trilogy when it comes down to it, because like between the first two, like I feel like it's so split. A lot of people love X more than Pearl, and then there's vice versa, right? And people are like, yeah,
I
Pearl's
actually
fucking...
don't even know how people can like X more than Pearl.
Yeah, I definitely don't. But I don't think there's like
honestly, I love them both, man. Like, I don't really think of one as being more favored for myself than the other one. They're two totally different type of films. It's hard to compare.
Yeah, they are. They're very different.
Right?
I mean, Pearl just feels so like perfectly crafted to me.
Yeah.
It's like that's the movie of the trilogy.
And it
like,
actually has
it
has one of my favorite scenes in the last bunch of years, man, is the table scene in that film.
I bring that up all the time.
It's really executed well. Like, it's so well done, and her acting and like the way she just conveys the dialogue is just so convincing. And it's like, it's so fucking, and it's like one long ass shot too. Like, it's really impressive.
Like this is, I feel like the people who want more of like a slasher are gonna favor X, and someone who might just like be more open or want one.
Exactly. It's all preference. It's all preference when it comes down to it, right?
Yeah,
because Pearl to me feels more like an art house film in a sense, because it's got that beautiful aesthetic to it, right? It's got like that old kind of Hollywood look.
Yeah, he's got some things in that movie. I think it probably shows the most personality of all three of the films, where he does some things that just like really go for it, and they're kind of things like you would see more traditionally in an art house movie. Like the speech, like you said, and like the scene for me that I always think about that I really like was with the audition, where it almost like just becomes like a fantasy surrealism film for like 3 minutes, and she just has
it's wardrobe though too, like the whole aesthetic of the film, like the costumes, everything, like everything's so well put together, and it's shot beautifully. Like when you're like, that white backdrop with like the huge red barns, and just the colors are so fucking vibrant.
And like it's very like Wizard of Oz era.
It is, and it's almost kind of a shame, like, that, films back in the 30s and 40s obviously were black and white, but like that's what they should look like, right? Yeah. Because they had those brand new red barns, and the aesthetic, everything was just the cost. Everyone dressed up. It always looked so good, but we don't get that because we get the black and white. But this is what you would have if it was colorized. So
also looking forward to Terrifier 3.
Right. Terrifier. Totally forgot about that one.
Yeah, because that's but it's weird because it's like a Christmas horror movie, but it's coming out in October.
Yeah. I don't understand why they're marketing it like that. They should be releasing it later and marketing it as a Christmas film.
I think they're just like know how successful Terrifier 2 was in October.
Yeah, I think they need to. I think that was November actually.
Yeah.
But it got a wider release. Like it did so good.
That's right. Because I got it on October. I got it on the wider release. What was I gonna say again? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like what's the movie to like put out in October? And I guess that's probably just like the chosen one.
Yeah. I mean,
well, Beetlejuice is coming out in October, right? It's an October release.
Was it November?
No, it comes out like next week or the week after.
Really?
It's in September? Oh, fuck, I thought it was October.
Oh, yeah. I think is it September?
Well, is Smile 2 October? I feel like that's probably October.
Oh, that's a good October movie.
Yeah. But you would think Beetlejuice in October.
Maybe, actually, I think you're right. I think Beetlejuice is like September 1st or something.
Wow. Oh, crazy. Okay.
Yeah. I like that as like a September movie though. It's nice. Like yeah, September 6th.
Well, it's
like
funny
a
because I always watch Beetlejuice like every October.
oh, Willem Dafoe's in this too. Damn boy.
So
Yeah, it's yeah, Beetlejuice has always felt like a good Halloween type movie for me.
it does. It kind of does for me too. So um yeah. So I was thinking about conversation that we had that actually never made the last week's episode. We were actually talking about a pre-recording, but we had a long discussion about, well, not a long, but we had a discussion about the new Toxic Avenger film. And we were kind of discussing the fact that, like, you know, a lot of the headlines have been reading that, like, the Toxic Avenger remake, starring Peter Dinklage, has been reportedly been deemed unreleasable. And they keep using that term. And so we like had our theories on why they're using the term unreleasable for it and stuff. And I was kind of thinking it's just because maybe it's just too offensive for some people, and they're figuring that, you know, they can't market it. Plus, I mean, the movie itself is already aimed at like a very small audience anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think they're looking at it like, okay, this movie had a budget. We need to figure out a way to market this in a way and release it. But there's been no takers. Like, nobody wants to actually release this film. And it's really bizarre to me. So, but like all the headlines and all the articles I've been reading, they're not really giving specifics on why there's been no takers to distribute this movie. And it's just all kind of like theories and hearsay and stuff like that. So
the term unruly, because it's not like it's had bad reviews. Like I remember that's
no, in fact, that's actually what I was getting at. And the odd thing about this remake being unreleasable is very bizarre to me because you know, the reviews have been really good. Rotten Tomatoes is super high. There's been lots of written reviews that people saw at the festivals, and for the most part, it's like 90% favorable. So it's really interesting that, you know, somebody isn't willing to take a chance on releasing this film. So it makes me really curious on what the material in the film actually is, because like, how many films do you ever hear that are deemed unreleasable, or they're having issues getting distributors because of maybe content and stuff like that? It just doesn't happen very often. I mean, we're getting the goriest films in the theater ever, but we can't release the Toxic Avenger with Peter Dinklage. You know what I mean?
To me, it sounds more like there's probably people that will release it, but not give it the type of release that justifies the cost. So,
well, I think that's
what I believe.
I think that's the biggest problem here, because I don't really know exactly what the budget was on this, but it's obviously high enough that they just can't release this thing straight streaming. They need to have a theatrical release to try to get recoup some of that, you know, some of that budget back, right? So, but that's not even the issue here. It's literally finding a distributor to actually put it out there. It's like, it's craziest thing. Like, nobody will take no one's biting on this. It's crazy. So it says, what does it say? The site claims to have spoken to producer who says the Toxic Avenger commercial prospects are too out there for any sort of traditional theatrical release, like explaining why the movie still has no confirmed distributor. As a result, it's looking increasingly likely they'll have to be offloaded to streaming or go straight to VOD. I mean, that's all of a sudden it's just a theory too, right? Because you want this movie to be out there and possibly bringing in some type of revenue, but it's like everything I read, it just says out there. What the fuck does that mean?
92%.
So it's got to be content. It's got to be content within this. And my theory was, and I didn't want to even have this theory, but I'm like, you know, the original Toxic Avenger was not played by a small person. And I'm thinking maybe that might be one of the reasons why maybe they think that it's making fun of small people, or maybe there is some jokes in there that are just offensive towards, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but what the fuck does unreleasable mean when it comes to content? Like, it says out there.
I think so. I don't think it's because of Peter Dinklage. But the thing about I just feel like this movie, I'm like reading about it right now too.
But what could it possibly have in there that is worse than, say, like, I mean, all the blood and gore and shit? I mean, the original Toxic Avenger is a comedy first and foremost.
This is the thing though, like, because it says like he's like that, like, what I guess is very high on Macon. I don't know on Macon Blair. I don't know if he's just talking out of his ass. But he said, like, he knows the sense of humor, Troma, he's seen everything, like, he understands, like, all this stuff. So, like, I would think, based on the information that we have is this film might be like very much made in like the trauma perspective of the 80s, and people who are from who like that movie and like are like the
Well, I'm
like
assuming that they're
that
trying to keep
vibe.
a lot of the same integrity that, that
Yeah,
like Kaufman put
exactly.
into the Toxic Avenger. And plus, they probably did do that because, let's face it, we talked about this too, like, getting the rights for the Toxic Avenger was probably not going to be cheap. And they were going to try and treat it like, because treat it special because it's Lloyd Kaufman's baby, right?
Yeah.
The whole Troma persona is based on the image of the Toxic Avenger, right?
Yeah.
It's the
So
biggest thing to him. So that I think they would want to keep that integrity of that, but make it modernized and do what the original Toxic Avenger did was make filthy, dirty jokes and offend people and stuff. That was the whole point of it. Like it was fucking.
yeah,
It's just a fun ass movie, but I don't know,
and
man.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the
trauma in
part.
general has always been a button pusher. So I didn't know if they were going to lean into the trauma vibes, but maybe they did.
I
Maybe
Well, I'm,
feel
that's
I'm
like
why.
that's what it is, and like a lot of these distributors that are probably like screening this are like, yeah, I like it, and it probably has an audience, but like I don't feel like I can promote something like this to like
I
a
think it's
wide
because they're
I
audience.
confused. I honestly
I
think they're
think
confused
that
on what to do with it
I
because like the core audience is not us three, right? Even
No,
though we're all
absolutely
going to
not.
watch it and probably enjoy it, it's not what they're looking to promote it towards is 40-year-old. Like it's just
Yeah,
not
like
that.
you can't make money off of you can't like make money on a project like this, like basing off of like people who like trauma movies. Like
yeah.
I would bet like 90% of people who watch movies like and don't dig too far to don't even know what trauma is.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
for me, that's more where I'm leaning towards. Like, I think that it's a situation where um it's not about like the offensiveness of it that makes it unreleasable. It's more about like how do we market this to the masses to get people to go see it? And I feel like they don't have a strategy to make money on it.
Yeah.
Like to
And,
get
and
good.
I was just gonna say, and that's the thing about like making it in the trauma vein that like it makes it harder to market. And like, how do you explain to like a modern audience member just coming to see like this like action horror movie that like, okay, I know it's like kind of offensive, and I know there's like jokes and stuff that we don't put in movies anymore, but that's how the movie was 40 years ago. Like,
which I
See,
think you're
it's
actually
not gonna
my
starting.
fly.
theory with that though, dude, is because it has been released and in the festival circuit, and typically the people that see these movies are extremely
Yeah,
like
no, you are
uh
absolutely right. You're
I
absolutely right.
don't
I
think it
didn't
would have a
consider
good
that.
rating if it was too
No,
offensive. Like
I
I
agree.
just don't think
Actually,
that.
yeah, I agree with you. You're actually, I didn't think
Yeah,
about
the
that.
uptight, the
100%
uptight
right.
assholes and reviewers that
Yeah.
they get to go see these things in the film festivals for sure. I mean that's a very valid point. Here's another quote from the filmmaker and producer Adam Masnick recently wrote on Twitter/X and confirmed that the film has been deemed, in quotes, not safe enough to market, which he claims is why no one has stepped up to distribute it. When it's all said and
And
done, it could maybe even turn out to be lost media, and that's a quote
that's
from
just
him.
not true. That'll
Yeah,
never happen.
that won't happen.
No,
Yeah.
I absolutely not. I mean, when it comes down to it, the short and long basically is this movie will find its way into streaming. If it doesn't get to the distribution or theatrical release that it's supposed to have, it'll make its way out for sure.
Yeah.
Somebody will pick it up. Somebody even, who knows, man? Somebody might it might not even go to stream. Somebody might actually pick up the rights to distribute the physical media of it too, and we'll get it like that. Who knows? Somebody will do it.
This isn't
Somebody will pick it up.
anything new, right? Like
Yeah.
this has been happening for a long time. Like it's happening right now with Salem's Lot, right? Like that movie has been done in the can for uh for 3 years or something, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
something like that.
finally coming out this year.
And so, what was the
apparently.
story with that? Why was what was
My theory is that it's just not good.
well, actually, I mean, I kept kind of hearing that through the grapevine too. That
Stephen King says it's good, but
yeah, but Stephen King also says a lot of shit is good, and he's
Yeah.
fuck. I don't know
Yeah,
what the
he
hell that
does.
guy's watching sometimes, man. Like it's pretty weird.
And then go back to like 2013-ish, right? 2013, Eli Roth made The Green Inferno. We didn't end up seeing that until 2015 when it was ready in 2013,
Yeah, I don't remember. I know we discussed the reasons why that didn't come out, but it was a distribution on that one too.
The company who made the movie went bankrupt.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I knew there was something going on. Yeah, but that's a little bit of a
that's
different story.
been-
That's not marketing,
I mean,
right? That's just unfortunate
Well,
variables
but I'm
that,
saying we've
that,
seen
that
movies
shelve a
get
fucking.
shelved. Look at All the Boys Love Mandy Lane, Cabin in the Woods, right? Cabin in the Woods is a great
Yeah,
example of
I
a
got
film
shelved
that
for a
they
while.
didn't know how to market it.
Yeah.
Which is understandable. They ended up marketing it like it was a backwoods slasher film or something, when it really
dude,
wasn't.
remember, I'll never forget that, man, because the marketing was totally like a backwoods slasher film and shit, and then people went and saw it and they went, what the fuck happened in the third act? Like they were so pissed off about it. But I thought
go
it was
back
like,
even further. You have one of the all-time classic horror films, beloved by fans, the wonderful Trick or Treat. That
Yeah.
movie had no they shelved it for like 2 years. It was supposed to have this big theatrical release, but they didn't. The test screenings didn't go so good, and they didn't believe in it, and so
Right.
it eventually just got dropped on disc.
right.
Now that movie's a beloved classic, right?
I don't
It's
really
kinda
understand.
insane.
I honestly don't understand how that movie, like, why it has the history it has, though. Like, nobody saw the potential in that
I think it was
amazing
just the
idea for an
landscape
anthology.
at the time, right? The landscape at the time, anthologies were dead in the water. What
Right.
anthologies were coming out in 2007?
Yeah,
I can't think of any.
Yeah,
Everything
there's
was like
there is some, but
found footage and torture films at that era. Horror wasn't even popular really, and it was about to hit its like next big boom.
yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot of
Yeah.
like holiday type films at that time too. So, but you're right though.
Everybody
Like,
was miserable between 2002 and 2009. Like
But
every
2007
horror fan was miserable.
but let's face it, like when Paranormal Activity broke the Richter scale with its fucking with it what it did. I mean, people were into the Eli Roth, the torture films, and yeah, I could see where, distributors and marketers were like, fuck man, like what's really selling right now is not the product that we have in our hand.
Trick or Treat is more like an old school, like classic horror film.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in the vein of like, I mean, the cool thing about Trick or Treat, it developed that whole new wave of doing an anthology film where everything weaves together and stuff. It wasn't segment by segment and stuff. So like they must have known that they had something good on their hands. They just really couldn't put it out because it was probably a better thing to shelf it and put it out years later when it was probably going to be received a little bit differently. And when you get past those whole crazes of like found footage films and torture porn films and whatever the fuck was popular at the time.
I remember
Plus there was no theatricals. This was also a time period when, this is rolling into 2010s and stuff where theatricals weren't doing very well at all. Right.
Yeah.
So
100%. Unless you were.
So if you didn't have the right film.
Saw.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, that the popularity of like the Saw films and the found footage film like that, there was very small markets at that time and for, different types of subgenres. And I don't think Trick or Treat was really fitting in there at the time. So, but I understand it though. I get it. I'm just confused by this shit though. I really am. The Toxic Avenger thing is just
incredible.
blowing my
like,
mind.
Trick or Treat like made it to be such a cult classic with like only getting an on disc release like it did. Like
I remember hearing a story of Mike Doherty taking the film
Mike
from
Doherty.
Like, town to, isn't that his
That's
name?
Well,
yeah.
I've never heard him called Mike. It's Michael Doherty, but weird.
Okay, but you never
That's the
heard
thing about him
called
too.
Johnny Carpenter or Wesley Craven either.
No, yeah, and you do that because you're an asshole. Yeah.
But I remember hearing him on a podcast talking about taking the film reels like on a cart in his car, like, loading them up in his car and going from like town to town and doing like theatrical screenings of it, like by himself. Like,
yeah.
Awesome.
But to go back to the landscape at the time of 2007, in horror, the number one grossing horror film of that year was 1408. Saw 4 was the next one. Halloween, the remake. Resident Evil Extinction, 30 Days a Night. The Messengers.
Paranormal Activity never came out until what, 09, right? PA wasn't until what, 09?
09.
Yeah, okay, so it was a couple years later, but yeah.
28 weeks later, The Mist, and The Hills Have Eyes, The Reaping, and The Hills Have Eyes Part 2. That was your top 10.
Wow, that's a rough year. We were complaining about 2020.
It's not a rough year though. Like it just
That's
what
just that.
was
That's what the top
popular.
10 was.
Yeah.
That's
Like
what
the actual year of 2007 is a great year. There's a lot of great.
it's
movies.
it's decent.
Martyrs
Honestly,
that year? Martyrs that year?
Yeah, no, 8 2000.
yeah, I think that's
Martyrs.
8. No, 7 was that Frontiers came out in 7. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's up right now?
I just grabbed that second sight Blu-ray actually.
Yeah, actually, these just weren't being that. Oh, because I was looking through like
You had
possible years.
Wreck, you had Inside.
Inside Grindhouse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
there's a
that's
lot of
fucking
good
fun.
movies.
Yeah,
The
there is
Signal,
there is a lot of good stuff from 2000 for sure. Yeah.
Storm
Yeah.
Warning, that's a great one.
Yeah, Storm Warning's great, man. The Aussie slasher film.
The Orphanage.
Oh, that's a good movie. I forgot
It's
about that one.
kind of underrated actually a little bit.
It was
good.
big at the time, so I remember like around like when I started really diving into horror, like
Murder Party.
Yeah,
That movie.
There's a
yeah.
lot of good indies
Yeah.
that came out that
Murder
year.
Party is such a fun movie, man.
I'm actually a pretty big fan of Disturbia as well.
Yeah, I mean,
something.
it's just a modernized Rear Window.
Yeah, but I like it.
It honestly, it is pretty entertaining. But then again, like, you know, if you make a half decent film based on that premise, it should be good because it's an awesome premise, right? So, although I think there was a TV film back in the 90s with Superman. Didn't he play the lead in that role or in that movie?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
directed it.
Okay, even director. Yeah. So Christopher Reeve.
Even Fright Night has heavy Rear Window vibes.
Yeah, but the remake sucks.
The Burbs.
Voyeurism has always been a significant part of horror since the
Yeah.
show.
The
It's-
Burbs is a great one.
Yeah,
Yep.
Burbs is fucking awesome, man. That's a Joe Dante classic, man. We'll talk about another one tonight.
Yep.
But yeah, man, I really hope that the whole going back to the Toxic Avenger thing, that the shit gets sorted out because I really want to fucking see it. Like, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
man. I've been really curious on it, man. Like, it's just this is really annoying to me.
I mean, it's not very high on my excitement.
Yeah, but
radar.
then again, you're like one of those fucking weird people that are like, fuck Troma forever. Every time I even mention Troma on the show, you're like, fuck Troma.
No. That's 10 years ago, dude.
Are you a fan of the original Toxic Avenger?
Yeah, I like the original Toxic Avenger. Not my favorite Troma film. For me, I would probably go Poltergeist is probably my favorite like Troma produced film.
Yeah, when I talk about Troma, I'm talking about in-house productions, like
Yeah.
Coffin Productions and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Class of Nukem High. I like Tromeo and Juliet. I like a lot of Troma flicks now, you know, more than I've come around on Troma heavy.
Yeah, Class of Nukem High is my favorite Troma film.
Yeah.
For myself. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm saying it's my favorite one. But remember when the remake came out? And like I literally couldn't stop watching it. I think I watched it 7 times, like 5 days one time.
Yeah.
I just couldn't
I do
stop.
remember
That.
that.
Shit was so fucking funny to me, man.
Yeah. But like Poltergeist is like my
Poltergeist
shit.
is
Like
awesome.
I love Poltergeist, but I like Terror Firmer as well.
Yeah,
It's a little
Terror Firmer's great,
long.
man.
It's a little long, but
Poltergeist is a fucking blast because it's so ridiculous and so gory.
it's like one of my favorite musicals ever, dude.
It is. It's a great musical, man. It really is.
I think Toxic Avenger and Poltergeist are my top 2.
Yeah. I mean, Toxic Avenger is like pretty good, but
I love Class of Nukem High. Like every time, as soon as that movie starts, man, it's like stuck in my head. The music just, oh man, I love it. It's great.
Mhm.
But yeah, good old Troma, man. Oh, you know what I know? You know what I found today? Speaking of fucking Wesley Craven, JP.
Mhm. Yep.
There's a book. There's a new memoir out on Wes Craven called The Soul of Wes Craven. It came out apparently like July 7th or something like that. I totally missed this, but yeah, there's
Yeah, I saw a podcast that was talking about one of the podcasts that I like. I don't even know the name. There's a few of them. I don't even know the names of them, but they'll just like get like they pop up in my algorithm sometimes.
right.
And I don't listen to a lot of podcasts like I used to, but there's one about like unmade films, right? Or like,
Yeah, the Untold Horror.
Yeah, like stuff like that.
I've got the book sitting right in front of me. That's why I could bring that off pretty fast.
So like, that they'll do a dive into like Quentin Tarantino's version of Nightmare on Elm Street 5 or Peter Jackson's version of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6, or all these unmade things, George Romero's It film and stuff like that. But there was they interviewed the guy that wrote that book, that Wes Craven book, on there about some of Wes Craven's unmade films, which I didn't even listen to the episode or anything, but I just saw it. And I did notice that there was like some sort of like memoir thing on Wes Craven. I read Wes Craven's, there's a book that came out years ago.
Yeah.
Probably before he died.
Yeah.
That I remember reading.
That he wrote himself, right?
I don't know if
is he not the author of that one?
He might
be tripping.
I don't know.
Might be tripping.
But yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm a massive Wes fan, so that's something that I'll be interested in checking out.
Yeah, this was kind of a weird timing too, because I don't know what the hell. I was prepping for 75, which JP is sucking real hard at right now.
Real hard.
So I just finished watching Satanic Pandemonium.
I've still got to watch that one.
And I'm such a big
I feel
fan.
like I've seen that before.
Yeah, you have.
How do you know?
I think we've talked about it before.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, so I'd finished watching it and I was like, I don't feel like I literally was being so lazy. I was so tired. I didn't feel like getting up and putting in a physical disc and watching shit. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna find something to watch. I'm gonna find something to watch on my laptop. I'm gonna put my headphones on and sit here and fucking be lazy. And I just got thinking and I was like, what haven't I ever seen before? And it just dawned on me. I'm like, you know what? I came across this on YouTube a couple months back. And it's Wes Craven's TV film called Night Visions from 1990. And I'd never seen it before.
Me neither.
Yeah. So I watched it and I'm like, it's okay. It's nothing great. It's weird though, because like, it's one of those weird Wes Craven films where like, it just doesn't feel like Wes Craven at all. Like he was definitely hired as a director to direct this fucking TV film called Night Visions.
The funny thing though is most
like
of
a
the Wes
thriller.
Craven films that I've ever seen, I feel like Wes Craven. Like
Yeah.
even the bad ones, like I don't know,
he's got a
but-
little touch to him that you can recognize.
Yeah, this one just didn't really. Like the whole time I'm watching, I'm waiting for that little Wes Craven flair. Maybe a couple shots and then stuff. Maybe the way he did it, but like I don't know, man. It's pretty like A to B, not overly that great. I mean, it's basically a serial killer type movie, trying to figure out who this serial killer is, which is kind of poorly written in a sense, which I'm pretty sure that Wes Craven didn't have anything to do with the script itself. Like I said, he's a hired gun on this one, but
yeah,
it's so predictable on who the killer is in this. It's like bad. You're just like, oh man, it's just like there's no. It just takes
Wes
away from everything.
I feel like Wes just took jobs sometimes for the love of the game.
I think
Oh,
he was
he
kind of one of those.
definitely did, man.
He was.
Yeah.
I mean, a paid gig in TV. I mean, I think those guys got pretty decent paychecks for doing those TV films and stuff, right? So it's
If
like,
you
why
guys
not,
haven't,
right?
if you guys haven't noticed, like me and my girlfriend watched a lot of Disney Channel original movies, and I always think,
Dude, every time I look at your fucking letterbox, man, I shake my head and go, "What the fuck is? What is it? Like, you must be hired in shit sometimes."
oh, dude,
like
usually
watching the shit that you're
usually
watching.
Not every time, but usually we're drunk. It's kind
How
of
in
like
the fuck can you watch Sallow and then 5 minutes later watch like 4 fucking
Eddie's
Disney movies in a
Exactly.
row?
cook off.
I was like dying at that. I was like, because we're trying to watch them all. Like we're at like
What's the best one?
the best one. I think it's gonna probably stay this way is The Color of Friendship.
Is that
That just
about
sounds-
racism?
So this is what it is.
Is it really?
This is what happens in it, because like they don't like little kid glove racism. It's about like this black politician family in the 70s, and they have a program where they adopt a kid from from Africa from the summer. But they get like from they're all like there's like the father's like a civil rights like politician or senator, I don't remember exactly, but like he's like a government worker, and they get a kid, but it's a South African white girl, and she's comes here and she's racist as hell, and like in her country, like people like
Towards black people?
yeah, towards
But-
black people.
Well,
And people-
but it makes sense though, because if you know the history of South Africa, I mean, it's
Yeah.
predominantly white, but South Africa was built on slavery. It was
Yeah,
white
so
people.
they-
Like a
they
lot of
kinda-
Dutchies came over there and stuff, and then they just snatched up black people and used them as slaves. That's why South Africa is still kind of like not really Like,
yeah, they
that
and like
much.
they actually do go into that, but there's like some crazy scenes where like the family picks her up at the airport and she assumes since they're black that they're hired help. And then like she
Mhm.
takes him to like the senator's office and everyone working there is black and he's black and she literally just screams and has a meltdown like in the office.
Jesus.
And this is a
And you're
Disney
like,
movie?
yeah,
So they took their
exactly.
little kid gloves off on this one.
Yeah. So I was like, holy, like it's something like shocking to see. The lead actress is actually like the lead girl from the Village of the Dam remake.
So what's like your second best one?
The second best one's Halloween Town.
Okay, that's
I like
understandable.
Halloween Town. That's fun.
The earlier
what
ones.
do you what about like Airborne? You don't like Airborne?
You mean Airborne's
Have you watched the
fun.
sequel,
Are you
Halloween
talking
Town
about-
2?
We've watched the first three. We just haven't watched.
Oh, there's
the fourth.
3? Fuck.
There's
four.
4.
What the
Four.
fuck? I'm only. I
And,
don't.
Isn't there
I
four
thought there was only
Halloween
2 of
Towns?
them. I have the
Four,
first 2 of
yeah.
them.
There's 4.
But I mean, they're Halloween kid movies. I mean, you got to own that shit, right? I mean, fuck whatever.
Yeah, they're like those are the better ones where they still.
Or no,
like,
I was thinking of
story.
Brink.
Brink is 3.
Oh, so you
And,
do
like,
like Brink.
Yeah, Brink is like is one of. There's like probably only 6 or 7 that
Team
actually,
Pup and Suds.
yeah.
Man,
like, there's-
I don't know
there's-
what the fuck you guys are talking about right now, man.
It's like-
It's a
literally-
rollerblading.
It's like,
movie.
if you guys
Yeah.
start talking Nickelodeon shit, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I'm fucking out of
This
here.
isn't Nickelodeon shit.
I'm
This
gonna
is
say if you
Disney shit.
start talking that shit, I have no idea. 'Cause you guys would talk
Right.
Nickelodeon for like the 90s and shit, and I'm like, dude, I was old.
I'll
Too
give you
old to be
my.
watching Nickelodeon.
I'll give you my top 10.
Okay.
All right, so number 10, we got the Even Stevens movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds
Okay.
terrible. Even Stevens.
Number 9, we got Motocrossed.
Oh yeah, good one.
Number 8, Phantom of the Megaplex, featuring
Okay,
Mickey Rooney.
that's a good one.
Number 7, Miracle in Lane 2. That's got Frankie Muniz as the star.
Oh,
Okay,
a
is that
movie
a
with
drag
Frankie
racing
Muniz?
movie?
Yeah, it's a drag racing movie.
Eh,
Okay.
Oh, that
they made
sounds
they made
so
another
bad.
one of those, I think,
It sounds horrible.
with 2
Um,
sisters.
Yeah, that one's an actual drag race. His is a soapbox movie, a soapbox race,
Okay.
because he's paralyzed.
Sorry.
Number 6, Xenon, Girl of the 21st
No,
Century.
get the fuck out of here.
Number 5, True Confessions, starring Shia LaBeouf, where he plays a mentally challenged person.
Okay.
Number 4 is Hounded. It's just like this goofy like dog movie, but it has like good like actors in it. Like it has like Shia LaBeouf in this dude has Ed Begley Jr. in it, who plays the villain, and he's just like a total dick, and it makes the movie.
Are these like from the 90s and shit? So they're like really young?
Most of
Or are
these, yeah, that one was from 2001. Anyone that
Yeah,
Shia
I would
LaBeouf
say
was a little kid.
I would say like the peak, the golden age is like to like 2004 maybe.
Yeah, basically that the ones that are old that end up being bad, it's because they're just boring as hell. A lot of the new ones like aren't boring, but the problem is like after High School Musical, they realize kids like musicals. So there's a lot of them that are musicals for no reason. Like some of them, it's not as bad because they'll actually use the music like in the
So
story.
they just took a page out of Bollywood
Yeah,
movies
and
and
it
like,
just- it
we're just
just-
gonna
oh
break
my
into song and
God.
dance.
Oh, it's so bad sometimes, and like I
Oh,
just
man.
wait for it to end. But
Dude,
like
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
It's-
I could not subject myself to 90 minutes of that. That's pure
Dude,
torture. man.
the funny like my signature is like at some point at every movie when the movie finally breaks me, I let out a, oh my fucking god, dude.
I can imagine.
I've actually seen a shocking amount of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And,
sounds like it.
Well, the newer ones usually aren't boring. They don't have that problem, but they're either musicals. Sometimes a lot of the time that really drags them down, or they're just like pure fucking brain rot. But sometimes they're just kind of like almost like faster paced movies of like old, like kind of like the golden era ones. Those ones aren't that bad.
Okay. What does that have to do with horror?
So what was the and then
I think
was
we're
that did you finish the list?
Oh, that was my top 10. Oh yeah, my number. I'm sorry, I thought we already got there. My number 3.
Oh, we've already
was-
said those.
Yeah,
Brink.
it was Brink, Halloween Town, A Tomb Color, and Friendship at 1.
Okay. What about like the Luck of the Irish?
Luck of the Irish is 18.
Yeah, I like Luck of the Irish.
Yeah, they start getting unwatchable or not unwatchable, like bad, not just not good around like the 25 mark.
Where's Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off?
19.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the fuck are you
Oh,
retards talking
No
about?
idea right now.
You-
I'm
oh my
so
God.
lost.
Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off is really funny in 2024 eyes because you can see like how they would have done the movie now.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny.
Well, I know you don't like You Wish that much, but that's one of my favorites.
I don't think that one's that low. I think that's probably in like the top.
Dude,
half.
my favorite scene in that movie is when they punch the cheeseburgers.
That one's I do remember that. That
It's
one's
so funny. They would do.
That one's at 32 out of 78, so it's really not that far down. Yeah, so that's what we do on Friday nights. We drink and watch Disney movies.
That is some
wild.
fucking weird shit, dude.
We
Like,
went
I've
out.
heard of people doing some weird ass shit, man, but sitting around on a Friday night drinking.
We went out. Friday night we went out to dinner, got a nice dinner, had a bunch of drinks at different places, saw Alien Romulus, came home and drank more and watched the Disney Channel movie.
Honestly, that doesn't sound like a bad night.
That's
I mean that sounds like my regular Friday night. It's, you know, sitting around drinking, probably bullshit with friends and stuff, but like not watching Disney films. I can fucking guarantee you that one fact. That is not
usually
happening.
or sometimes like I'll like extract. I'm like, okay, I'll watch another one, but then you got to watch my podcast movie with me afterwards.
Oh yeah, tick
It's
for
called
tat, right?
Piranha 2: The Spawning.
Well, she was gonna watch that, but she had to do something. She did watch Piranha with me though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
it's probably a better idea that she'd watch the first one before the second one.
Yeah.
Can't subject her to that one first.
I watched this is how I watched them. I watched Piranha the original. Then I watched Piranha the remake. Then I watched Piranha the remake sequel. Then I watched the first remake, 95. And then I watched The Spawning.
My God, my head's spinning. You know how I watched them? In fucking order. Like a normal person.
I went remake, sequel, TV remake, and then original 2.
Man.
Yeah, and well, dude, the problem was actually I didn't even finish the first one until after the second remake, because my 4K player decided to just stop working. So what it was doing was I would put the disc in, it would be like the menu, like the Shout Factory logo, like the FBI warning and stuff. We don't necessarily agree with the stuff in these commentaries thing came up, all perfect. And then it would get to the menu, and how on the menu sometimes it'll like show the previews of like the scenes and stuff from the movie. Like it was just all pixelated, like, and just crazy. And then if I'd hit play, it would just be all pixelated. And yeah, it was. And so I was like, oh, maybe my disc is messed up. So I popped in the Sadness, which I've watched on 4K, and it was the same thing. And then I popped in Deep Red, and
was it your cables? Was it the cables maybe?
I don't know, dude. I just I like unplugged everything, plugged everything back in, and it finally worked.
I've actually had my 4K player go pixelated on me once before too. So
To be fair, I use
it's
an
just a glitch.
Xbox as a 4K player though.
Oh, okay. So like I actually, but like I think maybe it's like maybe updates on them or something. I don't know. It could be something like that, man. It's always something simple, really. But
Yeah,
a quick little like
I was like
unplugging the
panicked because I'm like, dude, I'm not buying another player right now. Like F this.
Right.
I do have another Xbox that also has a 4K player, but it doesn't have the original Xbox One 4K version. From what I learned is it's not like fully 4K all the time or something. So that's why I got the Series X, just so it's like more of an actual legit 4K. But I will tell you, I had to watch Piranha Double D in standard def. Blech.
And you know what's crazy?
Gross.
When you said that earlier in the chat, I was like, oh my God, because I just picked up the Blu-ray for that, and the Blu-ray didn't even look that great. So I can't even imagine how bad the DVD looked.
It looked like garbage. Where'd you watch it, Tyler?
I watched it on MB.
So you watched it in standard def too, then?
Oh, well, maybe that's why it didn't look that good. I don't think that was.
I swear the Blu-ray. I swear the Blu-ray is just like a fucking like an upkeep or something, man. Like an upscale.
Probably.
Like it doesn't look that great, man. I popped in and I was like, oh fuck, because the first Piranha 3D looks great on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I have that on Blu-ray as well.
But then again, it's also shot, and it's a Alexander Aja production, which usually
Did you
generally
direct that?
Yeah.
You directed the
No
first
shit.
one.
Yeah, he directed the first one, and then the second one was directed by the guy that did the Feast movies and stuff.
We actually have like quite a few names attached.
Oh,
to these
dude, it's all over.
franchises.
It's all over these things, man. It's crazy. Yeah.
You got John Gallagher. You got fucking Joe Dante. Didn't like Cameron or somebody do the second one?
James
Yeah,
Cameron
James fucking Cameron.
directed the second one. He got so they figure like
He got fired, didn't he?
yeah. Well, we'll get into all this. We'll get into
Okay.
these things, but you know what is coming very soon? Wasteland.
Oh,
Yes,
baby.
it is.
Fucking excited, man. Cause like, I mean, even though this year's Wasteland is by far the worst one I've ever seen guest wise, like it's
I know.
actually really bizarre how bad it
The
is. Like
lineup-
the
the
big
lineup is
sell
not
is
good.
hobgoblins. I'm like, oh my God, that's bad. But anyways, it's not really about that for me. It's about hanging out with all the homies, all the dudes and dudettes.
Mhm.
And a lot of us are going to be there this year, like a ton of people. So if y'all are listening, you're going to Wasteland, come by, say hi. We're all going to be there, like us three. You know, Mr. Parker's going to be there, and all the regulars, man. Dan, the porn man, cameraman. Fuck everybody. Like Mason, like who? Like I mean, there's probably more people than I can't even think of. But
Mason, Tony.
oh yeah,
Ginger
Mason.
Lynn's gonna be there, and you fuckers are saying nobody's there.
Ginger Lynn's always there. Fuck. I
Is
think she's
she?
been there before. Yeah, she's been there before.
Okay.
Camille Keaton's there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Camille Keaton. But I mean,
maybe.
I'm just saying the big
she
sell
was
this year.
supposed to be somewhere last year for me, and she canceled.
Yeah,
Like,
Camille Keaton.
wow.
I might actually maybe closer to it. Maybe I'll bring I Spin Radius. I don't know. We'll see. But the
Bring
Hobgoblin thing is
Camille
funny.
Keaton in Italy box set.
Yeah, the Hobgoblins thing is really blowing my mind right now. Like we got the Hobgoblins reunion. Oh my God.
Did I ever tell you about the time that I was meeting John Russo and somebody like shit their pants?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, that's it was pretty funny. Pretty good
Dude,
stuff.
I literally was like I'm just talking to him. I'm like, I'm thinking like, dude, this old dude's stinky. But
Oh,
then all of a sudden he's just like he's talking to me about something like midnight or something. Then all of a sudden he's like, whoa, something stinks. Like literally somebody like shit somewhere. Like there's no way that someone did not poop somewhere, dude.
like it
was
wasn't
so
it most definitely was not a fart. It was a full blown
yeah, like it
shit.
was like it smelled like somebody like literally shit their pants and it like ran down onto the floor somewhere. You know what I mean? Like I was like, dude, like I'm like about to gag. I'm like holding back my gags like while he's talking to me, and it must have hit me way before him because all of a sudden he's just mid sentence and he's like, "Whoa, something stinks. Something smells real bad."
Oh my God, dude, that's so fucking funny. I would have been dying, man. Dying laughing.
It was so
I wouldn't
bad.
be able to hold it in.
Oh my God, dude.
It's so fucking wrong. Where was that, by the way?
That was at Living Dead weekend in Monroeville, like in the mall, in the Dawn of the Dead mall.
Right.
That makes it funnier.
So funny.
Yeah, dude, I'm just sitting there talking to John Russo. And I just smell straight shit dog.
Fuck, that's funny, man. Yeah, so we've been throwing around the idea at Wasteland, like figuring out what we want to do and stuff. Because you know, we throw around the idea of like doing a live stream of like 22 shots or whatever. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? If you guys listen right now, leave comments, ideas down below. What are you guys really thinking on that? Because like live stream thing is
Ideally for me, what I would say we do is obviously go hang out at the convention event,
Right.
maybe Friday night, and then after like it all shuts down and stuff, we go back to one of our rooms. I did get like a bigger room, so it could be that one.
Ooh, you got a suite?
Yes.
Nice.
But
Man,
they're
look
not,
how
I mean,
far.
it's not like it basically it looks probably the size of, remember Brock Bones?
Yeah, I was gonna say the one we went to last year.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like
Sweet.
that size.
I don't know. I think I just have the general one with a couple beds and stuff like that. Like, I mean, it is
Yeah.
what it is. I mean, we kind of get the same room all the time. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, we can figure it out. It is what it is, right? But I mean, just the live stream. Hopefully, the internet's good enough to do that. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I didn't. Well, if we didn't live stream, we could just record
Yeah,
an
we just
audio.
record.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to have the mics and stuff because multiple people. It's gonna be a totally different type of setup and shit. It probably won't
You know what would
sound
be
as
a
good or
good-
even look as good. But who knows?
You know what would be
So.
a good show to do for this? something we talked about a while ago. I don't know if we've ever talked about on the show, but what if like we could do like a draft? That seems like it might be a good group show.
A draft? Yeah.
Oh,
I
like
mean,
for yeah.
Like
well,
draft a
that's
movie
the thing
lineup.
though, is like if it's just us three, then yeah, something like that. But if it's just like a room, like the way I thought of it is just like you just have a mic recording while we're
I say we just have a mic and we have all the homies up in there and we just start bullshitting and
yeah.
you're in live stream. I mean, you can fucking answer questions and shit. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, if we're live streaming, that would be
Oh, you do
Right.
like a questions episode.
Yeah.
yeah.
Do something like that. But live
Yeah,
from
we could
Wasteland.
just- Yeah, maybe we'd go live on YouTube or something and do like just have the laptop like set up with the webcam and just like facing the whole room basically,
Right.
and have somebody checking out the chat every once in a while. Maybe we'll do something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that could work for sure.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. I mean, I also have Camp Blood not next week, but the week after. So that'll be really
Just
fucking
so
cool.
so much shit, man. We got Wasteland, but before that, we've got 75, which you need to get your ass going on that shit.
Dude, listen, I think we should push it back personally, but I know you don't want to. Not only for me, but for Dave Z.
Dave said he's out.
Yeah, Dave said he's out because he just has to. He doesn't have time with the slasher show.
Well, isn't he aren't they doing that in 2 different recordings? So it's like the weekend or the week after and the one after that too. So it's like half
Yeah.
of September. So like if we were to postpone it, it would have to be the end.
That's the thing though. Like if we postponed it, even if you postpone it till the end, Dave hasn't watched like any movies, so I don't know how much time he's even if he pushed.
Yeah,
it,
but
like,
once the slasher show would be over, I think he would be fine. Like I was thinking, maybe I don't know. Maybe we don't postpone.
I mean, we've been doing
it's
this.
just
Like,
going to come down to what I do.
the first show back in the new season is usually like the brand new top 10. We end with one.
Yeah,
Not end with
usually.
one, but like, but yeah. So I
yeah,
mean,
the
it's
last couple times we've started and ended with a top 10.
yeah,
I think that's the way to go.
yeah. Because last season we started with, was it 2011? Was that the one?
1980.
Yep, 1980, and then we ended with 36.
Yeah, yes. Fuck, we've done so many top 10s. I can't remember.
Yeah,
Fuck, we've done them in. So
So for the next one, it's 90s and 2000s eligible, right?
so let's see, we've done 80, 82, 85, and 86, so there's 4 of those, so that's and then the 70s we've done 70,
yeah, 72,
72,
76, 75.
75, and 76, so that's 4.
Yeah.
So those will be equal. 90s we've done 91.
Yep, 94, 96.
So yeah, so the 90s are eligible, and then the 2000s we've done 2002,
2005 and
and
11.
and 11. So yeah, basically those are the next.
Well, that's a
2.
different. Oh yeah, because that falls into the same thing.
Yeah,
we
we're
only
counting
have
it. Yeah,
because we only have 2010, and are we redoing 12? Oh no, we never
I
did
don't-
12.
we never
Yeah,
did 12.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list right now. That's
So it'd be
something
so it's 2010 and 12. Okay, so that you just put
Yep.
those into the 2000. That's fine. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the next show eligibility will be basically 90, 92.
Do you throw 69 in there too?
93. We usually throw that in with the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then 94. No, we did 94.
95.
95, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 3, 4, 7, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12.
So the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah.
I
Interesting.
kind of like how we go.
I
back
really
and
don't
forth,
want
like,
97.
over- 97
Yeah, so
not
so
that
the
bad.
so the next show will be a 90s or 2000s, and the following show will be whichever one wasn't picked, and then all of them will be dumped back in.
Yeah, baby.
Right. So we're gonna
'Cause
have.
then there'll be
So
like
the basically
4
the
of
next 2
every
shows are
year.
going to be the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah, I'm with
Yes, in one way or another,
Okay,
one
sounds
order or
good.
another.
Yeah.
I
gotta keep it even.
personally, I'm hoping for a 90s.
that. Yeah,
I would,
rather-
I would rather see the 90s too, unless of course it's like 2007 or 8 or something like that. But then again, 2000, I think I was doing some research in 2012 actually is pretty interesting.
2012 is good. 2010 is good.
Yeah.
9, 8, 7, 6, all good. The only rough years in 2000s for me
Are
is
the early ones.
2000, 2001, and 2004 and 5, I think.
I was looking at this yesterday, and of like the 90s and 2000s, and of the eligible years, I felt like 95 was the worst.
No. No.
No,
way.
97 is like trash bags.
We got the classic 1995
97's
Piranha.
97's got some good movies.
It does
Dude.
have some good ones, but man, it's like, dude, there's so
Super
much
top
bad.
heavy.
And
97, what was it?
but like, I mean, for me, I could see. I know he did last summer making some lists, and was that 97? Yeah, it's 97.
Definitely
And
made my list.
and like that's the thing. Like, I don't even like that movie, so that's why I'm like, fuck 97.
Like 95, dude, you got fucking Day of the Beast, Tales from the Hood, Demon Knight,
Maybe it was.
Castle Freak.
I don't think it was 95. Maybe it was something.
95's got some good ones. Yeah.
Maybe it was 93.
No, 93's got some good films too, man. Remember Dave saying
Dave Z says 93 sucks is the worst. But
no, it's not, man. It's actually got a ton of good films, and we went through it a few times. Like, I mean, come on, man.
yeah, I mean, it got Jason Goes to Hell,
It's got Leprechaun 3. It's Leprechaun 3 from there. So,
Leprechaun 1, dog.
oh no, Leprechaun 1. Yeah, right. No, was it 93 or was it 92?
Not well. It always was 93, but
I know, like it changed on IMDb, man, for sure. It did.
but 97, dude. I mean, you got Scream 2, Funny Games. I Know What You Did Last Summer.
You got
Devil's
Cure.
Advocate. I mean, there's some hitters in there.
Yeah, Cure.
Cure. You got Perfect Blue.
Right.
Right.
Event Horizon.
Yeah, Perfect Blue is like a 10 out of 10, man.
I think
That's so good,
98
like,
is the worst one.
Perfect Blue might be my number one movie of the 90s, except Silence of the Lambs.
Like 98, dude, looking at the list, there's a very good chance that Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island makes my
I
list.
agree. I was looking at that too. I was like, man, I might have Scooby-Doo on my list.
Dude, I would have no shame in that because I love that movie. That one's
We
fucking
watched
awesome.
It's the best one, dude.
Me and my girlfriend.
It's a good
watched
one.
it,
I wouldn't
like,
say
2 weeks ago.
whatever. It's
What
not my
was it- what do you
favorite.
think the best Scooby-Doo one is?
Probably
Fuck,
that one.
dude. I literally have every single Scooby. I haven't seen all of them though. So that
Dude,
one is
Adrian
good.
Barbeau is the villain, is like the voice of the villain too.
I really like the first few, like the Boo Brothers and Reluctant Werewolf, like the
Boo
original
Brothers,
like 4. Yeah, those
Old
ones are
School.
really good.
The thing is,
yeah, I think
98
I'm a big fan of Reluctant Werewolf because it's basically wacky races. With
Have you
Scooby-Doo
seen the
characters.
sequel to Zombie Island?
No, I own it, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
98 though. 98. Yeah, it looks like there's no like hot pick in 98. That's like, yeah, that's that.
I mean, The Faculty might be like the best movie that came out.
But, like
that
I'm
year.
looking at like without digging deep into it and like changing the genre to like check for thrillers too. Like Faculty and Ring, like you seem like the clear cut two to me. There's 2 movies that I know about I haven't seen though.
Which one?
Which are?
Like Sombre and The Quiet Family.
I mean, there's some decent like Asian stuff.
Yeah.
Spiral, Tomy.
Yeah, The Quiet Family, Kim Ji Woon of
And that's the thing about the
I Saw
early
the Devil
2000s
Too.
too that is kind of overlooked too. There's a lot of like pretty decent Asian stuff that came in those years. You just got to dig for it.
That's why like I'm more
So it
like
makes those years a
bullish on
little
the
bit better.
90s. Yeah, that's why I'm more bullish on the 90s. I feel like there's more like maybe there's more stuff like hidden that people really like didn't uncover.
Yeah, I think that
story-wise.
I think that the 90s usually have the gems.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I feel like the foreign markets were more popular in horror in the 2000s, so we probably would have uncovered more gems than not. Like 2011, there like wasn't like a single movie I found that like I'd never heard of.
I mean, we're still getting like uncovering 90s gems, man, to this day.
Yeah,
Like they're always getting decent releases and
I'm
finally showcasing.
definitely
Yeah.
more bullish on the 90s than I am the 2000s for finding stuff.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
But
got
yeah, no,
Toxic-
I mean, we'll have to discuss the 75 thing. I mean, if you're really not going to be prepared, there's no point in recording the show if you're not
Mhm.
prepared because like that's just ridiculous. Like
Right.
like why the fuck would we do that?
Mhm.
Even though like I think me and Tyler are pretty much at the point where I've only got a couple more films to watch.
I'll be probably good within. I'm projecting. I think to be done in like a week before the show, and just
Yeah.
chilling.
Yeah, we'll get into that though. We'll figure it out.
Alrighty.
If we gotta push it back a couple weeks or whatever the fuck it is, I have no idea. But I really want to get it. I want to get it over because like one of my favorite things about doing the top 10 shows is figuring out what the next year is because it's like so damn exciting. And like plus we still have to schedule in the 59 show. Like that's on deck. Like we already have that show.
We'll probably do it at the end of the season.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly, I'm cool with that. I don't think there's like huge hype on that we should just take. We could probably just take.
No, I mean that show will probably do terrible because everyone's like 59. I want to watch fucking 59.
59's like one of a pretty solid year though, man.
It is. There's a lot of good films from that year,
compared
man.
to like the early stuff that like compared to 40 or 41.
I felt like we got
36.
some pretty good feedback on 36, and
I do too. I
Definitely better
actually do think that people.
Yeah, I mean those did okay,
interested
but I
in
think
that one.
but 59 has got like it's got some good ones, man. It's a fun fucking year. I'm really looking forward to digging into it. So, yeah. Or rewatching the majority of the films, but I mean, yeah, there's some good ones, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
we're already too deep though. We've all definitely watched 2.
I think I've watched 3.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, well,
I think I'm
we'll
only
have
at
to
like 15 for 75 though.
Man,
I mean, we got 3 weeks. If
I'm
you
at
can get
70.
if you can get to 50, I think that's respectable.
50 is fine to do a top 10 10 show for that. Like I've always tried to hit between 50 and 75. 75 is like my usual goal.
And like
But
realistically,
I've done I think like 91 I only watched 50. There's been a few where I've only
and like
watched 50.
realistically, like I mean, like I've watched plenty of movies. I know like we're not gonna have a shot at like making it like to my anywhere near my top 10, but it's like I'm watching for the flavor of the year. Where it's like you could probably cut down those movies and just like okay, these are the movies everybody else rated highest.
I do it too though because like you know there's always those films that like say me and you just watched, so at least we can bring it up and bring it to someone's attention. Like, hey, it didn't make our top list.
Yeah,
but it's still worthy of checking out. Like, just get that information out there, kind of thing, right? I think there's a lot of films from 75 like that are in that realm of like not gonna make my top 10, but they're definitely worthy of mentioning and recommending to people to watch because like I feel like a 7.5 out of 10, 7, whatever, they're solid films, right?
I've started every list that I've done so far like with a 7.5, but this is gonna be my I think this is gonna be like my most stacked like top 10. There's like I can't believe like some of these movies like are gonna be as low as like they're gonna like and it doesn't matter what movie. I think I'm locked on a top 10. I wouldn't say I'm locked, but I think I kind of have a clear cut like okay, this is actually like the perfect 10, but I am gonna watch like the next 2 movies like on that like on the outside to see exactly where I land. But no matter what movie lands in like the 10 through 7 spot or 8 slot, let's say, like it's gonna feel too low. Like it's gonna feel weird saying like this movie's number 10.
Shit. Crazy. 75 hitting hard.
Yeah, I like this year a lot. And like now like Mason fed me a movie too that like that was off my radar that like maybe like threw everything to a turmoil. I was like, oh god damn it, this is another banger.
Which one's that?
Day of the Locust.
Oh yeah. Arrow just put that out. Actually, never seen it.
Yeah, Dave Parker did a review on it a couple months ago. And was like really hot on it, and then Mason brought it up that it's like
I've actually been curious on that. I've been waiting for the price to drop. I was like, I should grab that. And I'm like, man, it's so fucking expensive still. But I don't think there's any sales coming. So
if you want to like be like 100% bona fide, no questions horror, it's probably a movie you can skip because it is 2.5 hours long.
Yeah,
but it's not like sort of kind of horror. Like it gets to a point in the movie where it's just like, just kidding, this is a horror movie now, and it's not something that's quick. Like it's it stays.
No, I've always heard good things about it, man. To be honest, yeah. So that's definitely one I gotta check out. But yeah, 2.5 hours, that's long.
Yeah, it's the longest movie of the year.
Right. All right.
Jesus.
So should we get into these Piranha movies or what?
Yes.
You want to do that?
All right. Boogie.
Yeah.
All right. So that's going to conclude the intro. We'll be back here in a minute with the Piranha franchise and I guess Zoology Volume 6.
Hell yeah.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, player. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
All right, so getting into the Piranha franchise, Zoology Volume 6. We're going to take it all the way back to 1978 with a film directed by Joe Dante, and it's simply called Piranha. Yeah, now I'm assuming everyone's obviously seen Piranha before. I mean, it's kind of one of those, I feel like it's always been one of those staple films for myself, because
I think it's just like, it's a staple film that when you first like kind of get into the genre, it's probably in that like level 2 iceberg that like pretty much everybody clears.
Yeah, I feel like you're right though, man, because like I remember being, pre-teen, maybe early teens kind of thing, like 10, 11, 12, 13. It seemed like everybody had Piranha on a fucking dubbed VHS tape. Everybody had a recording, but you go to my friend's house, everyone had this thing, always playing Piranha. So I think for like the longest time, I shouldn't say the longest time, I think the first couple times I definitely watched Piranha was probably like the TV cuts or whatever, and a little bit of the gore and stuff was probably cut out of it. Do you guys ever have that back in the day where you watch like the TV cuts of it or whatever?
Yeah, I've definitely had stuff too, like I've watched on TV, and then I went on to like go like rent it at Blockbuster, and I came home and watched it again. I was like, oh my god, there's tits in this movie now.
Right. Yeah, but it definitely, this movie always holds like a big piece of my heart, man. Like it's one of those films I watched so many times growing up. Always liked it, man. But yeah,
I remember the first time I seen it, it was the Roger Corman line that Shout was doing before they were known for being like Scream Factory. This was before that era. And I was walking through Walmart, which is Walmart. I used to get a lot of my DVDs from Walmart back in the day. And they had this badass lenticular cover of Piranha on DVD for like $20. And I bought that shit, and I pretty much loved the movie just because it was like right up my alley. I was always a fan of Killer. I think there was even like a little booklet in there that like went through the history of like Jaws ripoffs or something. Maybe
that's kind of
like
awesome.
that. Yeah. And how like Piranha was like, well, originally I think like Piranha was not like Universal was trying to like sue them because they were saying it was like too like Jaws or something, and then Steven Spielberg like came out and said it was a good movie or something. And
no, he said it was his favorite Jaws ripoff movie of all time.
Like it's a Jaws ripoff, but it's like it's not like
there's no way you could win a lawsuit on this. It's so different. Like it's like,
it just takes a general idea of like creatures running amok and fucking attacking humans. I mean, the cover itself though is a straight Jaws ripoff.
Well, yeah,
like the actual artwork, right? So I mean, you look at that. Yeah, the narrative is definitely a little bit different. This one gets very political, with the whole government angles and stuff like that. But I mean, in a sense, it still kind of has the same flavor as Jaws, where you got kids at a camp and things like that, and a beach and stuff. I mean, there's similarities to Jaws, right?
Yeah.
There's definitely
the idea of just like the sitting duck, like
on the water, right? Like you got people in the water that are sitting ducks. I mean, it's Jaws.
It's got the similarity, like the same thing, really, like kind of politically in some sense, like where Jaws does, where like they don't want to close the beaches. So
right. I mean, that's exactly what happens here too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
which is, I mean, how many times have you seen that in movies, right? Like
you always have the asshole guy running,
not like wanting to like lose profit.
Not even the mayor, like the guy that the guy that's running the show or whatever. He's just a big dick. The bottom line is, I mean, that's the commentary, right? It's such a capitalistic fucking thing. It's like, dude, I can't close this shit, man. I'm gonna lose all my fucking money. I don't care if people die. It's very capitalism, but yeah, Joe Dante, man, this was his second film that he directed. He directed Hollywood Boulevard a couple years prior, 1976, which I've never seen. Have you guys seen that one before?
No, I actually thought this was his first movie.
No, I know about Hollywood Boulevard. I've just never seen it. I think was it Code Red or Scorpion? Somebody put out that Blu-ray years ago. I just never picked it up. But he does have an uncredited director uncredited credit for Rock and Roll High School, which is interesting. I didn't even know he was attached to that one. But that's a fun movie. Another one that Shell Factory put out. And of course, he did the classic The Howling, which I'm a big fan of. I know JP's not the biggest fan of, but I like it. Tyler, have you ever seen that? You've seen it.
I like The Howling.
I like The Howling.
It's just not one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, I'm like that. It's not one of my favorites, but it's a pretty good movie. It's like if I think of like what's the best werewolf movies, like it's a movie I'm happy to watch it.
Yeah, I don't care about the word. I don't care about best, but like I honestly prefer The Howling over American Werewolf in London. But that's just. I'm not saying it's a better movie. I just prefer The Howling. That's just my flavor.
Yeah, I think as a film, I prefer American Werewolf more, but it's very like mood driven. Like if I just want like like a fucking werewolf movie, like I don't want like that cutesy emotional shit in American Werewolf in London. Like I want a fucking tribe of werewolves in.
Yeah, I've always had this thing with American Werewolf in London. Like, it's a great movie. It's always obviously known for its amazing effects and stuff and transformations and shit like that. But I've always had this thing where, if one of the best scenes in the film is like a flashback or like a dream sequence, I'm like, fuck. Like, I mean, seriously. And I feel like that movie, like the best scene. I feel like the best scene in that film is basically kind of like a dream sequence type thing, and it always bugged me.
I love the stuff about that American Werewolf in London. I think the opening is like so good.
Yeah.
Slaughtered Lamb.
It's an excellent film.
It is true that the best stuff about American Werewolf, when I think about like, okay, what do I like about that movie? It doesn't really have anything to do with the werewolf.
Yeah. But I was going
Good.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was changing the topic, but if you're still on the topic, then
I was just gonna keep talking about Joe Dante's filmography because
that's what I was doing too.
I was going through his filmography going, shit, dude, he actually worked in a lot of he worked in more TV than I thought he did. Like, I know he's known for directing, obviously, but let's get into classic films like Howling, Gremlins, Explorers from 1985, which is like
Gremlins
a kid's adventure film.
You can't just jump over Gremlins, bro.
No.
Gremlins to me is his best movie.
Yeah. Gremlins.
I agree.
Gremlins is, my opinions on Gremlins. I like Gremlins. I don't love it. I've never been the hugest fan of Gremlins. I don't know why it is what it is, but I can watch it and be fine with it. I personally would watch The Explorers more. I mean, that was a film that came in 85. It's like a kid's adventure film. I think that one's pretty fun. But one thing I just wanted to note about his filmography is like, he worked in TV quite a lot. I actually skipped over Twilight Zone in the movie. He did the segment "It's a Good Life" in that one. Of course, that one.
Which one's that? Is that the old people?
I think that's
the can.
Yeah, which is "It's a Good Life." Which one is that one? It's not the fucking plane.
Was that not in the movie?
I don't even know. It's
you have the crazy kid one. You have the remake of the airplane one. You have the boring as hell kick the can one.
Yeah.
And then you have the is it no, It's a Good Life. Was that the wait, which one did
John Landis do?
Landis do.
He did the one with Vic Morrow when he killed him.
Is that It's a Good Life?
Maybe he took over on that one. I can't remember what they're called. It's been so long since I've seen Twilight Zone the movie. It's crazy. I just don't recognize the title. It's a Good Life. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But I feel like no, that's the one. No, I can picture it, but I can't think of what it is. It's fucking weird. Like we all know Twilight Zone has this like very dark history with the whole John Landis fuck up that killed Vic Morrow. It's very brutal. And two kids.
Let's not.
But yeah, so like he went on to actually direct an episode in the Twilight Zone, the TV series called The Shadow Man.
Also, Erie, Indiana was kind of his thing.
Yeah, like he directed 5 of the 19 episodes of Erie, Indiana, but he did a couple episodes of Amazing Stories, which was the Spielberg produced.
Boo's actually a good episode. I think that one's set on Halloween.
Right.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then
he did a couple Night Vision episodes.
Yeah. Like he did a lot of more TV than
fucking Masters of Horror episode.
Oh yeah. But what I was trying to get at, like he did a lot of TV. I never think of Joe Dante as like a TV director, but he did a lot of TV work, man. Like
what's completely missing from his TVography? An episode of Tales from the Crypt. I'm shocked that he never did one.
Yeah, maybe he didn't. Crazy. Yeah,
That's
that's
pretty
interesting.
wild. You would think that, I mean, everybody was doing this.
Yeah.
Right. And you
Eh,
would think at that time too, man, because like he did the Burbs in '89, and that was right at the, not the peak of Tales from the Crypt, but it was in that realm. So the
Mhm.
Burbs in '89, he did Gremlins 2 in 1990, Erie, Indiana. But he did one of my favorite movies in Matinee with John Goodman, which is
Oh,
fucking.
I have that movie on Blu-ray. I haven't watched it. I think in a
Oh,
couple
it's
of years.
so good, man. Matinee is so fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
He
Then he
also
did,
did the beloved classic Small Soldiers.
yeah, '98.
I love that movie.
So
I
do
can't believe that I forgot that he directed that movie. I was looking through his filmography. I'm like, oh my god, he did do Small Soldiers. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then he did a
Archer,
segment
leader
in
of the
Trapped
Gorgonauts.
Ashes, which was like it was a anthology film that was done in 2006, which was okay. There were some good segments in it. I can't remember his specifically, but his Masters of Horror episodes weren't the greatest. In fact, he did probably one of the worst ones in those two major seasons.
Yeah.
He did do the 2009 The Hole, which is like a kids film. Kids
Yeah,
kind of
I
horror film.
remember you saying that one was pretty good.
It is. It's decent, man. It's really decent. And he also did Burying the X in 2014, which was like such a random film for Joe Dante, but it makes sense. Like he likes to throw in comedy into his films and stuff.
I
And
want to know what this Little Shop of Halloween Horrors is.
I thought Burying the X was actually kind of fun. And then his last credit that's even on here is like Nightmare Cinema. He did a segment in that one, which I thought was okay. But yeah, like he worked in TV a whole lot. I just didn't realize. I never think of Dante as a TV director, but he did a lot of TV work, man, movies and everything. So pretty interesting. But
That sort of Spielberg era though was pretty awesome.
yeah. But he's done some. I mean, you look at his films, you're like, damn, dude, he's got a bunch of bona fide classics under his belt, like hardcore.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, for me, like Piranha, Gremlins, The Burbs, Gremlins 2, like that is good shit right there.
yeah, well, The Howling, Explorers.
Oh, I
You've probably
forgot
never
the
seen.
Howling.
Probably never seen. Have you ever seen Explorers? Actually,
I
Explorers
don't
is-
think I have.
I haven't.
Yeah, I think it got lost in the mix, man, because it came out the same year as like the Goonies and shit, and like
Ethan Hawke and River Phoenix.
yeah, I just didn't have a
What?
chance, dude. It was over. In '85 was such an amazing year
Wow.
in film in general. Like we obviously know horror films. Like it has 5 of the best films ever made from '85. Like it's crazy. So '85 was like such a heavy hitting year for cinema. Like this movie, I think got just drowned in all
Yeah,
the
I
success
mean,
of
dude,
all the
Back
bigger
to the
films.
Future came out in '85. Like when you even going outside of like horror stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Like there, '85 was a fucking.
It's funny that you bring up Back to the Future because I was going to bring up the Back to the Future 2 connection in Piranha 3D. Interesting.
Yeah, well, the reason I brought up Back to the Future is because the Explorers was released 9 days, around like 9 days prior to Back to the Future.
Brutal. That's just brutal. And that's why it probably got buried because like there's just so many movies that came out in '85. '85 was a nuts year. Like if you look at all the theatrical releases like week by week, it's crazy. So, but anyways, Piranha from 1978. Quick little synopsis: when flesh-eating piranhas are accidentally released into a summer resort's rivers, the guests become their next meal. Yep, that's
Yeah,
true story.
it's about accurate.
Yeah, this is, man, this movie's got like every time I watch this film, I always forget like how crazy the cast is. I mean, in those days, it probably you wouldn't think of it like that, but now you watch it, like Paul Bartle was the fucking the camp counselor in the film.
It's been a couple of years since I've seen this, and I didn't even remember Dick Miller or Paul Bartel.
Well, if you're watching a fucking Corman film from this era, you better damn well bet that Dick Miller's in that bitch.
Yeah, and Dick Miller, and like it's really cool to see like Barbara Steele, known for being like an Italian, scream queen and stuff like that, and have a decent role in this film. Like she plays the doctor that's working for the military and stuff, and she's she's pretty much a bitch in this film.
Yeah, I think Paul Bartel is my favorite bit part. It's just like I probably didn't even know like really who Paul Bartel was the last time I watched this, and just like his personality and like the kind of movies he's participated in and has directed, like that part just like fits him perfectly. It was so fucking funny to me like this time around.
Yeah, he's like one of those guys that just like is like naturally funny. What he was like naturally funny.
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of like that, like tongue-in-cheek, like the aloof fool that we're giggling at, like type of humor, and he just like he plays that well, like kind of being this like clueless like camp counselor. that like that get we'll get more into the movie with him. That kind of gets like his arc, but
Right.
uh, he plays it just like comedic, kind of like dim-witted like prick really well.
Right. Right. And I mean, I always remember like from Eating Raoul from
Yeah,
82. Like he's
God,
so
that's
fucking
like I love that movie so much.
great movie, man. That's a great movie. Did you watch that one for 82, JP? Eating Raoul?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Oh man, that's a good
Oh,
one, man.
so funny.
It's a fucking good movie, man. Yeah. So, but yeah, Piranha, thoughts on Piranha. Tyler, what are your thoughts on Piranha?
Piranha is really like the quintessential like drive-in movie like classic. Like this movie was made to just like was made to play in a drive-in. It's just the reason this movie like really like it just kind of translates still well with being like a Jaws ripoff over time is this movie has like really like likable like good characters.
Mhm.
And this movie doesn't like really dawdle around. It gets right there to it. It's got like its sleaze in it.
It
And then
doesn't fart around.
it does not fart around.
Doesn't fart around, yeah.
It really just gives you the premise and like it puts you right there. Everything kind of tracks. And like it's got like its little handful of sleaze in there. It's got like its handful of comedy there. It's just like a quick like
I actually forgot. Like maybe I didn't even pick up on it back in the day, but like
Dude, this movie
I've
has
only
so much
seen
comedic
Piranha
bits.
like maybe twice, but I was actually surprised at like how funny it is. Like there's some funny shit in here.
Dude, there's
Yeah,
comedy throughout the whole film. There's even goofy comedy where they kind of pan in on that dude on the beach where he goes to sit on his chair. He's a big fat guy and he spills his beer all over his face and shit. Like it's random shit like that Dante just threw into his film. But there's a lot of like really well executed comedic moments throughout the film that are like it's not like slapstick or something. It's just clever comedy that kind of works in situations. Very situational comedy that really works, and that's what I like about it, man. Because he throws in that kind of dark humor because obviously the film is like seriously toned too, right? Like it's got a serious tone, but it has this comedic element to it,
yeah,
which he
it's
balances
very-
out perfectly.
It's
so
very
hard.
tongue in cheek. It's nice.
I think it's always a hard thing to do when you're trying to approach a film that's, you know, semi-serious, right? I mean, the approach is it's not meant to be a comedy at heart, but to have that balance between horror and comedy and still receive the movie as a full-blown horror film is, I think, is a very tough feat to do, especially nowadays, man. People overdo it one way or the other kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I
But this
agree.
one-
And like,
Yeah.
and what keeps us grounded too is they do a really good job, like with the piranhas, like even with like probably obviously the smallest budget I would say of like all these movies.
600 to 770,000 is the
So
estimated budget.
apparently this movie did have a little bit of a bigger budget, but Corman cut the budget actually by a couple $100,000 to put onto a different film that he's producing at the time. Typical Roger Corman type thing, right?
Hey, that was a good move, man. You didn't need the extra money.
You
Well,
need it.
it actually, but it's kind of funny because so they cut the budget basically was for a part in the film that they filmed, but they never ended up using in the end of the movie because they didn't have the budget to actually to do it, right? So there's a scene in the beginning of this film where essentially, I mean, once we start talking about this film, but anyways, the film opens up with a couple teenagers, quote unquote. They're quite not teenagers, but they're supposed to be teenagers. Anyways, they find themselves at this like military test facility site, and typical teenagers, they get naked and they go for a swim in the pool and they get dead. Piranhas eat them. So jump forward, a PI is basically hired on to find this dude's niece, and she goes and investigates. And anyway, she extracts the help of Bradford Dillman's character, Paul Grogan, who he's basically like a drunk out in the woods and stuff like that. And she needs his help to go and find these kids and stuff like that. Anyways, they end up at this test facility site. And one thing leads to another. They end up draining the pool because they have this hunch that maybe they drowned in the pool and they want to figure out if they're at the bottom of the pool kind of thing. And what they basically do is they unleash the piranha that were in there into the river systems, and it goes fucking crazy from there. But there's a scene where they're in the test facility site and they're looking around for clues to see if the teenagers have been there. And if you look closely, there's all of a sudden this like stop motion animated like kind of creature that's in the corner of the film, like in the corner of the room. Like you guys obviously saw it, right?
Yeah, we were kind of giggling at like, why is this even here? Because I like forgot what anything like of that having any purpose in the movie.
Yeah, well, there was a bigger picture to have that there. So basically, it's this military test site, and they're obviously not just doing testing on piranhas. Which the core idea of the piranhas, what they were trying to make these things that they could, like the ultimate killing machine for the military, right? They were
For the
developing them
Vietnam War.
for the
Yeah,
Vietnam War.
they could ruin like their
Operation
enemy.
Razor Teeth.
Yeah, it was called Operation Razor Teeth, and they were basically splicing these species, and they were making this ultimate killing machine where they could survive in salt water and in regular water and stuff like that, but they would, go annihilate the armies and blah, blah, blah.
Like kill their ecosystem and like ruin their country.
Yeah, so there was like this whole big plan for it and stuff like that.
Not a bad plan.
Not a bad plan. No,
it tracks. It tracks. I don't know if the science works, but it tracks.
Yeah, but it didn't really work out too well for the river system, but anyways, yeah. So they're snooping around in this test facility, and there's this stop motion creature that kind of pops up in the corner of this one scene, and you're like, what the fuck is that?
Took me by so much surprise.
Yeah,
I did not remember that.
Yeah, me either. And it's kind of like,
what the fuck?
I know.
It's like, don't you feel like you would have remembered if it had like a real purpose in the movie?
Yeah, dude. I because I literally haven't watched this movie in, oh my god, 14 years maybe.
So I think the general idea was, before they got their budget cut, and they'd already done these scenes and stuff like that, the budget got cut, so they couldn't end up doing what they wanted to do in the end of the film, which was bring that monster that we see in the beginning of the film, and they were going to have it like super huge, like it had grown to like Godzilla size kind of thing, right? And that was going to be part of the end of the film too, which would obviously lead into like a kind of a sequel, maybe like spin off with that character and not do like a Piranha sequel. Who knows what their general idea was, but they were going to have this thing as like this big overgrown basically test subject that went wrong kind of thing in the end of the film, which they never filmed because they got their budget cut, right? So any plans that they probably had to further on that idea and stuff was obviously kiboshed by Corman cutting the budget for the film. And in the sequel, we get flying piranhas. So, but that was the general idea of why that was there in the first place, because it was to be used in the end of the film, but they never rolled with it. So when you watch the film without knowing any of that, you're like, why the fuck is there this weird stop motion creature? It's fucking thing. Like it has no purpose in the film at all. It's just like so random.
I mean, other than to just let you know that they were up to some shenanigans at this testing facility.
But the stop motion is pretty good in it too. Like they do a good job with it, and it's only like a couple seconds.
I mean,
me too.
It's very rare when I see stop motion. I'm like, they shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Stop
but anyways,
motion is always I'm always a fan.
Right. So if you're watching this film and you're wondering why the fuck that was there, is because there was a bigger purpose. They just never got to it. So
interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. But I would have loved to seen this thing. I'm assuming it's kind of like one of those things where, that test subject went wrong too, and it grew into like Godzilla size. And I don't know, man. You could have done like a whole different movie based on that type of thing. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah. So, anyways, Tyler.
Yeah, so where I think this movie works really well after, discussing the comedy a little, is it does a good job of like really making the piranhas credible threats. And because of that, like you really like have like a reason to like stay in line and take the film seriously, which is good. And it's just like it's a really nice contrast. And obviously, and something I really liked about that is they put a bunch of children in peril, which a lot of movies like wouldn't have the balls to do that, and it just like it's something you don't like really see often, and that was like it helps retain this like a level of seriousness to the film, and it's also just something like cool you don't see often, something it's harder to predict. It gives like Paul Bartel a little character arc, like it just this movie does a lot of like really simple things right and just makes the most out of its choices.
Mm-hmm. I always thought though, like with the scene with the kids, like I feel like they kind of like Dante kind of downplayed that scene a little bit, because there is eventually one kid that does die in that scene, but we don't get to see that death. And like that whole scene is like, yeah, there's a lot of terror, there's a lot of suspense that's happening and stuff, but there's not really a lot of carnage that happens.
No, there's not. But like it just seemed like I hadn't seen this in a while. Like it not as long as time as JP had gone without seeing this, but it was long enough for like I don't remember like all the details in the movie.
Right.
And yeah, like I was definitely it had me invested. Like because like the piranha scenes, like as much as like the piranhas like are not like don't have like the design like they do in the later films. Like they're used really effective. Like just the way they use the sound and the music and the editing, like it's really good. And it had me like that scene had me like really had me at the edge of my seat. Like I enjoyed that a lot. And it just ends up like becoming like an appetizer for the scene that comes a little later on.
Yeah, dude, actually one of my favorite things about this film actually is the sound design with the piranhas. I think it works so well. I love the sound. And it's something they never really captured in any of the other films, especially the 95 remake where it legitimately almost is a shot for shot remake kind of thing where they don't really have that great sound effect and it's not as effective with the fish and stuff. And I think the fish look really good in this, but the sound design's great. I mean, the overall score to this movie is so cool too because it's done by Pino Donaggio, right? Who's like a fucking classic fucking Italian score. He's done so many movies. We could go into that filmography and everybody would be like, holy fuck, crazy. But it has this like Italian flair to this movie. And that's another element to this movie that I absolutely love that Dante did. I don't know if he was doing it like just subconsciously or like, but like having Barbara Steele in there and having Pino Donaggio do the fucking score and stuff, it just has this Italian flair to the movie to me. I don't know what it is. Like every time I watch this, I'm just like, oh, dude, I always forget how good the music is. And same with the sequel too. Like in The Spawning, the score is done by an Italian scorer too. So it has that Italian score flair to the film also. And that's just something that's just not captured in later films at all. So,
right.
But I don't know. There's something unique about this film that I think is so weird because it's so Americanized. It's such an American film. But it has this like Italian connection to it where I personally love the shit out of it because me with Italian cinema, I love it, especially the music. One of my biggest one of the things I love about Italian cinema is the scores, right? Whether it be fucking whoever's doing the score. I always notice the music. I'm like, that's definitely Italian. But I made a point of like looking it up this time and I was like, oh shit, that is Pino. I'm like, damn, dude, that's fucking crazy. Like he probably wasn't cheap to get to the music. So
maybe he owed someone a favor.
I don't know. I just find it so interesting that Barbara Steele was in this film. Pino was doing the music. It's really interesting the Italian connection to this. So I mean, I'm looking up his composer credits 226.
Holy shit!
Holy fuck, man!
He was a working guy.
Damn, dude. Like, I mean, I haven't just looking at the top of it. I'm like, I don't even recognize any of those movies, but going back through, it's like, holy shit, dude. Actually, this is a very early one that he had done. Wow. So 73 he started and it was Don't Look Now. Did the score on that. And then he scored, of course.
That's a beautiful score.
He did Haunts in 76. He did Carrie in 76, Piranha in 78. Did Tourist Trap. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Of course, he did The Howling. He did Fulci's Black Cats. Like, it just goes on and on and on. Like, he's done tons of films.
So he must have been still pretty young doing this then.
I'm assuming, yeah. Like, this is very early. Like, he did Body Double for De Palma. Yeah. Like, it's crazy.
That was like 10 years after this.
Yeah, but he just has that, like, he worked on so many American films, but like he's an Italian scorer that just has that flair, right? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's probably what I got him on. He probably wasn't just like he didn't probably command that price tag yet, but that's just like sometimes movies just age really well like that.
Yeah, he did the score for Phantom of Death, which is the Diodato film, and it just goes on and on and on. It's crazy, but yeah, cool stuff, man. But that stuff I always notice, like sound designs and music and shit. It's a big deal for me. It makes or breaks a lot of films. Like like that's one of the biggest problems with watching a lot of TV films for myself. It's not per se the film being bad and stuff. It probably just doesn't have that original fucking score. Like you wouldn't have a score done by Pino, like on TV film and stuff. It's always kind of general, like catalog fucking scores and shit. Like it's just, yeah, they're very cheap.
Not that they can't be good or interesting, but I feel like TV movies a lot of the time are just like kind of mild because it doesn't have like those qualities to it. There's not like that oomph like where you get something like this.
Which I do think is actually kind of interesting because I think the TV film in 95 actually has an original score by somebody that did like a ton of scores and stuff too. But it's very generic sounding. It just doesn't sound like this movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have that flair, that style to it. So, but you got anything else on it?
I think pretty much covered what I had to say about it. Wow. I did think the effects are really good too. It just there's a lot of ingenuity in this movie. They're just like they
Yeah,
really
the piranhas
maximize
just
what they
come off
have.
so believable, like the attacks. Like you don't really see a whole lot, but you think you do, you know?
Yeah,
It's
They're like,
it's the sound design that works on the
yeah,
piranhas because
it's
you're
the
right, you
sound
don't see a
design.
lot.
Yeah, it's the sound design and the editing. Because objectively, these probably are like the worst looking piranhas, but I think they might be the most effective.
But you don't even realize it until you actually think about it, because like what the intensity is of the film is the way it's edited and the way it sounds, right?
Exactly.
That's what works for it. You don't really necessarily need to actually see the physical piranha. I mean, which is a good and bad thing. I mean, would you rather have this style of editing and music to intensify the suspense of the scenes, or would you rather have it in 3D or 3 D where it's just CG'd fucking piranhas that are quite obviously not there?
And the thing is, like watching like those movies are their own thing that are trying to do like something different. So like it's a little bit like a kind of a harder comparison. But the like thing that like the big difference between using those two elements though is in a movie like this, because like it's building it more suspensefully and more like believably. I think like it makes you take the movie a little bit more seriously. Where in like those movies, it's clearly not a real thing, and it's like over the top. So it's like it's more of like an enjoyment thing than like being invested in the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally do.
If you would take the piranhas from the second remake and put them in this movie, it would just feel so wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think having CG piranhas in the remakes in 3D and 3 D isn't really necessarily a bad thing, because those movies focus on the comedy elements so much that
they're
like when you see the goofy ass,
movies.
when you see the goofy ass fucking looking, I mean, I will say the design on the piranhas, on the CG piranhas in those films isn't bad. Like they look gnarly, they look pretty gnarly.
I
but
don't
the
think
CG
they look bad. I think
to
they
me
serve the purpose fine.
plays into the actual element of the film, which is the comedy, right? Those movies are just comedies first. They're comedy gore fest.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They're
So,
like,
I mean,
they're good times at the theater.
Yeah. So having CG piranhas, I mean, like, whatever. It works fine for what it is. Like, what are they going to do? Go out of their way and have all these practical piranhas in this fucking goofy ass Hasselhoff movie? I don't think so. Like, it just plays in. It works fine for me what it is, but I think the way they did in this film is really fantastic, actually. Like, it's really, really well done. And I think it's probably one of the overlooked things of the movie is those technical elements of editing and sound design, which really is which makes this film so suspenseful. I think the raft scene in this film is one of my favorite raft scenes of all time. It's way better than The Burning. And for like its intensity and stuff. And like when like you get that notion in that scene too, which is so terrifying, that the piranhas are smart. Like, they're attacking the ropes, they're eating the ropes. They know if they get through that shit, it'll break apart and fucking I don't know. That whole scene is just crazy to me, man. It's nuts. I mean, some of the characters make some of the stupidest decisions ever, right? And I always find this so funny in these situations, in these type of movies, where like you're in a boat and there's someone that's like in the water. Are you really just going to subject yourself to jumping in the water to save somebody when you could probably just raft over there? And
yeah, we both watched that part, and like my girlfriend watched this movie, like I mentioned.
I'm like, what? Why would you jump in? Like, the doctor jumps in the water to save this guy. I'm like, you didn't need to do, but you literally didn't need to do that. You could have just rolled over there. Like, it happens in the fucking remake too. And you're like, the boy is on the
as a fan of the challenge, some people do not know how to row anything.
But let's face it though, like, I mean, the natural current, you're floating towards, say, like in the remake, it even comes off even worse, because the boy's on the upside down canoe, and there's no reason why she should be jumping off that fucking boat to go save him, because you could have just rolled right up to him. He could have just jumped on the raft and you would have probably not got dead.
Yeah, when he did that, and this, like, she was kind of just like, you didn't need to do all that.
It's like these decisions are so funny, because it happens actually. It's one of the funniest things about this movie is there's so many scenes where people just make that decision to jump in the water knowing that they're probably going to get dead. It is like so bizarre because like the natural person would be like, I'm not jumping in. Like, it's like me jumping in the water and there's like 14 sharks around. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm not jumping in there. There's no point in jumping in there. You're not going to save anybody because you're going to get dead. So
I don't know that kid. Fuck him.
It's just it's weird decision making at times in this film. And it's funny too, because when you're watching this, it's like dead serious. It's like actually pretty fucking serious, but except for these like comedic elements. And like I said, the balance is fantastic in this movie. I really, really like this movie though. It flows well. Like you said, it gets into it right away. It's got a really good flow to it and stuff. And I really like the whole kind of political social commentary angle of like, you know, wars and the absurdity of wars and stuff. And like the elements that government are willing to go to like, you know, defeat countries and stuff. I mean, don't get me started on the Vietnam War, but
this movie has an above average explanation that like really does make sense, like for why these things exist in like this climate. Where I think a lot of movies actually just don't have that, and they kind of like start on, but all right now.
Well, Barbara Steele actually has the best line in the movie when someone says to her, I think it's I think Paul Grogan even says to her, he's like something about, you know, like Vietnam War is over, right? And she looks him dead in the eye and says, "There's going to be another war."
Yeah,
and I'm just like, oh my God. And she's like dead serious. Like, we're developing this shit because we're going to be in another war. And I'm like, oh my God, that's the most American thing ever. Like, holy fuck.
And like, it's really true. Like, if this was
totally
war a thing, like, we wouldn't be like, oh, okay, oh, well, just flush them. Like, now these would be sitting somewhere on ice.
Right. Yep. And I mean, it hits a lot harder too if you're watching this movie in 78, because the Vietnam War had been just ended a couple years prior, right? So it had been still fresh and stuff. But even watching this movie 40 something years later, you're just like, damn, dude, like, fuck. That mentality is scary. Like, she's hell bent on, she's like, there's going to be another war.
And just like the proposition that like hypothetically or theoretically you could develop like a marine animal like this that could destroy like ecosystems, that's honestly like a really scary thing.
Yeah, if in Vietnam a lot of the food that they eat is, you know, rice and fish and stuff. So if you unleash a invasive species, I don't know. I assume piranhas are not found in Vietnam.
No, they can't. Well, that was the whole thing. Is like they're developing them where they can like swim in like cold waters and
so you figure that would.
Well, piranhas are a freshwater fish, right?
I don't know. I assume they were tropical fish. That's what it seemed like. That's what I at least thought when he was like, "Oh, they'll never survive in these." Like,
no, I think most people think that they actually are tropical, but they're not saltwater. That's one of the big things in the film when he goes into the fish tank or into the pool and he tastes the water and he goes, "Oh, it's saltwater."
Yeah.
And then they go back to it later and he goes, "Oh, I never really thought about it." He's like, "What the fuck were they living in saltwater? They're freshwater fish." But that's one of the elements that they developed is that they were able to survive in saltwater and freshwater, which is fucking crazy because there is a couple types of sharks that can actually do that too, because every once in a while you'll find sharks like in the bayous and stuff like that. And they'll swim up from the ocean. And obviously the water changes into fresh water in those areas and stuff. But every once in a while, sharks will get in there and they're like, what the fuck? Like they shouldn't be able to survive. But there's a couple species that can survive in those, right? So they kind of use that idea, which is scary. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to go back to that point, you know, invasive species, carnivorous fish could ravage, you know, the local regular fish, you know what I mean? So the concept behind it actually works more than a lot of these type of movies where the military is developing some sort of super predator that goes amok. Basically, this one actually, like the lore behind it feels a little more grounded in possibility, or like at least like the thought process behind it makes more sense than a lot of movies of this era.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a plausible thing, right? And it's been a thing forever. Is the military trying to develop these basically unstoppable weapons?
Yeah. And it's like that motivation behind it is like very, very believable, and it is like we're talking about, like 100%. It taps into like almost like that innate fear of like, oh shit, like this could be like an insanely destructive thing. Like, what if this happened?
Yeah,
right.
It's always been a thing though, like trying to develop the ultimate soldier that isn't a human.
Yeah, and it's like if you think of the way science has progressed too, it's like I mean, if we can fucking like attempt to colonize Mars, like I don't find it hard to believe that someone could like genetically engineer a fish to actually do this.
I mean, with the technology we have nowadays, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually have the technology to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I mean,
40 years later, like that really holds up.
Let's face it, though, man. I mean, I think there's a lot of shit that the government does that we don't know about and never will know about because they don't want that shit getting out there, right?
You'd be naive to think otherwise.
So, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been proved. I mean, people have gone AWOL from government jobs and blah blah blah, and spoke about shit that government's been covering up. And I mean, at certain points, we have so many people telling the same stories and shit. You're like, okay, well, they're actually doing some crazy shit down there, and they're covering up a lot of shit. So, I mean, it's conspiracies, but at the same time, conspiracies also develop a lot of times from a lot of truths. So, it is what it is, right? But believe what you want to believe. Just don't read it on the internet. Good times. But yeah, I always thought like the end of the film, like with the whole toxic waste thing, like I always felt like it's not even close to being an effective way of killing off the piranha. Maybe in the long run, but it's not like you're going to unleash this toxic waste from this plant or whatever and kill off all these fish right away. It's just,
I actually think that most of I feel like none of the ways to get rid of the piranhas really works.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't, because I don't think people realize like how big of a problem releasing, piranha into like, this type of reality. It really is. Like you couldn't get rid of it that easy. There's just no fucking way.
Look at any invasive species whatsoever, from pythons in Florida to the new like lanternfly bugs that we have out this way. Like, you never get rid of them like that. Like, look at the toads in Australia, right? Like you don't get rid of invasive species usually.
Absolutely. Yeah. Remember the rabbit things in Australia? They just went fucking crazy. But yeah, like, I mean, even I don't know if it was around here. It was somewhere. I don't know. It was like somewhere up here. Anyways, a bunch of people like unleashed their goldfish into the lake systems. And if you guys know anything about goldfish, they're a product of their environment, like literally. So if you have a goldfish like in a small bowl of like on your dresser in your room or whatever, it'll grow to the surroundings, right? So it'll only grow so big. But if you put a goldfish into a lake, it grows to 80 pounds.
What the fuck?
Exactly, it grows to its environment.
Why is there not more goldfish horror movies?
So the problem is with goldfish is that they're a super invasive fucking species. Like what they do is they just destroy everything in the lakes. So there was a couple lakes where this happened. A bunch of people put their fish in, and they don't always survive, but sometimes they do. And then they breed, and then they just grow to their environment. They get fucking huge. And there was people pulling out these goldfish that were like 50, 60, 70 pounds. And this whole lake was destroyed. The whole ecosystem was destroyed because what they do is they just go in there and fucking eat and destroy everything, because they're not really supposed to be in there, right? They're in an area they're not supposed to be in, so they're just gonna fucking just run amok. It's pretty wild to see like someone pull out a fish that you can't even pick up yourself.
Yeah,
fucking goldfish is supposed to be a pet, but it's not. It's not a pet anymore. But it's pretty wild, man. Like, yeah, and that's what they do. They grow to their environment. So like with a piranha, if it's genetically engineered, it's a scary. I find this idea super scary.
Yeah.
But,
like that element of the film has like really aged well. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures right now of people fucking pulling giant goldfish out of the water. What the hell?
Yep. And again, and people are like, why the fuck are they so big? And I'm like, they're products of their environment, man. You put them into a big lake, they'll grow and grow and grow. It's fucking scary.
Big fish in a small pond.
But why in the fuck? You are right, JP. Why haven't they made like a goldfish film, man? Because people just haven't.
Because everybody just thinks of them as like, oh, a cute little first pet.
Yeah, but also they get 80 pounds.
like you win those shits at fairs, right? Like, did you guys ever win a goldfish when you were a kid?
I think so.
I did.
Yeah.
Anytime I had a goldfish, I had cats, and anytime we ever tried to get a goldfish or like a beta fish or something, the cat killed it like in a day.
I had a beta fish couple years ago that lived like quite a few years, like 3 years or something. His name was Spooky Dan. He was all black. He was my homie.
Spooky Dan?
Yeah. That's why I called him. He's my boy.
Why'd you call him Spooky Dan?
Because he was all black and shit.
Okay.
He was spooky. You know what I mean? He looked like an evil killer fish.
Right. Spooky Dan.
Spooky Dan, R.I.P.
50 fisherman catches 67-pound goldfish. This doesn't even look real.
Yeah, man.
It's like a manatee, like condensed down to a goldfish.
And they look so deformed when they get huge too. You're like that. The
literally.
only reason why you know it was a goldfish because it literally looks like a goldfish.
Yeah, God.
But they're like massive. You're like, that's not right.
This thing literally looks like a fucking like manatee.
Yeah, it's wild. It's super, super wild. We had, I know there was a lake around here that it happened to, and it got completely destroyed. And I was like, that is the wildest shit I've ever heard. Like, I couldn't fucking believe it.
Fuck.
Yeah. So they say, well, like, you know, if you want to release your goldfish, put them down the fucking toilet.
Yeah.
No, that's how we got alligator.
Right. Because that's so believable. There's no way this shit would fucking survive that journey into the system. But whatever. You never know. Maybe it's a short journey. Right? It's like right into this. Who knows? I don't know. But then again, alligators can, you know, they survive underneath water for how long before they have to come up? I'm not too sure, but
hours, I think, right?
It's a while. That's a while. Yeah.
No idea.
But one thing I do got to bring up in this, man, the scene in the film here, the water skiing scene.
Mm-hmm.
That whole fucking scene is like such vintage 70s cinema right there. Like the great fucking, you know, effects with the boat hitting the other one and making the big jump and shit like that. Oh, man, they do that. They do it so good in this movie. I love the effects on that. You know, it's good.
Also, the very brief nude scene is I'm sure you guys realize, but it is a nude body double.
Ah!
I guess you didn't know that.
Of our lead character?
Yeah,
of course it is, because it just pans down to her tits. And actually, that's funny you bring that up, because I do have that noted. That's a scene that you probably wouldn't see anymore in a movie, because there's this whole conversation about like,
are you gay?
Yeah, what if he's gay?
What if he's like, well, then I'll distract him. And it's like, okay.
Yeah,
so she goes up to the guy and she's like, are you gay? And he's like, what? Are you gay? What? And then she fucking lifts up her shirt, flashes him, and then they
so that the story behind that is that the actress was unsure that her husband would be okay with it, even though she posed fully nude in Playboy years prior.
Wow.
But they basically went to a restaurant and asked a waitress, and it's a waitress.
So she was just a local girl that just showed her titties on the movie.
Yep.
Wow.
And also all the extras were paid $5 a day.
Nice. That's good money.
A bagged lunch. And a bagged lunch.
Nice.
That sounds very Troma.
It sounds very.
But $5 in 1978 goes a lot. It goes a lot further than you think. I mean, it's still cheap. It's still fucking cheap.
It goes further than it does now.
Oh yeah. Well, you can't even get a cheeseburger for $5, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's like 2005 Troma rates.
Yeah, it's funny. But yeah, no, that scene is like really funny to me, because like you watch it now and you're like, damn, dude. It's just so fucking goofy how it plays out, man. But it's quite obvious that it's not her, because they pan down and they just show the titties, right? Usually that means it's a body double when they don't show the face. So
yeah.
But that's okay. But it's goofy. It's amazing how like the balance of this film is so incredible. Right? Like there's a lot of goofy parts in this, but like it's not overly goofy to the point where you're like, well, that's just a straight up comedy disguised as like a horror film, you know, kind of thing. But it really isn't. It's a horror film with kind of like dark comedy. I would say the goofiest scene in the film is the, like I mentioned before, with the dude sitting on the chair on the beach and spilling the beer on his face. Like it's just a random scene that they threw into the film because it literally holds no merit within anything. It's just a scene that they put in. Right.
I like the first guy or like one of the earlier guys that gets killed, like the old guy that's just like wasted with his dog on the dock.
Yeah, and that's actually something we should bring up in this review, because that's one of the very, very few things that they changed in the TV remake in 95. Right. So in this film, there's this old guy fishing with his dog on the dock and stuff, and of course the piranha eat his fucking legs, and we get the aftermath of him. He basically pulled himself up halfway up on the shore past the dock and shit, and he's got no legs. The piranha fucking ate his legs and shit, but his dog's all good there and stuff. And in the remake in the 90s, they do something a little bit different, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why even do that? It's a fucking TV film. It doesn't even seem like you should be doing that. Like, I just didn't understand why because Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll
So
get there.
yeah, we'll talk about that. See, that's one of the very few scenes that they changed in the film. I mean, there's a handful, but for the most part, it's very, very similar. It's very verbatim. So, do you guys have anything else on the film?
I think I'm pretty good, man.
Yeah, I think we beat that one to death.
Yeah. Who wants to go first? Well, I'll start with Tyler. He went first. So.
All right. Yeah. This movie is pretty good. Like we kind of said, there's a couple things that are a little iffy about it, but for the most part, this movie is pretty effective. It's aged really well, and it translates well today. Yeah, I'm gonna come all the way up to 7.5 on it.
Okay.
All right. JP.
I guess I'm next. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of this movie. I haven't watched it in so many years. Since I picked up that DVD. I think I might have watched it like one other time after that. Or did I see this at the drive-in? I think this might have been supposed to show at the COVID year that they canceled, maybe. Unless I did see it. I can't remember. But I'd have to look that up. I do keep a list, but I won't do that now. I like this movie a lot, and I was happy to see it held up to like my memory of it being good. And there was even some stuff that I completely forgot about, like that stop motion scene, as well as the amount of like comedic aspects in the film, like when they're in the jail cells and stuff. Like that whole scene is funny. But yeah, like the whole like "are you gay" thing, that that's played for comedy too. But I'm gonna come in at an 8, dog.
Yeah, I really like this movie, man. Two things that I really love is the editing, sound editing, and also the score in this film. I think the acting overall in this movie is really good too. I don't mind, the abundance of comedic elements of the film because I think they fit in perfectly. The overall effects of the Piranha are fine. The gore is there. It's not as gory. When I was a kid, I always remember this film being a lot more gory, but it is what it is. It has its moments and stuff. I do think that there was kind of a little bit of a cop out. I mean, obviously it's a touchy subject when you start massacring kids on a beach and stuff, but like one kid ends up being dead. We don't ever see that kill or even the body. It's just covered in a blanket and stuff. Which some people don't need to see that. Sometimes I do, because I think that killing kids in films is actually quite a noble thing. It's a tough thing to do. Like a lot of people don't want to do it, but I think when people do it, you're like kind of get a little bit of respect because it's tough.
I love it.
It's fucking tough. And I think they definitely don't hold back in 3DD. The fucking ginger kid, but that's kind of where the point I'm making is leading into later and stuff, like just how filmmaking has kind of changed in that aspect of killing kids on screen. It's not like that big of a deal anymore, I think. I mean, obviously it's a little bit more comedic though too, but
it feels special when it happens still.
Yeah. I mean, it's still it really is kind of unexpected at times, right? I mean,
yeah,
but overall, man, I don't think there's a lot of issues with this film. I think it's one of the better, technically, Jaws ripoffs, if you want to call it, whatever. It's a good one. 8.5 out of 10 for myself. Big fan of it. Yeah. So that is Piranha from 1978.
Piranha 2, Flying Killers.
All right. So getting into the second film in the Piranha franchise, we're going to take it back to 1982 with a film called Piranha 2, The Spawning. Directed by the one and only James Cameron, who still gets like full bill on it. There is 2 other directors attached to it, which is Ovidio G. Esantis and Miller Drake. No idea. The story of James Cameron in this film has never fully come out. I know right before Roger Corman passed away, he was actually point blank asked about the full story about James Cameron being fired on Piranha 2. And he kind of beat around the bush. He never really got into the actual full reason why James Cameron was released from the film. Now, theory has it they had like a 3-week film schedule for this film. And he was on it for a couple weeks. So I'm thinking
he was going over schedule.
Yeah. I don't
Which,
even know.
if you know what James Cameron became, it kind of makes sense.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So I think what the consensus is that he filmed the majority of the movie, and then there was a few shots and a few things that were filled in by these other two directors or whatever. But I mean, to this day, I mean, everyone associates this film with James Cameron. His name is the only one that's actually like credited on, whatever release you have, and so it's James Cameron, I think. So, but who really knows? Like, we don't know why he got fired. You're probably right. Probably because he's very meticulous and probably was going over budget and over schedule and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Who really
and
knows?
he had no credibility, so they probably thought that he was just like incompetent.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. Who really knows? Like I said, it's never been fully disclosed, but we do know that he did get fired and he never finished the movie. But as for how much he actually did, rumor is that he did most of the movie. So, but take that with a grain of salt. Who really knows? So, anyways, Piranha 2, The Spawning. Quick little synopsis: a scuba diving instructor, her biochemist boyfriend, and her police chief ex-husband try to link a series of bizarre deaths to a mutant strain of piranha fish whose lair is a sunken freighter ship off the Caribbean island resort. So this one, just like the first film, starts out with a couple people. They're doing some scuba diving. They're checking out this sunken freighter ship, and they kind of awaken the piranha. I wouldn't say they really awaken them. I think they were already kind of dwelling around that area, which we learn later why they're actually by this ship. Anyways, they get dead, and then our film basically starts from
They get dead.
They get dead, and then our film starts. So, it's very similar to, like, it's Jaws again, right? We've got festivities that are happening.
Jaws too.
We have this Caribbean resort. I think this movie was actually filmed in Jamaica. It's got to make sense. Nice little setting to film your film in. But it's like that, and it's like the festivities is known as the spawning, where these type of little fish that come up on the shore, and they do their spawning or whatever. And what they do is people basically just snag up the fish, and they compete to see how many you can get, and then they have like a big fish fry. It's what this whole kind of big extravaganza, big party thing is all about, and stuff like that. But this particular year, it's not going to be these little gaffers that are coming up on the shore. It's going to be piranha.
And they fly.
And that's the difference between this movie and the first movie, is that they've kind of elevated themselves. They've, I guess, more mutated, and they fly. They can survive on land, which is crazy. So makes it a little bit more intriguing.
I can't remember. Did they reference the first film at all in this movie?
No, this one isn't even related to it.
Yeah.
It's totally again. I mean, this one literally, I think it's actually fully set it's in the Caribbean, so it's like in Jamaica and stuff. It's not even remotely near where the original one was, so it has nothing to do with it. So
yeah.
But I don't even think there is any direct references to it. It's just it's a sequel in name only. They take the general idea of killer piranhas and make them fly and do it. They basically do their own thing with it, right? So
yeah, we know what you're here for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a typical type sequel where you got to kind of up the ante a little bit. I mean, you got to make it a little bit more extreme. We're going to mutate these fuckers a little bit more. We're going to up the nudity level. We're going to up the gore level. We're just going to try and
the gore level is definitely upped.
It's definitely more sleazy too. Like, there's a lot more titties in this film, I feel like. And it definitely has elements of the first film in terms of like comedic elements. Like, there's some quirky ass characters. Like, there's this really dorky dude that, there's this kind of subplot with this dorky dude that falls to this like really dorky chick. And like, it's just weird shit like that. Like, it doesn't even really make any sense to the film. I don't even know if those were shot after the fact. I have no fucking idea, but I hate those characters. They're so movies. They're so fucking annoying. But, essentially it's kind of the same thing. I mean, we've got a marine biologist or a biochemist who has come to this island because he knows things that the military was working on and things like that. He was actually working for them, hence going back to the sunken the freighter ship in the Caribbean, or just off the coast there and stuff that plays into it and stuff like that. So it's very similar to the first film. It has the whole government kind of military angle to it and shit like that. But we got flying piranhas. So JP, what are your thoughts on Piranha 2? You've seen this one before, right?
No, this was a first time watch for me.
Oh shit.
I like a lot of the like actual piranha action, but outside of that, I feel like it's like it doesn't happen often enough. Like there's a lot of downtime.
I feel very similar to you with that. Like I felt like this had a very good closing act, but it had a lot of downtime to get there.
Yeah, like almost like a shocking amount of downtime for being, much. What year did this come out?
82.
82. We're in the 80s now. The gore looks great, and I think like the piranhas, like the one scene where they start flying out of the lake or whatever, and like attacking people. I'm like, this is pretty cool. Like I fuck with it, and you actually get to see them a little bit more because they're not underwater in those scenes. But I felt like overall, like it was boring during like just some of the scuba diving scenes and just like the plotty stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff with our main lead, Anne, I guess by Trisha O'Neill or whatever, she kind of reminds me of Ripley a little bit. Like I don't know what it is about her. It's kind of like a Ripley, kind of like what's her face from The Fog too, like that kind of combination. Character
Stevie Wayne.
No, what's her actual name?
Adrienne Barbeau.
Yeah, Barbeau. Oh my god, my brain's not working. But I feel like she's kind of like a combination of those two. Like her character in this film, like she's hard, like she's very, she's very pointed, like she's fucking, she's on a mission, like she knows what the fuck she's doing and shit like that. But like yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on with her character and like her kid, and like there's just, it feels like there's a lot of characters in this film that are just kind of useless. Like you have the Tracy like the Beverly character, like she's one of the most annoying characters in the film. Like you got this whole weird kind of sex angle with these weirdo characters, and somebody keeps cutting out to that and stuff. I do like Lance Hendrickson in the film as the town sheriff and stuff. Like
Lance is always good.
He's good. He's very intense and stuff. He makes some really questionable decisions, like towards the end of the film when he ditches the fucking helicopter just to jump in the water and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what had me like.
I'm like, they literally ditched a fucking helicopter. Like that shit was not like obviously wasn't it
just fucking blows up.
It blew up in the fucking water. I was like, what the fuck? They just ditched this thing. I'm like, holy shit, dude, that's crazy. But yeah, Lance Henriksen's pretty cool in the film. But this is a film that I've never fully enjoyed a lot. Like there's elements of this movie I really do like. I think that the flying piranha idea is pretty interesting. It's pretty cool. But the one thing the sound design, like you go from this film from the original film to this one, and the sound design is like not as good. This one almost seems a little bit more hyper in sound.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, man. It kind of gets on my nerves a little bit, but
I feel like this movie lost a lot of the ingenuity that the first one had, and it also like lacked like characters that were like fun to be around. I like Lance Hendrickson. He's just a guy that like you see in a movie and you're like, yeah, I fucking like Lance. Like who doesn't like Lance Hendrickson? Like what the fuck? But yeah, he wasn't like, but it's not like we were like following him all movie, and there wasn't like that good chemistry between leads like you had in the first film.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree with that, man. Like, I mean, the one thing this film does is like it steps up the Piranha action a little bit with the gore and stuff. I mean, like the opening scene versus the opening scene in Piranha, which we don't really even get to see the teenagers' deaths at all. We get a little bit of full frontal nudity, but that's really about it, right? It just kind of cuts away. We don't really get their deaths. But in this one, it's pretty bloody in the opening scene. It's very similar, just kind of a different setting. But, they definitely amp that up a little bit. I think there's like the beach massacre scene in this film is really bizarre to me too, because there's a scene where there's a character that's getting all fucked up, and I think that's in that scene. Maybe it's later. I don't know. Actually, no, I might. Well, whatever. There's a character that gets massacred on the beach, whatever, and he's like pulling himself out of the water and shit, and all of a sudden he gets drugged back into the water. I'm like, okay, so the piranha can just pull a fucking human right now. It comes across as being almost comedic, but it's supposed to be serious at that point. But I don't know. I think the one element of this film that really misses is just it's messy in terms of characters and goofiness. There's a lot of comedy in this film that doesn't work, and that they really try to be serious at times, and then they kind of counteract that seriousness with some really goofy offset comedy that I really find that doesn't fucking work. Like there's this really bizarre scene where we have one of the guys that's working at this resort, and he's on the beach, and he brings this old lady a drink or whatever, and then she's like proposition him to like have sex with him, and she's clearly like old enough to be
that's like right at the beginning.
Yeah, and it's like it's awkward shit like that, and then you get these weird like I said with these other nerds that are fucking all having sexual relations. It's just a bunch of weird ass characters and shit. But again, the contract and the balance in this film is so off because like there's a local character, and you know, he's like a fisherman and stuff like that, and he's got like a deaf mute son, and later on in the film his son actually ends up getting killed and shit, and you actually feel really fucking bad for him. Like not only the son, but you feel bad for the father too. Like he's like one of those characters that kind of comes in and out of the film and stuff, but like he's very likable. And then he just like, you feel fucking bad for him. But then it's offset with this really stupid ass comedic elements of the film too. Now the balance in this movie is all off to me. It's just all off. It's super weird because like it's not very often we're in a film where you're like, oh man, I feel really fucking bad for that dad. Like he comes out holding his son who just got fucking massacred by piranha and you're like, damn, dude. It's brutal because you don't really think that the kid's actually going to die in the film, but he does. And then right after that, you get some goofy ass moments. I don't know. It's just the balance is all off in this one for me, man.
Yeah,
I think that the strongest aspect of this movie is just like the piranha stuff and the gore. Like even like one of the first kills with the nurse, like I'm like, damn, you know.
Yeah,
So
like flies out of the body.
I've never actually understood. I mean, obviously you got to disconnect yourself from the reality of, you know, fish living on land. I get it. They fly and stuff like that, but just like any creature that can live in the water and land, they still have to get back to the water and stuff. But like, I mean, that scene is so ridiculous that the nurse gets attacked like that. Like this thing comes flying out, literally flying out of a stomach of a victim. And it was there for how long? Like this thing was just sitting in there. I'm like, okay, it's fucking stupid.
Well, maybe these fish can breathe air.
I'm assuming that they can for because obviously this wasn't right away. Like, I mean, the body been there for a while and stuff. I'm like, this is just such a it's a weird, awkward moment where you're like, that thing was still in her. What the fuck? Like, it's weird. It's a good scene because it's actually quite gory and bloody and it looks good.
I mean,
but it's stupid.
Basically, what they're saying is like, listen, if you guys are gonna be cool with flying piranhas, like you're probably fine with this thing like incubating in this woman's body for days, and then flying out and killing this nurse.
Right.
Come on, you guys were fine with Alien.
Yeah, and the guy that runs the resort in this, man, is the biggest dipshit piece of shit ever, man. Like, you know, like how you're supposed to hate this guy, but he's super hateable. Like, he's just like, I ain't fucking canceling shit. I'm gonna go through and like he knows that shit's going on and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're a piece of shit, man. It's so fucking cliched. It happens in all these movies and stuff. Like, but this guy's character is just like over the toply fucking annoying. But yeah.
What else? I don't really know.
Because this movie had too much downtime. There was less cool shit.
But to be fair, like I don't dislike this movie. Like I still think it's like pretty okay.
I don't think this movie's good, but I don't hate this movie. Like I'd even say, like, I mean, you should probably see it just for the fact that it exists. And you know,
it's funny too because like the whole third act of this film is very similar to the original film, but this one's like so much less believable. I'm like how it all goes down and shit. I'm just like, oh my god, it's like ridiculous. Like they try to up the ante a little bit, but like it doesn't work because you look at it and go, you're scratching your head, going, yeah, that's no, that doesn't work.
I kind of wonder if they looked at like this as like the prototype when they like made the remakes.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
doubt they even watched this.
Probably.
Yeah,
not.
probably not.
No, I think the point of the original, like Alexander Aja's film, was to have some integrity of the first film, but then do his own thing, which he kind of did, right?
Yeah.
So, and then of course the sequel to that is just straight up comedy. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I find like the scene in the end of the first film where our guy Grogan gets pulled out of the water by the, you know, the anchor, whatever it is and stuff, like it, you know, it works. It's intense and stuff like that. But like in this one, I'm just like, I don't know. I find myself shaking my head going, that's fucking stupid. I don't know what it is. I just can't explain it. I don't know. I've always had like a love-hate relationship with this. I think it's got a good setting. Like it's got good gore and stuff. It's got a really, the score is really good in this film too. I think it's pretty decent for what it is.
I don't think I watched this for 82.
Really?
When we did that show.
Really?
Yeah, because I've according to my memory, I've never seen this before.
Wow.
I'd have to look on Letterboxd to see if I ever logged it.
Yeah, because the score was done by Silvano Caprini. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Who this guy does so much Italian films and shit too. So again, like the music in this, I actually really liked too, man. I thought it was really good. I fuck with it. It's just interesting that these first two films have like Italian scores to them. Like you wouldn't really think that's the way it would be, but no, it has that total Italian flair to them. It's pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, I think this one could have been a whole lot better with the idea of the flying piranhas and stuff. Like there's some cool scenes where people get, attacked and gnarled up and shit, but I don't know, man. It's a mixed bag. You guys bring up the pacing and stuff. There is a lot of downtime in this, and there's a lot of characters. I think that's one of the biggest faults of this film. It's like, it feels like there was a lot of scenes that were filmed. They're like, well, we should probably throw this in there. And it feels so unbalanced. And it's just like,
I almost got into a time crunch too, because I thought this movie was 82 minutes long, and I popped it in. It was like 94 minutes long. And apparently the director's cut is actually like 12 minutes shorter.
Yeah, apparently that one cuts
Is
out
that
a lot
on
of stuff.
is there only one cut on the disc?
Yeah, because I tried to change the cut.
See, that's once again Scream Factory being fucking lame.
Apparently
Like,
the
put
fucking
both
director's
cuts on
cut,
that bitch.
but apparently the director's cut is actually not a good cut of it though.
Still,
that I've read.
I always am interested in different cuts. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with that, because like as much as I'll take a rare shot at Criterion. Sometimes, like, as much as I'm a simp for them, sometimes like I don't like how often like they will not include like an alternate cut, and it almost always automatically be the director's cut.
Yeah, I'm all about like other cuts. Like if it exists, put it on there.
There's like a particular movie I'd have to like. All right, here comes the no fact check again. I have to double check. But there's a movie I own. I haven't watched it yet. It's called Until the End of the World from 1991, and it's kind of like an overbloated mess that people love, but it's like 5 hours long. And that's the director's cut. Supposedly, but there's like the regular cut is like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something. And if I recall correctly, that cut is not on the disc. So like you're just stuck with like this 5 hour movie. And I see that being like kind of like an issue.
Yeah, Criterion pissed me off with that one too, man, because for the longest time I never picked up the Blu-ray of Carnival of Souls because it didn't have the extended cut on it. So I've had the DVD Criterion DVD for
that
forever.
is just so lame.
Yeah,
another big one with that is Picnic at Hanging Rock. The director's cut is like 8 minutes shorter, but they only include the director's cut, and a lot of people didn't like that about the 4K because like some other European release did.
So on the Blu-ray release, do they have both cuts on the Blu-ray release?
Nope, it's only director's cut, which is I guess is kind of like the cut you want to watch.
Oh, okay.
But it's only 8 minutes shorter, and it is the director's cut. But yeah, I guess on the UK release it had both cuts, if I'm not mistaken, and then Criterion announced their own 4K, and it didn't have that.
It's fucking weird, man. Yeah, the Carnival of Souls thing I mentioned when we did the show too is like I had the DVD for years that has the regular cut and it has the director's cut, which is a little bit longer, or the extended cut. And then I remember when the Blu-ray got announced, I'm like, what the fuck? There's no extended cut on it. It's just the regular theatrical cut. And like, why wouldn't you just even put the extended cut like on the disc or whatever? I mean, I guess I could just, but I'd like to have that on a high def version,
Yeah, exactly. Especially like a movie like Picnic at Hanging Rock too, like.
But it's just lazy though, because if you've already put it out before, why not just do a restoration of that cut and put it on the fucking disc? I mean, you're putting out a fucking fancy. It's supposed to be a fancy Criterion release.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Blu-ray doesn't have that cut either. It's like some European company, I believe, that released both cuts, like in their 4K edition. Because I have the Blu-ray of Picnic at Hanging Rock, and it only has the director's cut that's like an hour and like 47 minutes.
Right. Yeah. I find that so bizarre.
Yeah, it's like I don't care for it. Like, but I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, that's like also like there's certain movies that like I prefer the theatrical cut. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I think Donnie Darko might be one of them. I think I prefer the theatrical on that.
The theatrical one is the one where they don't like hand feed you like the plot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one better.
Yeah. Yeah. Halloween, I prefer. That one's tough, but
the one we were talking, I was gonna say like we were talking about last week. Like I'm watching the theatrical Rob Zombie Halloween.
That's another example of them not putting both cuts on the release, right? Like the Scream Factory huge box set only had the unrated cut.
Well, the Scream Factory huge box set, I learned this like listening to this podcast earlier this year. With a lot of
we've talked about that.
Oh yeah,
but go ahead, tell the story for the listeners.
I was just so they did was the Friday with the Friday box set release too, where they didn't actually get the license to like
produce new discs.
Yeah, so what they had to do was like buy like discs like in stock from whoever owned the rights, and that was just the disc that they put in the set, so they could sell all the sets.
Yeah,
like
rehash the disc.
Yeah.
Yeah,
fucking lazy.
But I like to have as many like all the cuts, you know.
Yeah.
Like even something like Phenomena, like the Creepers cut is inferior, but I like the Creepers cut.
I don't like that cut at all.
I've never watched it because I love Phenomena so much that like every time I watch Phenomena, I just want to watch the best Phenomena.
Yeah, you got to watch the longest one on that. I think that one's the best cut.
The longest cut is not the best cut on Phenomena.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like
100% is not.
It's the one that's like an hour, like it's like an hour 48 minutes or something is the right cut, right?
Because the shorter cut. So there's like 3 cuts. There's the Creepers cut, the international cut, and like the whatever. The only fucking differences in the like shorter cut is literally like slicing off like scenes that just go on, like just literal, like you would never even notice the difference.
Like, yeah, but extended. I love that movie. So like, I'd rather watch those extended scenes anyways because they're fine for me. You know,
right?
It depends what you want, but like, I mean, it's like
you
like having an argument with Deep Red. People
so
are
it's like, would you rather watch the shorter version that has the same exact content, no content has changed, but just the timing is tightened up, or the longer cut, which adds nothing to it?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's like it's a Deep Red conversation, right? Where Daisy's hell bent on the 105.
Yeah, but there's actually different content in there.
Yeah, and like in the 127-minute cut is I always watch a longer one because I just like that cut. But like
we were actually talking about that while you were away. That I'm also like very pro the 127-minute cut.
Yeah, I feel like the 105, like there's certain things like I don't know what it is, man. I prefer the 127.
It's just there's a whole. No. I used to be pro shorter cut. For most of the time I actually thought like the longer cut was bloated, but there's like an entire element and like a different shade of like 2 different characters that you don't have without hour and 45-minute cut. And I think that's like that extra context and like that extra piece to both those characters, I think is like what pushes the movie from being great to like excellent.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we'll probably get into more of that Deep Red conversation in a couple weeks.
I'm sure we're gonna talk about Deep Red soon.
You really think?
We can probably get back to Piranha 2, the spawning.
It's not guaranteed that we'll talk about it, right? I mean,
yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine it not making.
Watch it just blanks 5 lists.
Yeah, just because it's not going to be on JP's top 10 list doesn't mean we're not going to be talking about it. So
I mean, at this point, it might have to be.
Right.
It's like one of 15 movies I've actually watched.
Really, that's actually one of the ones I haven't rewatched yet. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's in the playoff round.
All right, well, let's rate this puppy.
Go for it.
I it's like weird for me because like I think that like after watching like the rest of the franchise, like I think if I just watched this movie like by itself one day, I might have liked it a little bit more. But like watching it in close proximity with like all the other shit, I think I might like it less. So it's like kind of weird. I do think I would. It's like a love-hate thing with this movie. Like I don't know. I think that it's has its moments and stuff, but I don't think it's a bad like time waster either. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 6.5.
6.5. Damn. Yeah, this is one of those movies where I feel like they attempted at, upping the nudity level, the gore level, which I think they did. Does it equal a better movie, or is it more enjoyable for myself? No, it's not. This one, like Tyler said, it's got a lot of downtime, and I feel like this one doesn't even really start until almost an hour into it. Maybe like 50 minutes. It's kind of when we get.
If you didn't have that scene with the nurse, like it would
maybe like nothing until the final act.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you really don't get a whole lot. There's a lot of fucking just kind of political bullshit that's going on with the, with the jobs and like, the resort and stuff. Like, fuck, man. There's just so much fluff in this, and it's mixed in with, like I said, like this off balance of quirky characters and these off kind of plot lines and shit that don't matter. They're fucking stupid. Like those quirky sex scenes and shit, like those geeks and shit. I'm like, shut up. Like it's dorky shit that I don't care about. And I don't know, man. I mean, it has its moments, but otherwise it's just one that I've always never really cared for. I think Lance Hendrickson's decent in the film. He's kind of hard. He's kind of hardcore. I still think him ditching the helicopter is like one of the funniest things ever. It's like, really? I don't know. It's fucking crazy to me they actually did that scene, but I don't know. It's similar to the first film, but just not even close to as good. I'm giving this one 6 out of 10.
All right. Yeah, I don't think this movie is horrendous, but I don't think it's good. Despite how harsh my rating might sound, I wouldn't not like recommend this movie to watch just for like the sheer existence it exists, but I don't think this movie is very good. I'd even call it slightly below average. So I'm gonna give it a 4.5.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for, the cinematography in the film is really good. The music's really good. Like there's points in the film that are good. I do like the fact that you get a lot more titties and stuff. It's just
I just feel like I agree.
It's
with
more
that,
sleazy. It's more sleazy.
Yeah.
Like the one daughter, like our lead's son who's hooking up with that chick and stuff. Like that chick is so slutty in the film. It's like super fucking slutty. It's hilarious.
Like I agree with that. I just think if that's what you want, you should just watch Piranha 3D.
Right. And you know what, man? I mean, in terms of like actual filmmaking, I think that like. I mean, honestly, no, I'm not even going to go there. I think that Aja did a better job. So, like, he
had a different perspective, and I don't think
it's just more entertaining. I mean, 3D is way more entertaining than this movie. This movie it's funny. Like it tries to be the original film and throw in this quirky comedy and stuff, but it doesn't work though. Because the characters suck so bad. They're so fucking annoying. Exactly.
It's like you really miss having like two characters that you like enjoy spending time with.
Yeah. Right. You spend so much time with these characters and it's padding the the runtime so much. You're going, what the fuck, man? Like who cares? Who fucking cares? Like I find myself saying that all the time. Like this, I don't know, man. I've never been a big fan. I don't think it's a horrible movie by any means, but it's not that enjoyable for myself. So, anyways, that is Piranha 2, The Spawning from 1982.
But sir, the piranha! What about the damn piranha? They're eating the guests, sir.
Moving along, we're going to jump from 1982 into 1995, right?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go find this here on here. So just give me so to 1995 with the TV remake of the 78 Piranha.
TV remake is a little misleading if you've never seen this movie.
Yeah, because, I assumed watching this it had to be like an HBO movie, right?
Listen, like as soon as the first scene started, I was like, oh well, I already know she's not getting naked. And then I was like, oh shit, big old fake boobs.
Right? I was like, this is the TV movie I didn't want my mom to walk in the room for.
Yeah, it's like really bizarre, right? So
well,
I was like,
it's a Showtime TV movie. So
there you go.
I think TV movie, I instantly go to like network TV. But
yeah, exactly.
Me
Me
too.
too. And
Yeah.
and like at watching
Which is
this,
that's
though,
kind of
you're
misleading
like,
because
oh, this
Showtime
is
was like pay
yeah.
TV, wasn't it? Wasn't it like pay TV
It was
back?
yeah, it's a
'cause
premium
it was,
channel. So they
Yeah,
can show
so
nudity and
this
stuff.
is totally misleading because if you have a movie on that network, it's like HBO, like you're getting fucking
Exactly.
titties and dicks and shit, right? Like,
yeah,
come on.
like we didn't have that at home, but my grandma had like HBO and Showtime, and like there was many times as a kid I kind of finessed like sleeping over my grandma's house, who had like a fixed basement with all the cool shit for her grandchildren. And I would
Yeah,
like
my
watch, like,
my
dirty shit on
grandparents
HBO.
this is so fucking stupid, but my grandparents had like the illegal cable box, right? Like the black box that
Everybody
got,
had
like,
one of
a pay
those.
channel.
That's
right?
fucking awesome.
But I watched those movies like HBO and stuff. Like I remember clearly watching like Pumpkinhead 2 in black and white, which oddly enough starts out in black and white. So it's like, it's fun. Like years later, I was like, oh, this movie's just black and white. But no, but yeah, I remember watching like HBO stuff on a black and white TV, which was just so weird. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, so Piranha from 1995. Do we need a synopsis? It's literally the original film. Remake of the classic film tale of nature biting back when flesh-eating piranhas are accidentally released into the summer resort's rivers. The guests become their next meal. So I think one notable thing about this movie is that this is actually Mila Kunis's acting debut. She's pretty young here.
Dude, it's so like weird because she looks so like the same as she does in like that 70s show.
Yeah.
But she's well, I guess technically she was like 15 in that.
Yeah, when she started, she was 15.
Yeah,
well,
it's just like weird.
I had to look it up.
Similar.
I literally had to look this up because I was like, I'm pretty sure the 70s show debuted in the 90s. Yeah, it was 98. So this is 3 years later. She was on the 70s show. So, and she was young in the 70s show in 98.
Yeah,
right?
she lied about her age.
Yeah, so she
said she was 18, but she was actually like,
she was only 16. She was only 16 or something like that, right? Yeah, she pulled a Tracy
15.
Lawrence. She pulled a Tracy Lawrence
without
the porn.
Yeah. How do you get away with that in 1998? No one's ever
right?
we see like an ID.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like a really early role for Mila Kunis, and yeah, pretty
I
interesting.
don't think you're saying her name right.
How do you say it? Mila?
Mila Kunis.
Yeah.
Is it not Mila Kunis?
Not me. Are you saying Mina?
Mila.
Yeah, Mila Kunis.
Yeah, Mila Kunis.
Okay.
Kunis.
It still sounds not right.
It's because it's fucking German. It's fucking German, and I'm like, fuck it, Mila Kunis, whatever. Who cares?
Dude, okay.
It's a fucking mouthful. It really is. No, this TV movie has. It's hard to say. It is. I don't think. Whatever. Who fucking cares, dude?
I do. Whoa.
I'm just gonna call her Mila. Whatever.
Mila.
Anyways,
she's in the movie for like 5 minutes anyway.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have a huge role, that's for sure.
She plays the daughter.
She's a trunicated role of what the daughter has.
So yeah, in the original film where we have this whole plot angle where his daughter's at the summer camp on the river and stuff. Yeah, that's Mila's role. So we have James Karen in this movie, who plays the governor. It's pretty interesting.
Dick Miller and James Karen, not a bad duo.
Yeah, Dick Miller, James Karen. It's pretty interesting that you got these people for this film, but so
it was still executive produced by Corman.
Of course.
Yeah,
so
he probably showed up on set and gave a couple of high fives.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a few notable places. Like you got Monty Markham is in this film too. Like
ever since I heard about John Carpenter talk about his executive producer credit on what was it? Attack on Precinct. What is it? I can't even remember.
Yeah,
that sounds stupid right now. But yeah, that
Assault on Precinct 13.
Oh yeah, Assault on Precinct 13. I was like, I know this is wrong. I look retarded right now.
Yeah, there's different levels of executive producing that happens,
Yeah, there's like an interview. Someone's like, acts like, what was your role in that movie? He's like, oh, I showed up on set a couple of times and said hi to everyone and left.
But being an executive producer means you're actually flexing the money in it too, right? You're not just an associate. An executive is somebody that's like high up has the money put into it though too. So it's really interesting that you could argue someone that's executive producing something because the money has to come from somewhere. Right. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I always
Whatever.
I can't tell the joke on here, but I always make a joke watching Disney Channel movies about the executive producer.
I'm sure there's something I just
yeah.
don't know about there. But
Yeah, I'll tell you after we're not on the air.
all right. So the Piranha remake, man, 1995 remake is almost a shot for shot verbatim remake in sense. I mean, the narrative.
It's more. I would call it a scene for scene.
Yeah.
Shot for shot is. There's only one real shot for shot.
Okay,
movie.
so I always say shot for
Dude,
shot. I mean,
some of the lines though, it's like they just dusted off the old script.
no, I literally have this written down. So when I say shot for shot, man, you know, you could say scene for scene. It's probably more correct to say scene for scene, but yeah, you're right though. Like it's scene for scene, pretty much. The narrative's identical. The funny thing is, this movie is like, fuck, like it's quite a bit shorter, I think, than the original film, which is interesting because we pretty much get everything there. There's some subtle changes that are in this TV movie version, which are whatever. But yeah, like it even right down to the script dialogue. There's very similar lines that are spit in this film too. I'm just like, oh my God. But this is a great example of a film that kind of falls into the vein of like, you know, the Omen remake and the Psycho remake. It's very verbatim, you know, it's very close. It seems pointless to me. It seems very, very fucking pointless to me.
I liked it.
You know, I mean, it's not a horrible movie by any means, because considering it's very similar to the Piranha film. I don't think the characters are as likable in this one as they are in the first film, for sure.
Yeah.
That's just me, you know.
I agree with you. I think this, like, I also, like, I don't hate this movie, but, like, I think this movie is, like, it's basically just the same movie, and it's basically worse by every metric.
I just find it so interesting.
It's not worse by every metric. I think there's more practical, like, gore stuff, and more nudity.
There's a little, like,
you think there's more nudity in it? I think there's a couple scenes. I mean, the original Piranha film opens up with the same way as this one. We get some titties and shit like that, but like
there's better nudity in this.
Yeah, probably.
That opening scene you definitely get more, and that like girl in the opening scene's honkers are like you can see those things from the moon.
Yeah, it's like feels more sleazy.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's like they ump the sleeves a little bit. Like, okay, let's sell the movie in this first scene so everyone sticks around and show the big titties.
Right.
I felt like the children attacks was maybe a little more graphic.
Yeah, I'll give it that. Because there are a couple scenes too where like they pull someone like out of the river and their legs are just like chewed up to like dog food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, the gore was surprisingly well done for, you know, I mean, I guess it's not network television, right? This is paid TV.
I guess I would just take the atmosphere and like the way they they handle like the piranha attacks in the first one more than I would take like the.
Some of the subtle differences in this film is like, you know, the doctor in the film is actually a woman in this one.
Yep.
So that's
also the girl that from Christine. That's what I recognize her from.
Oh yeah, right.
I know this lady.
So that's a subtle difference. And then I brought up the scene or this one a little bit earlier about the scene in the original film where there's the old guy fishing on the dock with his dog who gets his legs gnarled up and stuff. They kind of cut that whole thing out. That you don't really get that whole scene. Like we know it happens and stuff. It's like a weird edited scene where we get all of a sudden the dog is on the raft in this film. But in this movie, they have the dog jump off the raft and get attacked by the piranha and get eaten and shit like that, which is so fucking weird to do. Like, why would they put that in the original film? That does not happen. But like, that's one of the subtle changes that they put into the film. The dog jumps in and gets all fucking gnarled up and shit. I'm just like, okay.
It's kind of like swapping the kid and pet cemetery. They gotta give you a little something, a little bit of subversion.
But it's funny because up to this point, almost everything is identical except for this scene. You're like, so they just decided they're gonna kill a dog?
Yeah, they're like, fuck it. We hate dogs.
It's so random. And then like, I feel like the scene in this film compared to the first film with the doctor jumping in to save the kid is so ridiculous because the way it's edited is that you can literally see the raft floating and you can see the kid on top of the canoe in the same shot and they're that close, but she decides, she's like, I'm going to play a fucking superhero. I'm going to jump in the water, risk my fucking life when I can just easily float over there and grab the kid and put him on the
It's
raft.
faster to not float.
Dude, it makes literally it's actually so fucking stupid.
But you can be
I was
hero
laughing out
this
loud
way.
watching this. I'm like, you can see it in the same shot. They're only about 15 feet apart. And she's like, no, I gotta jump in. I'm like, the fuck? No, you don't. That's so stupid. Why are you making these conscious decisions to put yourself in danger when you physically don't have to? You could easily went over there and saved that kid.
It worked out.
For who? The kid?
Yeah.
Well, of course it did. It didn't work out for her, which it could have. It could have. It's just, it's honestly, dude, I wish I had changed that scene. Like, it didn't need to happen like that. So fucking, but then again, I guess the doctor needs to die somehow, but I don't know, man.
I'm a pretty big fan of William Cat, or as I like to call him, Cat Williams. I've always liked William Cat, dude. He's a fun actor.
Yeah, I agree.
You also have James Karen.
Yeah, man, there's some very notable heads in this film, man. It's pretty interesting. The shit that people do,
I
man.
think that, like, okay, we're pretty much talking about the same.
Oh yeah, so William Cat plays the lead. He plays the Paul Grogan character, if people are wondering. So
Yeah.
So I think that, like, this movie is better than, like, the Omen remake and the Psycho remake.
Oh, 100% it is. 100%.
I feel like this one actually does what its intention is to do, which is just to update the film for a new audience.
Right.
Whereas, like, the Omen just feels like a soulless cash grab. Whereas,
that's
like,
the Ryan Reynolds one.
Well, it's like shot for shot, right? Like it seems. I feel like when you're doing shot for shot like the Psycho remake, it's pointless. It's fucking pointless to me.
Yeah.
So with this one,
the site. I haven't seen the Omen remake. I was getting confused with the Amityville horror remake. Yeah, Psycho remake's a good example. Ugh. I don't know how. Like, the thing about the Psycho remake to me is, like, the fact that you could somehow make a shot for shot remake of, like, a movie you could, like, reasonably argue is one of the best films ever made, and have it be that bad.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Dude, that casting of Vince Vaughn was, like, atrocious.
Dude, like, the one change they make to the movie is just, like, so much worse and, like, ruins, like, the character.
It's amazing how casting can really affect a film like that, right? It's so true. Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, you know, this film right here, I mean, for the most part, it's very verbatim, but, like, they do change up some things in the film. But, like, even to the point where dialogue, man, it's like, holy shit, dude, like, it's right out of the original film, like, line for line. But they actually fuck one scene up in this film, which I thought was really interesting, because, like, in the original film, when Grogan, we talked about it earlier, where he tests the water from the pool, and he's like, oh, it's salt water. So, and then he brings it up later in the film, and he's like, and then he has this epiphany. He's like, holy shit, dude, like, they don't survive in salt water. What the fuck? That's definitely something that they altered. In this film, they fucked that up. And I believe it is our lead, who is actually the girl from Baywatch, by the way. Whatever her name is. She was in Baywatch, which we have a Baywatch connection also to 3DD with David Hasselhoff. That's actually quite interesting. So we got a couple Baywatch alumni members here. So our lead PI person is from Baywatch. But anyways, there's a scene in the film where I think is it her that tests the water? But then he says it. Something about, oh yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Not sure.
Okay, so in the original film, like I said, Grogan tests the water and he brings it up later. And I think it happens again in this film where Grogan tests it, but then she brings it up later and says, oh, in the film, they portray it as like she was the one that tested the water. And she's like, oh yeah. And then she does this big explanation and stuff. I'm like, but she wasn't the one that tested the water. It was fucking, or it's Grogan. It was like, it was reversed in this movie. And I'm like, they totally fucked that up. Like, ridiculous. But they fucked it up in this
but wasn't she that, well, they I feel like they try to make her more of the main character in this one, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but she didn't test the water in the film. I think it was, or maybe it was Grogan that did it, and then she brought it up saying that she tested the water in the film.
Maybe
and I'm like,
we tested.
Yeah, so they fucked it up, and I was like, oh, that's really bizarre. That's kind of a mess up in the film, but I think one of the biggest differences in the movie, it kind of plays out like exactly like how you think it would, based on the original film, but are the one big difference is the suicide in the end of the film, right? So the guy that's running the resort and
Dude,
stuff like that,
wow.
he ends up killing himself, which is crazy because like, and I'm thinking to myself going, fuck man, this is like a TV film. And then they changed that aspect of the film. I'm like, okay. Because he knew he was going down for it. Like he was definitely responsible for what was happening and shit like that. And he's like, well, fuck this. And then he offs himself. I'm like, wow, that's really crazy to do in the film.
That.
So they changed that too. And I thought that was pretty interesting. Pretty ballsy, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Like they kill a dog, which they didn't need to do, which I felt bad for the dog. And then, you know, the whole suicide. There's a couple major kind of points where they did change, but it's funny because like even the jail scene in this film compared to the first film is very similar. It's almost like verbatim, even dialogue wise, right? They just kind of like redid that whole thing. And I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, there's not I will say, so we had talked about the water ski scene in the original film versus this one. Holy shit, is this one ever bad? This one is horrible. So they try to duplicate the scene where the boat runs into the other boat and they have this explosion and blah blah blah. Oh my god, it's like they just lit a firecracker, like, oh, that's our explosion.
Close enough.
It's really fucking bad. It's like you can just tell the filmmaking aspect, like the 70s filmmaking, where they all about big explosions, big practical effects, like big stunts. And that's why so many people died in the 70s doing stunts and shit. And then the 90s are like, we got to be a little bit more careful about this. We're trying to be a little bit more responsible. And it shows. It's really bad. It just comes off as being super corny. I'm just like, oh my God, it's fucking terrible. It's so bad. Yeah, that they tried to do the scene, but they didn't excel on it at all. I'm sorry, but it didn't work. But yeah. But surprisingly, for a TV film, not knowing that this was like pay TV, there was titties, there was gore, just no.
I definitely didn't expect the titties. Like when
I was like, yo, okay.
I was like, oh, it's one of those TV movies.
Yeah.
Right. It's so bizarre. It really is bizarre. Oh man. Yeah. I think that's who else was in that? No. What was the girl's name that was in the beginning of the film that died?
Nameless Slut number 2.
Nameless Slut number 2, yeah, something like that.
Is it really?
I have no idea.
Oh, fucking asshole.
Does it matter?
I think it's actually Barbara.
Big Titty Barbara.
Yeah, I think her name's fucking Barbara. Okay, so this girl, the girl that plays Barbara in the beginning of the film, which is our setup, right? With her boyfriend and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I just looked her up. I'm like, where have I thought I recognized her from something. She did look
a little familiar.
Yeah, she was in the Blair Witch Project, like that parody of the Blair Witch Project, whatever.
Isn't that a Wynorski movie?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
I used to watch that on Cinemax late at night when I was like,
yeah. So she was in a bunch of stuff, but I was like looking her up and I'm like, man, that chick's like, I mean, oof, she got some big ass titties and she's fucking pretty hot and stuff like that. Anyway, she died in like 2009. And I was like looking into it and stuff. And they originally had ruled it as a suicide, but then they reopened the case and it turns out that like her boyfriend fucking killed her, like shot her with a shotgun. Like, I guess he was all fucked up and shit like that and made it look like she committed suicide. But
so basically, Courtney loved her.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. 100%. But I was like, oh, what a shame, dude. Fuck.
Yeah. What a shame.
What a shame, man. But
okay, so
you guys have anything? Was there any other differences in the film?
I was trying to think if there was anything that I noticed that was different. But see, that's the problem where I watched this one like way after the other one. I
watched this one on Friday, so I watched them.
There is a great line by James Cairn in the film where he's like, read my lips, everything is okay. I believe that was kind of a shout out to Return of the Living Dead. So they kind of put that in there, like read my lips. Yeah. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have had that in there, like read my lips.
Who directed this one?
Scott P. Levy.
Yeah, I didn't really do a whole lot. The guy that scored the film was
it's like an original. A little bit of bullshit after this, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's like an original score, like original TV score, but like it's so generic sounding. That's another thing about this film. Like I thought that was done pretty poorly was the sound effects with the piranhas and the score itself. Comparatively to the first film, it's like it's so forgettable. It's
He
super
directed a
forgettable.
movie called Men in White. Jesus Christ.
Men in White, was it a movie about the KKK?
No,
Jesus.
it was
Well, it could be Men in White.
it came out in 1998, so it was a spoof of Men in Black.
For fuck's sake. About guys
Yeah,
that are
that's
KKK members.
that's a movie that'll make my 97 list.
Hmm.
All right. It is your turn first, Mids.
All right, so this one's pretty damn average, man. I'm at a 5 out of 10 on this one. It's if you like the original film, it's just not the worst watch in the world. But I don't know, man. I don't get a lot of satisfaction out of it. But it's like I said, the sound design in it and the music it's just so generic sounding, even though it's original score, which blows my mind. It just sounds like it's cataloged, which is always a problem for me. That's one thing I always disliked about TV films. A lot of time they'll cheap out and they'll just use like catalog scores and stuff like that for their films. But this one actually is original, but it's got its moments. It's got some pretty interesting character actors and stuff in it, but it has its moments, but otherwise not the worst thing in the world. Pretty average, 5 out of 10. Tyler.
All right. Yeah, I think this movie is kind of like I feel similar to this as I did with the last one, but I think this one is a little bit more diet. I don't hate this movie, and it's even a movie like if you're someone like me who like grew up watching TV movies and sneaking in HBO at your grandma's house, this is probably a cool little curiosity piece to check out, especially if you're a fan of the original film. So again, my rating might sound harsh because I do think it is a little bit below average. But if you're a fan of the original film, I would check it out. Just for the curiosity piece. So I'm actually going to 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I probably like this. Well, I definitely like this guy's more than you. But for me, it's like it hits like the nostalgia bone of that 90s time period, along with the fact that it feels like the way that it's a Showtime film, like that is a nostalgic time period for me as well. And I honestly do not think this movie is like offensive in its sort of retelling of the Piranha story. I think they add a little sleaziness to it, update it a little bit. I actually think it's like like I was like surprised at how much I liked it. It's just like another way to watch Piranha. I'm giving it a 7.
Did you say 7?
I did.
I like the first scene of it. Oh my god.
Damn, dude.
Why?
You
There's
shocked me
nothing
so
wrong
much
with
you
it.
made me belch.
There's nothing wrong with it. If you like Piranha, then there's no reason you shouldn't like this.
No.
It's the same movie.
Yeah, but it doesn't
So you're
sound the
taking
same. Its
points
sound
away
design
from
sucks.
it.
No, but I mean those are legitimate complaints though. Like it's just not as good as the original. It just really isn't.
Yeah, right. Which
In those
leads me
aspects.
to my
I
point
will
difference.
say it is true though. I will say it probably hurts this movie a lot more that I watched it side by side with the original.
Yeah, whereas I did the smart thing and watched it like in between.
No, I did the smart fucking thing and I watched them in order, like how you're supposed to watch them. See the growth in the films or the fucking disc growth.
Either way, like I'm gonna watch them all in a short period of time together, and I'm gonna be like, well, this is the same exact thing, except I like the people in this more, and I like the editing more, and the sound more, and the ingenuity more, and
yeah.
All right.
Well, that is Piranha from 1995.
The magic of 3D has taken audiences from the vastness of nature to the ocean's depths. But this summer, it will take you to a place unlike any other.
All right, so getting into the 2010 version remake called Piranha 3D.
Yes.
Directed by Alexandre Aja. Yes. Pretty interesting that he did this, actually.
I think
Yeah, I mean, well, what did he do before this? Hills Have Eyes.
He did High Tension or High Tension,
Oh.
whatever you want. Hills Have Eyes remake. He did
Eyes.
Mirrors, which I wasn't like the biggest fan of that.
Yeah,
And
this
then-
was after
was
he got into
serviceable.
like his Hollywood, director for hire type thing.
Yeah.
You know,
But I thought he came back pretty strong. Like he did this one, and then he did Horns in 2013, which was kind of a surprise to me. I thought that was pretty good.
I mean, I recently rewatched Hills Have Eyes, and I fucking love that movie.
I
Yeah,
like
it's
that more
good.
than the original.
I don't know about that, but I could see the argument for it, I guess.
His last couple of films were pretty cool, man. He did Crawl in 2019, and then he did.
And
Oh,
now
yeah,
he's
Crawl
doing
was-
Crawl too.
Yeah,
Really?
I
Just got
Crawl is
announced.
fun. Yeah, Crawl is fun. I like.
I was surprised he was gonna do the sequel for that. That's crazy. But then he did Oxygen in 2021, which I felt.
Which both, I think, did that make your top 10? It made mine.
Yeah, I think it was on mine too. Yeah, it was really
Yeah,
good.
I thought that movie kicked ass.
So he's got a pretty good filmography, man. He's done some pretty good films. So
I fucks with Aja. Like
Yeah,
if he was doing, like, I'm looking forward to Crawl too.
it's crazy. Like right when you pop in this movie, man, you notice like how elevated like the cinematography is and stuff. It just looks really good. Like I don't know what it was about this film. It's like holy shit, this one like looks the best so far. It's like crazy.
Dude,
I
this is the last of an era, dude. Watching both of these movies, I'm like, I don't think anybody would produce these movies today.
Probably.
No, I don't think so.
They're too exploitive, dude. They are
Yeah.
literally the modern day exploitation film. It's one of the last that we ever saw.
I was like almost shocked by how much just like graphic nudity there was in the first one.
This whole movie, like Jerry O'Connell's character, man, he's just a pure exploitive scumbag.
Yeah, and like the thing about this movie too is like I can like well, interestingly enough, I watched this a couple of years ago for summer series, and I fucking hated this movie. I thought it was dog shit, but I did see it in the theaters and I liked it. But rewatching this, I was like, why did I have such like a problem with this movie? It was
I
really,
can tell you
like-
why, because watching it back then, I also was not very high on it, and it was because the types of this was a contender, like this was one that people were pushing, and I was like, there's so much like fucking Black Swan came out this year, I think, you know what I mean?
Black Swan didn't even make the top 10 to like watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
why
like,
I don't fuck with that shit, man. You got that shit's stupid to me, man. Anyways, let's get to Piranha. So yeah, I actually had a totally different opinion because like I saw this in the theater when it came out and I loved it. I thought it was
Yeah,
fucking.
I
I thought it
liked it in
was
the
so
theater, too.
much fun. I was like so taken back, first of all, by the cast. And I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, and I was familiar with Aja's work too at the time, obviously. And I was just kind of taken back. I was like, damn, dude, like we got this foreign director. He's coming in making an American remake. And, you know, the movie I thought was cast brilliantly. You know, lots of good faces in here. We got Elizabeth Shue, who's fucking sexy as hell in this movie. She's like 46 or 47 in this movie. And she's so hot in this, man. Oh my God.
She is like fucking MILF and a half in this
Dude,
movie.
she's
Holy
always like,
shit.
I've loved her ever since I remember like Adventures of Babysitting, man. Like I always loved Elizabeth Shue, man. She's great. Obviously Back to the Future too, which we'll talk about in a second here. But Jerry O'Connell, of course, from, you know, Stand By Me, like fucking come on. Ving Rhames, who's awesome. We got Richard Dreyfuss in a great cameo role. It was just obviously a super shout out to Jaws. I mean, and that's what I love about Aja on this film. You know, he went to the point of getting Richard Dreyfuss purposely to have him in an intro scene, right? In
You haven't
total
even
shout out.
mentioned Christopher Lloyd fucking yet, dude.
No, man. So
well, this is the opening scene, so I get
right.
it.
So then we got fucking Christopher Lloyd, who is, you know, obviously
Awesome.
Christopher Lloyd plays a doctor in this film, and he's fucking awesome, which is cool because going back to what I said in the first film, we'll talk about the connection with Back to the Future 2 with Elizabeth Shue and Christopher Lloyd, who were in that movie together. And all these years later, they're in another. I don't know if they did anything in between that, but pretty cool, you know. Eli Roth makes a fucking cameo appearance as the wet t-shirt contest host. He's total scumbag.
Perfect casting for that cameo.
Yeah.
We even have Steve McQueen, which is Steve McQueen's grandson in this film, who plays Jake, which is pretty cool. You know, Adam Scott. I always like Adam Scott. I think he's fun.
Adam Scott's cool. I like Adam Scott.
Adam Scott is a low budget Tom Cruise. Doesn't he look like Tom Cruise though? He totally reminds me of Tom Cruise. It's fucking hilarious, man. But yeah, no, like there's a lot of notable people in this, a lot of fun characters and shit like that. So synopsis: after a sudden underwater tremor sets free scores of prehistoric man-eating fish An unlikely group of strangers must band together to stop themselves from becoming fish food for the area's new razor tooth residents. So this movie right here doesn't take the approach of the original film. It does its own thing.
Mhm.
And what it does your stereotypical cliched sci-fi film narrative where there's an earthquake that unearths some fucking nasty creatures.
I think they did the same thing in the Meg.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is. It's total sci-fi. This is every fucking sci-fi movie from this period that was water-based or aquatic-based or whatever. Always had this narrative where there was like an underwater tremor earthquake that unearthed these prehistoric fucking sharks or piranhas or whatever, and they come back and, they do their shit. So
I think that literally happens in one of the Tremor sequels too.
I think this works a lot better for like this type of remake though, man, because like you don't need to do this again. There's already a 95
It doesn't
remake.
really matter.
This was a smart way to do the remake. They completely reinvented it. They don't try to compare it to anything else.
No,
and like I can see people looking back on this and thinking like a lot of this shit is like really cringe. But you got to really like look at when this movie came out. It came out in 2010, which is like the height of like Jersey Shore. Like this is how people.
Oh
act.
yeah, and
well,
also
dude,
like,
opening,
even the scenes with like the kid and like the chick like on the boat with the belly shots and stuff, like dude, they actually like handled that pretty well. Like I felt like
I thought this was I agree.
Like in his age bracket where like I have a crush on this chick and like it's just it works for me so much.
I think it's really accurate to the era, honestly. Like I get why people would watch this now and be like, this is like fucking stupid, but like this is what the
man. I always enjoyed this movie, man, because like that kind of party scene always reminded me of going to a place in BC here called Penticton. It's like we call it the Canadian Florida because it's like fucking 110 degrees there every fucking day. And it's like all beaches and shit. And it's this atmosphere. It's just people partying on the beaches and it's just crazy. And like right away, I was like, man, this is true to the shit, man. It's awesome. I think this movie is fucking fun as hell, man. Yeah, like, honestly, fun as hell. I love the casting though, dude. Like the casting's great. Like right from the opening scene where they obviously have Richard Dreyfuss there as a shadow to Jaws. Aja knows that, Dreyfuss is the face of fucking Jaws and stuff like that. And like, why not throw him in there? It's a Jaws ripoff. We're going to do that. Yep. It's great, man. But I mean, come on, man. Elizabeth Shue, fuck me, dude. Dude, she's so hot in this movie.
and it also brings it full circle too, right? Because Jaws was connected to the original Piranha in that in like the attempted lawsuit and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's
so it's a nice like moment for fans of genre films. You know what I mean?
Right.
That know that story.
It really like subtly too like shows some self-awareness, which I think is really good.
100%. It's like padding the whole situation. It's like, hey, we know the history of what went on with these films and stuff. Let's put Richard Dreyfuss right in there.
It's like we know this is a Jaws ripoff. We're not going to pretend it's not, but we're going to have fun and we're going to kill Richard Dreyfuss on the opening scene.
Yeah, I mean it's fucking brilliant, and I'm fucking super happy that Dreyfuss did it too. Like it's one thing to have an idea to get him there, but he actually did it, which is really cool. Mm-hmm. Pretty fun. So. But I gotta say, man, Gerald Connell, like he definitely wins like the scumbag award for the film. Like his character is fucking hilarious. He's just such a scumbag, and it's like so this era though too. It's
Come
like
on, Sandrat.
That huge like party scene, but it was all about exploitive like websites and shit at that time when websites were really blowing the fuck up, and that's what he was. He was like this guy that ran this website and he would film all this crazy exploitive shit and put it on his website and make his bucks like that. And oh dude, I love it, man. It's a product of its time, but like I remember that time very vividly and shit. And like it kind of was like that though. It really was. But I will say when I first watched this movie, I actually did see it in 3D. And I hate 3D. I can't fucking stand 3D. It drives me nuts. But like when you rewatch this movie,
you're a pussy.
Yeah, I am a pussy. So my fucking eyes can't handle.
Eyeballs.
I do. I have pussy eyeballs. But like rewatching these movies, after the fact, any type of 3D movie, when you watch after the fact in 2D, comes off as super cheeseball to me because it has those moments where they're purposely trying to throw shit at the camera. They're trying to break the fourth wall with objects and penises and whatever the fuck it may be.
Which to like my opinion, is that as a person who likes 3D, to me, like that stuff is never why I like 3D anyway.
No,
Like
no, no.
I like the depth of field. So I agree with you that like I don't know
Yeah.
why they're so focused on stuff coming out of the screen with 3D. Like to
Well,
me, it's always about like the depth that you get out
it's
of
the
it.
William Castle effect, man. It's a super gimmicky way of like, you know, showing you that you're doing 3D, right? But when you watch it in 2D, it comes off as super cornball. It really does. Like you almost need to watch this in 3D every single time because it's like not as corny then. But
I
like when you're watching,
did watch it in 3D, but I was like, I don't have it on 3D.
so I can actually speak vaguely, like because I remember watching this in the theater in 3D and being like, you know, it was sort of I felt sick after I watched the movie, not because it was so gory and shit, but it was just because like Jesus Christ, man, 3D fucks my head up. But you know, like I hadn't seen this movie in years, dude, and I've been watching it like you know, I think it was yesterday, and I'm like, again, I've always had this you know, with 3D movies when you're watching them in 2D, it's like, dude, they come off as cornball. Like those effects are super corny, no matter how good the film is and shit. Like when they're throwing shit at the fourth wall, I'm like, fuck off. It drives me nuts, dude. It drives me fucking nuts when I'm
It
watching
doesn't
these
bother
things.
me that much, but I get where you're coming from.
But it happens quite a bit in this film. Like it honestly, I mean, it's a gimmick, right? They were trying to exploit the gimmick at the time. And I get that.
Yeah.
But
I
again,
think
when you're
this
watching
is
2D,
like the perfect movie for that gimmick, though. Like in terms of like what they did with like the underwater, like naked scene and stuff like that. That looked cool in 3D.
yeah, but like you watch it in 2D and it's the worst scene in the whole film. It looks so bad. It's so CG'd and stuff. Like those aren't even real girls there, man. Like it's bad. It looked horrible in 2D. Like I'm rewatching it going, oh my God. I even have that noted as being, this is it says the whole CG underneath the girls in the water is the worst scene I've seen in a long time. He's fucking terrible.
Really? I still like it.
Oh, dude, it looks so
I
bad.
I honestly didn't have a problem with it.
Oh, it looks so bad. It doesn't even look real.
It's not all CG.
But most of it is.
Is it?
It looks,
it's not all CG, is it? I know there's parts that are CG.
Oh, dude, I think the majority of that's all CG, man, for sure.
Really?
Man.
So those girls were never naked under the.
Yeah, they probably were, but I mean, they definitely did some type of overhaul on the work there because it doesn't look real at all. It doesn't even look like they're in water. For fuck's sakes, like.
Well, yeah, that would be hard seeing the film. Like you got to hold your ass breath.
Yeah, but.
Okay, so stop hating on this movie. I like it.
I'm not. I actually really
just fucking
no. I'm telling you what I actually really like this movie. Like, there's lots of things, man. I think this movie is fun as hell, man. It's got, even though
it's just such a different era, dude. Like watching it, that's what I really was like focused on because I'm like, I just don't see that a movie like this ever being like a mainstream movie again, like a mainstream release. Like,
yeah, there's a lot of titty.
I mean, when is the last time you saw like not only like nudity like in movie, like nudity is like gone in movies almost, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially like
movies,
exploited like American Pie type nudity that's there for the bros, you know? Like,
but it's funny because this
gone.
makes American Pie look like fucking PG, man. There's so many, but like you take this movie and then you take 3 Double D, and that one even ups the ante in the sleaziness, man. There's titties in every scene in that whole movie.
I mean, you're casting porn, like Gianna Michaels is in this movie. Who has like some of the best natural boobs.
Yeah, she's the parasailer, right?
Yeah, she has like some of the best natural boobs ever, right?
Yeah, I
like,
remember being in the theater.
Oh, dude, I bust so many off to her, man. In the past,
I remember being in the theater with my boy and like watching this, and when that part came on, we were both just like, "That's Gianna Michaels."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude.
She's super recognizable as a porn star. Like you cannot not recognize her, right? Like she's just one of those looks. It's weird.
Yeah.
She's filthy.
Oh yeah, she's an anal queen.
But
She is,
listen, I mean, it's just like I just think that it like I was trying to think of like all the movies I saw over the last like 10 years in the theater. And I'm like, what is similar to this that I've seen? Can you guys think of anything that
in the
that
theater?
Is
No,
it's
no,
like
not mainstream
just
movies.
a fun, like boobs and gore and just like cameos. It's just like it's a party, bro. We're having like a good time here.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've seen like I might have seen movies that like play in the same parts with like nudity or something, but they're not like mainstream movies. And they're not
But these
Yeah.
movies
purely,
makes
yeah, this is like purely supposed to be just like a purely exploitative like fun time.
but it makes sense because it has that whole spring break type vibe to it, right? Like in
Yeah,
both
exactly.
films. Like
It's
this
like
and
you
3
can
Double
be
D.
mad at
The
like you
party
can like
atmosphere is
scoff at it and be mad at it all you want, but like this is like
like,
reality.
have you guys ever been like in an atmosphere like this before? Like, you ever been to like a summer break or spring break? Like,
I
Not this
haven't.
crazy.
Nah, not like this, but it's like this was
Man.
very much like the MTV. Like this was very much the MTV era, though, where
Yeah.
like you
it's
saw
kind of
this on
crazy,
TV.
like how this shit.
It was
like, when I
MTV's
watched
big
this.
like comeback.
Yeah, I watched this and I'm like, dude, this shit actually exists, man. It's like Scream 2 all over again in the theater, man. It fucking exists.
Like Girls Gone Wild, right? Like that's completely gone, right?
Yeah,
Like Girls
and
Gone Wild,
Yeah,
but like,
But,
well,
like,
I think what
that
killed
whole-
that, yeah, I think what killed that is like now everyone can just watch like actual porn on
Right,
their phone.
right.
But the idea of like that, what the Girls Gone Wild like whole concept was, they would go to these, you know, spring breaks and these like college party towns and just get drunk girls to go crazy, right? It's like a whole
Yeah.
vibe.
But yeah, if
Yeah.
you've ever been to like certain festivals and stuff, like I used to go to Holiday Hills in Penticton. Like, I mean, this was a real thing. Like the wet t-shirt contest, it was every night. You had
yeah, it didn't come
on
from
trucks
nowhere.
shaking their asses, fucking titties out everywhere. Like it was all like everywhere you walk by, you like, you know, it was like a 4-day festival of music and stuff. So you had the whole concert vibe. You know, you got all your drugs and alcohol, but titties like it really was like this. It's crazy. Like when I watch this, I'm like, man, I've been there, man. I've done. I mean, it's not exactly like this. You don't have fucking Ving Rhames fucking,
It's not like,
you know, chopping up
unrealistic,
motherfuckers
though,
with a
but
motor and shit
Scream
like that.
2.
Yeah, whatever. You can say what you want, but that's real shit, man. It's real shit. But I don't know, man. Like this movie is fucking fun as hell, dude. Ving Rhames, man, when he's massacring the fucking piranha with the motor. Come on, dude. That shit's amazing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's like there's so many good scenes, but you have to admit though, the beach massacre scene, which is obviously a big shout out to the original film, which they go completely overboard on this one. It's like a half an hour, like the whole third act, like the majority of this movie is like the massacre scene. It goes on for like 40 minutes. It's crazy how much blood and gore.
Yeah, this
and
movie's like
nastiness.
tits and blood.
And like it cuts back and forth between like, you know, the massacre on the beach, and then we have this whole situation that's going on with our lead character and his so-called girlfriend and stuff on a boat that's sinking, and you got kids involved. Like there's some cool aspects. And actually the girl that plays, what the fuck is her name, man? Jessica Salser? Man, she's hot, dude. I don't know.
Dude, everybody's hot.
Like,
Everybody's
she's
hot
really,
in these movies.
There's something about her though, man, because she's got the dark hair. I like dark-haired girls. Man, she's fucking
Same.
She is so hot, man. I don't know who the hell she is, man, but she's super hot, man. Yeah. But I will say
it's
though,
just it's so well paced. Like it just never has downtime, dude. It's just one of those movies that
Yeah, this movie, it's like there's really 4 types of movies, and what I would call this movie is it's a dumb movie that knows it's a dumb movie, and it gets in and out, and it has fucking.
I don't
fun
even
with
think
what it
it's
does.
dumb. I think it has that narrative where you're just like, okay, it's super fun. It has fun, unlikable, likable characters.
It leans into the B movie nature of it. It leans into the silliness of it without being too silly. And
I agree. I agree.
It leans into it basically is taking the concept of what Roger Corman used to do and updating it for a modern audience in terms of like this sort of like B movie, and but giving a lot of money to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's some good suspenseful moments in the film, like towards the end where they got to fucking, you know, tight rope it over to the boats and shit. Like there's some good stuff going on there, man. I like those scenes, man. But like, to be honest, like this film has everything I like. It has a good, bright, you know, cinematic approach to it. It sounds good. I think the piranha sounds pretty decent in this. You know, the piranha are CG'd, but the design on the actual piranha look pretty fucking cool. They look gnarly.
Yeah.
But what they're selling the piranha as to is like these prehistoric, like badass fish.
Yeah.
Like it flies for sure.
Yeah, and I really like what they did with the film too. Is like there's a revelation in the middle of the film with Christopher. I was going to say Christopher Walken, Christopher Lloyd's character, where he's like, man, it's like I need to tell you something. These things don't have reproductive organs; they're the babies. And it kind of leads into this great scene in the end of the film with our fake ass Tom Cruise. But man, I don't know, man. This movie's fun. It has everything I like. Like I said, it's got super exploitive angles to it, man. It's got lots of titties. It's got fun characters. It's got tons of blood and gore, which, I mean, the majority of that type of thing is all practical. I mean, we're talking a lot of gore. This movie is bloody as hell, man. There's people getting capped off it left and right and shit. It's amazing. I think Rames is great in the film. Everyone kind of does the roles great. You know, there's nothing wrong with this. It's a quick film too. Like I think the credits roll about 82 minutes in. You know, it gets to the point.
Overstay its welcome.
Yeah, movies like this, you got to keep short and sweet.
Man, it's literally half the movie is the massacre scene. Like, it's fucking amazing. You know, and I feel like, the other half of the narrative with, our lead and his so-called girlfriend, like, I mean, that shit doesn't even get corny. The only thing that bugs me about this movie is when she's trapped in the boat and it's sinking and they can't get the roof off that fucking sunroof there. Like, you could break that off and get her out of there, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, you got a paddle, you could break right through that shit. And it always drove me nuts. Like, I remember watching this in the theater going, okay, I've spent half my life on boats. I know exactly how fragile those things are. You could easily grab that roof, break it off. There'd be a big asshole there. She comes out. Fuck you. Stupid. It's so fucking stupid. You guys are like, I've never been on a boat.
Never.
No, I don't think I've ever been on a boat, actually.
Yeah,
I was joking.
It's so crazy to me because I've literally spent the majority of my life on boats. Like, I've spent so much time on boats. I love boats. I mean, fuck, I go to my cabin all the time. Fuck, what are we doing out there? We're on boats. Not so much me anymore, man. I let the kids go.
On a boat.
I let those guys do their, their wakeboarding and their skiing and shit like that. Like, I'm past it, man. I'm old. I'm not going to do that shit, man. I'm sitting on the beach in my lowrider drinking beers. I don't care. But anyways, the fact of the matter is that whole thing is like, it's kind of unrealistic in the fact that like that would break up pretty easy and get her out. But I will say one thing I have to note though, man, the acting in this film is great. Everyone does a good job in their roles, especially that fucking girl again, man. What's her name? She plays Kelly. She is so good, man. In the scene where she's trapped in the boat and she's freaking out. She's like, I'm scared. Like, dude, she is on point in that scene, man. Like, she is legitimately selling it. Like, she actually looks terrified as fuck, for real. Really good acting. So, no, nobody agrees.
Yeah, and another thing that I'll say is I remember.
Like, I think no, honestly, Tyler's like, it's a fucking stupid ass movie. No one's good in this film, but I think honestly, everyone's really good in this film. I don't think there's a weak link in the entire movie. Like, I think everyone does good. Like, even fucking even Steve McQueen, man, he does a good fucking job, man. I mean, not the Steve McQueen, but you know what I mean, his grandson. But like, he does a good job. Like, everyone's good, man, in like the main roles. I think solid.
Yeah. Just because the performance isn't conventional doesn't mean that like they're not playing their part for the movie. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. It's different type of movies. This is exploitive fun, and it works. I think it really works. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I remember one thing about this movie though is, again, going back to this was like pre me starting YouTube, but post me watching a lot of YouTube. And I remember watching reviews of people like hating this movie. Like, and again, that era of horror fans were just miserable, dude. Nobody liked shit.
Yeah, I was optimistic around this time.
Well, I'm pretty sure if I had have reviewed this movie when it came out, I would have been like, I would have been riding its dick.
Yeah.
It would have been Jerry O'Connell's dick that was floating in the water. And like, you got to,
you came into the game and changed the landscape. Like, the people that came in, like, started being like more into actual horror. Like, half the time I thought, like, are these people even horror fans?
I know. It was actually
everything.
Looking back on those days, man, it was like a very miserable time for people just wanted to
people
hate on
love the
everything.
80s stuff, like that, all the videos about 80s and 70s and 90s horror, yeah, everybody loved it, but anything that was current, dude, people fucking hated.
It still wasn't even that cool in those days to like 90s films yet. It wasn't that far removed. You know, it's like, oh, the 90s still sucked. But like all these years later, people I think are starting to discover like the 90s aren't as bad as people make it out to be. But then again, we're also discovering a lot more films now. They're being resurrected and shit like that. But
Mhm.
Yeah.
but I mean,
I
you know,
think like when a lot of people look at the 90s, they don't like take into account the foreign market because it wasn't as like easily as accessible as it is now.
it wasn't though. It really wasn't. A lot of people didn't see a lot of those foreign films if you were in the video store era until later because you probably didn't have access to them. Or maybe if you did, you just weren't interested because, you know, your mindset was, you know, you were bred to be like, hey, I need to Americanize this. I need to keep it American. So
Yeah, maybe it's just me. Like I definitely might have a preferential slant to like European filmmaking, but if I think most lists that I would make for like a top 10 list like would probably be like half foreign. So like imagine just like chopping off like half your list and having to fill it in with like what you see.
it's weird, man, because the majority of my top 10 lists, even like modern time, is like, you know, I make a point of pointing out the countries that my films are coming from because they're always seem to be foreign.
It's fun.
Like I have in the last like bunch of years, the majority of my top 10 lists are basically foreign. I always consider Canada to be foreign because I do that as a joke. So I'll say, oh, this one's coming from the foreign Canada of, you know, the land of Canada. So, but
I made that up.
Yeah, but I do that because
Canada. That's a throwback and a
the
half.
foreign land of Canada. Yeah. So if there is a Canadian film on my list, I'd be like, it's from the foreign land of Canada. Yeah. But I mean, it is weird. Like it's just where our tastes kind of gravitate to. It's interesting. But I don't mind these like American, you know, these exploitive type films. I mean, dude, this it's so funny to me, man. Jerry O'Connell when he gets his fucking penis bit off. And it's like,
I like that in the theater. I remember thinking that was hilarious.
Dude, that 3D effect, man, killed me.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was eating his dick. It was so close to your face in the 3D effect. I was like, oh God, come on. That's disgusting. But yeah, no, fun stuff, man. Fun stuff. I think actually one of the funniest parts in the film is when Buddy picks up Jerry's body with he's all fucking, his legs are all eaten and he's all half dead and he throws him in the water. I don't know why that made me laugh, but I just busted out laughing. It just looked funny as hell to me, man. I'm morbid like that, I guess, but whatever. I like that shit. It's just funny to me. It just looked funny. But this is a fun movie, man. I don't care what anyone says. It's stupid. Turn your brain off. Fun as hell.
Because I'd already watched this when we were watching Piranha and they left like the doctor that like got eaten like on the raft. My girlfriend was like, "What are they taking him for?" I was like, "They're keeping him for bait later."
Yeah. That's good shit, man. That's good shit. So, anything else on this one?
Nah.
No, I think I'm good on that. I think I mentioned everything I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tyler, you're up. Rating.
All right. This isn't necessarily my type of movie, but I do think this has a vision and it follows that as well as it could and is a good reflection of the time. And like JP said, isn't really a movie I think they'd really make today. It's not one of my favorites, but I think it's a solid little movie that would definitely be fun to watch in a group setting. So I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
JP.
Oh boy. It's so different from the original that it's like not even comparable, right? Like it's essentially a in name only, but also acknowledging the original, like through ways. And man, it's just like I think that as time has gone by, it really makes me appreciate what they were trying to do that maybe I didn't fully understand when it came out. I probably understood it, but maybe not fully to the extent I do now, especially as more time has passed. I'm gonna come in at an 8, like right where I gave the original. I don't know which one I like better. I mean, the original is probably a better like movie, but this is like a hell of a lot of fun.
You definitely have a lot of fucking OGs to remakes that you come in super high on. Like I always think of like TCM, obviously your favorite film of all time, but I
Yes.
think you get the remake 10 out of 10 also.
Yeah.
It's
I think so.
interesting.
Either 9.5 or 10, I think.
Something like that. It's around there. Yeah, I think this movie is fun as hell, man. I do prefer the original film, but this one is a totally different entity. You know, it's got fun characters, it's got crazy gore. One of my favorite things in this movie is when Eli Roth dies, man. He gets decapitated to the point where it's like it's fucking brutal gory.
Yeah,
His fucking head, like it's so awesome. But on the
he
flip
gets
side,
fucking mashed.
man, they have this like insanely bad CG at this point where these two girls get cut in half. It's kind of like that the whole death ship thing, or no, what is that movie called? What's the one, JP, where there's that scene where all the people get cut on the, it's not death ship,
Ghost ship.
Ghost ship. Ghost ship, that's it. It's very reminiscent of Ghost Ship in that aspect where these two girls get cut in half and it's like really bad CG. Really bad CG. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's fucking bad. But anyways, it is what it is. But super, super fucking fun movie, man. I'm gonna give this one an 8. I think it's great. I think it's fun as hell. Big ups to Elizabeth Shue for looking fucking sexy as hell too. I love her, man. I've always had, like, she's always been like one of my biggest crushes, man.
Elizabeth Shue in this now is like what Parker Posey is for me now.
Right. It's crazy, right? Yeah, Parker Posey still looks like she's not aging either. It's weird.
Literally, like there was one day I had time to kill. I was like, what movies are playing? I think I'm caught up on everything. And I saw this like comedy movie Thelma and Parker Posey was in it, and I just fucking ran to the theater.
That's amazing. I always, like, when I think of Parker Posey, man, I always think of like Dazed and Confused and like how big of a bitch she was in that.
I like her now. Like I like her like in her like 50s. Like
I know it's weird that she got better looking with age. Isn't it weird?
Yeah. Have you ever seen Party Girl starring her?
Yeah.
Like I like when I think of the 90s, I think of her in that and just like all her.
Yeah, Fun City put that one out, right? Yeah, I need to pick up. I need to find that. Yeah, they put out that one.
I didn't know that. I streamed it like I streamed it like on the Criterion channel on a flight.
Yeah, they put out that.
Like this is a cool little movie.
Yeah, I saw it years ago. Yeah. All right, so that is Piranha 3D from 2010.
Piranha 3 Double D.
Moving along into 2 years later. And we get, where in the fuck? Oh, yeah. So we get Piranha 3 Double D. You know right there what you're getting yourself into.
Oh, yeah.
So if you watch this one and then you saw the title of the next one and it was called 3 Double D and it's got fucking David Hasselhoff in it. Ving Rhames makes apparently an uncredited reappearance, which he's not just in it for like one scene. He's actually in the movie a little bit.
Yeah, he's probably got like.
It's weird, right? Like why is he uncredited in this movie? It's so fucking bizarre to me.
Wait, who?
Ving Rhames.
I think that they were trying to keep him secret.
Oh, okay. Anyways, but he's fucking.
Yeah, he's got like probably like a solid like 7-8 minutes of screen time.
Dude, his whole like arc and like what like that scene where he's like this bitch ass water and stuff and like on her like pussy mouth and stuff. Like,
he's with that fucking goofy.
I love that
goofy guy.
Yeah, it's so funny. And then like
I love it with like who he's with too. It's just like that goofy guy from the League that was like Jerry O'Connor, like photographer in the last movie.
I think when he shows up in the film and you see him, and what's so fucking funny about his character is that he's wearing a Lake Victoria fucking deputy department hat.
Yeah, dude.
Still in his fucking uniform from the first movie. And he's in a wheelchair because his legs got fucking eaten by piranhas.
Yes.
Dude, it's fucking hilarious, man. So goddamn fucking funny, man. Oh man. So yeah, so this movie's got a few different cameos. We got some Gary Busey in here. We got Clu Gallagher. Like, what the fuck, bro? We got Christopher Lloyd reprises his role from the last movie. Just crazy, dude. Like, what the fuck? So, synopsis. After the events of Lake Victoria, the prehistoric school of bloodthirsty piranhas make their way into a newly opened water park. So yeah, so this is not set obviously at the same place than the last film, but they somehow make their way there, don't they? Man, this one has got some fucking ridiculous shit going on. I love the opening.
They actually cover their bases all right enough in this, like how they got there.
They do for sure, man. I want, but the opening scene's great because it's almost like a shadow to the last film where they used Richard Dreyfuss in an obvious cameo, way. But this one's like got Gary Busey and Clu Gallagher in the opening scene.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's fucking amazing, dude. And they're basically trying to find this cow that's like all in the water and shit. And it's been all basically
it's directed by his son, right?
By
John Gallagher.
Is that really his son?
I knew that was his son.
I didn't even put that together.
Well, that makes sense because he was in Feast too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely his son. That's funny. I never knew that.
Oh, I didn't even realize his fucking son. The guy that directed the Feast trilogy. Crazy. I never put that together.
Project Greenlight.
Never even realized that was his son, man. That's crazy. But it makes complete sense now. But yeah, that opening scene where there's like a fucking cow floating in the water and shit, and it's like so funny. You know where this movie's going when Gary Busey starts lighting the lighter and the cow's farting and they blow up the cow, and that's basically how the piranha gets spread. Is they've hatched or there's eggs in this cow.
What they do is he drills like to get his own water source for the water park. He drills into an underground river, and that's where they come.
No. I'm saying this is how the piranhas kind of spawn from that cow, right? That's not how they get in the park.
Okay.
Right.
I thought that's what you're saying.
Okay. No. They get into the water park a different way because he's an asshole and he drills down into like into the subterranean fucking area where they've all of a sudden they've made their way over there and stuff. But yeah, so like this opening scene when they blow up the cow basically by cows farting. What the fuck? It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's fun though. So anyways, thoughts on Piranha 3 Double D? The JP, you've never seen this movie before, right? So
no, I never have seen this one before. I think it's more of the same, I think it's got that same, maybe actually a little more goofy than the other one.
This one is insanely more goofy, man.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more goofy.
Yeah. But I feel like it's like a lot of the stuff they're basically just redoing the stuff that worked in the other one. You have David Hasselhoff, who's they play fun with.
Well, he plays himself in the movie too, right? That's kind of the fun part about it.
Yeah. And it reminded me of like how the guy, the brother who owns the Wet and Wild or whatever, that's that dude's from The Office, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude's funny as fuck in The Office. But it like the way he's like brings on like this like past his prime like celebrity guest to like bring attention to the park thing. It reminded me of like how when I was like growing up, we had a haunted house out here, and they would always get like some like celebrity during the October season to like sign autographs and stuff. And like that's how I met like Beetlejuice and stuff, like the little dude from, like, the Howard Stern show, and like some people from like the real world and like just random ass. Remember the dude it's like, dude, you're getting Adele. Like I met that guy.
Oh my god. So they get like D-list celebrities who are like not relevant anymore.
Yeah. It just reminded me of that,
It's funny.
Yeah, David Hasselhoff was a fucking he was a soldier for that though too, because they're totally exploiting the name, right? Like Hasselhoff has become kind of this joke, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah. And there's just oh man, I just remembered the whole like vagina penis fucking fishy thing was like so like what did she say? Something bit his penis or something in my vagina and he cut off his penis or something.
Yeah, something in my vagina ate his penis or something like that.
He
Like,
said something came out of my vagina and made him cut off his penis.
Yeah, like she totally fucked up what happened, but like,
which is a
dude like cut off his own penis.
But it almost appears that he did though, like because he cocks the knife when the fucking piranha's on his dink, and then he slices down, which is weird because like if you had a piranha attached to your penis, you would probably just stab the back of the.
I would try to stab it in the back.
Yeah, you stab it right back in the tail, and it would probably let go, and then
I took it as he like cut the fish, but it was too late because it already had bitten off his penis.
I mean, it's the way it could have went down, but I'm like, but they show him actually slicing down, and then he's like, oh, I'm like, oh shit, I'm like, you cut off your own penis? I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
I mean, your penis is gone regardless.
I mean, it's funny that they put another penis part in this film, right? Because we had the whole Jerry O'Connell penis thing in the first one, and then we get this one, but this one's even more ridiculous because that piranha got into her vagina. And she never noticed.
It's like that pea bug that goes up your penis in the Amazon.
It was a big piranha, though, man.
No, it was wasn't it a baby piranha? That
didn't she?
It was big enough that it could handle his whole cock down his fucking throat.
Grew in her womb, dog. It was a spawn.
I guess so.
Piranha spawn.
Yeah,
I guess
she
so.
ate like eggs or something, and then
I guess so.
Inside of her.
I guess they grow at rapid pace because this is like the same day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do you really know the biology of these like subterranean?
No, but I mean, it's like, but she was in the water like that day, so I mean, it's just funny to me, but it's whatever. It's hilarious.
We got Christopher Lloyd returning.
Same character. Yep. Yeah, lots of heads in here, man. David Koechner, of course, plays Chet, who plays the dirtbag fucking park owner. Which, you know, from The Office, he's funny as hell, man. He's funny as fucking hell and everything, man.
What's his name in The Office? Like Packer or something?
Yeah.
he's just like the quintessential, like, HR's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
110%.
Like, homos?
Man, I was like
110% like high school jock.
Yeah.
I was like
it's
looking
like way past his prime and never grew up.
Like his peak was like they won the football championship his junior year.
No, they made it to state. They didn't win it. They made it to state.
So I couldn't figure out where I knew the fucking cop from, which is Chris Isla, whatever the fuck his name is. But he was in the My Super Psycho Sweet 16 trilogy. He was in those films. I was like, oh shit, that's where I know him from.
I remember watching this when I was like younger, and like obviously seeing the first one, I expected there to be lots of tits in there, and I remember being like salty, like Daniel Panabaker didn't show her tits.
Dude, she is so fucking cute, man. I forgot, man. Like I hadn't seen this movie in years.
I remember like I had a crush on her in like Sky High, and I was like, oh, let's do this.
Yeah.
Doesn't she show her tits in the Friday 13th remake?
No, she's one of the good girls in that. I believe.
Yeah, she's definitely in that movie, but yeah, I don't think she shows them.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's fucking cute as hell in this, man. But yeah, this movie is basically more like JP said. It's more the same, but like it just, man, this is so over the top, man. There's so much damn gore in this. It's ridiculous. It's super exploitive because I mean that's also the point, right? This guy's a scumbag. He's doing this on purpose, and so what we get.
Yeah. I honestly didn't care that much for this movie. I just felt like it's not that like I hated the movie. Like I'm not sitting here like bored. But like I think part of it too is I kind of like made my decision about like I really didn't really like this once it hit like the end. I saw this was like 70 minutes long. I was like, dude, they just like cobbled together like whatever they could to try to like cash grab like the attention the first one got, and it just felt like there was nothing but trying to like showcase like the most gratuitous parts of that, and it just like it kind of came off like whatever to me.
I don't know. I feel like David Hasselhoff is a star, man. Like the Hoff Patrol. Come on, man. They're playing off this whole fucking Baywatch. I love the line where she's like, Can you go save him? He's like, I never was a lifeguard.
Dude, no, my favorite part is when he starts listing off some of the stuff that he did to the kid, and he's like, Anaconda 3.
Yeah, and the kid's like never heard of any of it, and then someone else comes over. They're like, "Can I have an autograph?" He's like, "Shut up! I'm talking to my new man."
Anaconda 3. Like, what the fuck was he in that?
You never seen Baywatch? You never seen Knight Rider? Anaconda 3?
Was he actually in Anaconda 3?
He was, yeah.
Oh my god, that is hilarious.
I like when he keeps calling the little kid the little ginger moron.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then you got that fucking dumb dude that gets the fish stuck in his ass.
Yeah. I mean, the guy who was fucking the water hose, basically.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god.
Like, you would never see that in a movie today, dude.
See, I generally don't even like movies where, they kind of parody, but it's like more of a dream sequence kind of thing where, we have our lead. She's in the bathtub, and it's totally a parody of Nightmare on Elm Street. Legs wide open but it turns out it's like a full dream sequence, really. Like, she's kind of dreaming the whole thing. I'm like, fuck, whatever. But whatever. I'll give it a pass. I still kind of like the scene though. So
yeah,
I like it.
I mean, for me, this movie is not as good as the 2010 one, but
it feels rushed. This movie feels rushed, and it's
I think it was kind of rushed, right?
Like, based on the runtime
later,
like 72 minutes, the credits roll, and then we get 10 minutes of like outtakes and stuff. But which actually the outtakes were actually kind of funny. They probably could have used some of that stuff, but in reality, like there's really not a lot of downtime in this because there's no time to have any downtime.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, it's just.
There's just like nothing to it, and not that like the original remake, or like I should say the original
remake would be 95.
Yeah, I was gonna say like not the 3D like had the most like most intensity or anything, but you still got like some characters that like you spent some time with that you liked, and like they were put in some situations of peril, and it was like like fun to watch that play out in conjunction with the massacre. And I just feel like that kind of excitement was like missing from this movie.
The way that I look at this movie is like, okay, this is like an extension of the 2010 one where they're like, we have a little bit more. Here it is. But this is all we have left. And
come on, man. You got David Hasselhoff running with his little buoy and shit, like straight up Baywatch. Come on, man. This shit's fun. And he's even singing at points in this, and like there's cues where they play the Baywatch song. That's like actually like a parody of it.
Everybody in this movie was having a good time.
Dude, there's so much fun shit in this movie, man. Like, if you understand what you're watching, it's really funny. I mean, if you've never seen Baywatch, none of this shit would be like even making any sense.
I've never seen Baywatch.
I've never seen Baywatch, but like
but I know what it is.
Like, you guys are telling me you've never seen fucking Baywatch.
Why would I ever watch
Because
Baywatch?
of Pamela Anderson. She was fucking, that's the only reason why anyone ever
that show
tuned into
came out
Baywatch.
when I was like 2.
No, it didn't.
Dude,
maybe it did actually.
Come out.
By the time we knew
dude, I'm so fucking old. I always forget how much older I am.
By the time we knew who Pamela Anderson was, like you could like
that shit came out before I was born, bro.
Yeah, like
1989.
By the time we knew who Pamela Anderson was, she had a sex tape. Like, come on,
dude, come on, man.
I don't know, man. I always forget. Like, dude, you guys
a shit for not watching Baywatch, and you weren't even alive.
So it's hard for me because I was watching that shit when it was like airing back in like 92, like back in those early days and shit like that. It's like Pamela Anderson was the fucking bomb, but like I mean, that's what I mean. The biggest parody of this, his whole character is based on Baywatch here. It's like it's amazing. So I don't know, man. I think this movie is fun as hell. It's definitely not as fun. It's definitely not as good as 3D. Aja obviously shot a lot better. I mean, it's a little bit better. It feels like it's the leftovers, like JP said. It really does. Yeah. It feels like it's the leftovers, which isn't necessarily not a bad thing. It's not even a bad thing for me. I think this movie is funny as hell. I'm laughing throughout the whole thing. I mean, Ving Rhames when he shows up in his wheelchair,
leftover pizza. It's not as good as when you first had it, but
dude, Ving Rhames shows up at the pool with a fucking shotgun,
leg,
and he's blasting away. I mean, come on, bro. Like, there's some good kills in this though.
What did he say? Like how'd you get those shotgun legs? Like, saved a lot of money on shoes or something?
No, socks. He says socks. Yeah, I saved all my money from the socks. Dude, I love when the
It's
pitchfork
just
hit
funny
the
that
cop
he
in the
got like
face.
straight up like PTSD, like, and he's like can't get in the water, and he's like, "This some bitch ass water."
I just love the fact that he came back for it. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I like
When the
that.
cop gets killed by the devil pitchfork in the face. Oh shit,
Yep.
dude, that's funny as hell too, man. But you got to admit though, they didn't cop out with the kid, the ginger kid who gets decapitated at the end. Come on, man, this shit's fun as hell. It's fun as hell.
And then you get like the final payoff from Christopher Lloyd earlier joke about walking fish.
Yeah, the walking fish. Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, this movie at the forefront is a comedy. I mean, you can't take it fucking serious. This is a great movie. Actually, both these movies are great to throw on with a bunch of friends, a bunch of beer. Just enjoy them. I mean, there's a lot of titties, there's a lot of gore, there's, you know, they look good. Like, come on, man. There's lots of eye candy. Like, these movies are just fun party films. I recommend them. They're good.
Yep. So, whose turn?
Yours.
Yeah, overall this franchise is a pretty fun franchise. I think that literally The Spawning was my least favorite of the series. But these two, I think they're good companion pieces. Like you could watch both of these and because the second one's like so short, like is an easy watch to watch both of these back to back. I enjoyed like I didn't know what to expect from Piranha Double D, which by the way, come on, that's a great title.
It is.
Excellent title.
Yeah.
Excellent title.
Yes. I even remember the trailer. Like the first thing you see is like big old bouncing titties, like you know what I mean, or something. It's cool, but I've never actually watched it, so I was pleasantly surprised with this one. I'm gonna give it a solid 7, I guess.
I love the line where she says to the dude, she's like, "You work in a water park, but you can't fucking swim."
Yeah, right.
It just sums up the whole movie. It's so goofy. It's good shit, man. Yeah, honestly, man, this one's fun. It's a fun ass movie. I mean, you can't take this shit serious at all. If you're like me, where you enjoy watching these movies and having beers and stuff, like you're gonna have a blast with it, man. I mean, fuck, it's got Gary Busey in the fucking opening scene. That's good enough for me. I mean, really? Amazing shit. One thing I thought was pretty funny, actually, the PBR just advertisement through the whole film, man. Obviously, they had their hands all over that shit. It's pretty good. I'm gonna give this one 7.5 out of 10. I think it's fun as hell. Tyler, give us your 3. I think he has this one at a 3, I think, man. So
No, I'm not that low. I'm ready to be a Grinch though. All right. Again, like it's just similar to like how I felt about the other two movies. I kind of like bopped on with the rating, whereas I don't hate this movie, and like it's not really like something like for me. And I felt like it was just like cobbled leftovers, and it was just like a step down. That it was kind of whatever for me. But I don't hate it, and if you like the first one, like this is like perfectly serviceable for like a follow-up watch, and it'll probably at least like it. But yeah, it's just not something that I necessarily would be reaching for or would want really be in the mood for. So I'm gonna come in similarly to like him the other movies with a 4.5 on it.
man, so you're never in the mood to have fun,
So
then?
like
That
that's
sucks.
yeah.
But
Tyler,
like, he would rather spend his
Tyler,
Friday
you've
nights
been
watching
cool,
Disney movies. He'd
but,
rather
like,
spend
you've
his
been
Friday
cool
nights
this
watching
whole
Disney movies.
episode, and now your pretentious is leaking.
No, but this is the thing though. Like fun for me, it's like
It's the
It's
same
not bad.
fucking movie as the 2010 one.
How in the
Shut
fuck? But you would rather watch
No.
fucking Disney movies on Friday than this Gorefest fucking fun titty action? Come on, bro.
but that's like
I mean,
the
it
thing
didn't
about
have
the
Gianna Michaels, but
the thing about the Disney movies, it's more of like a riff experience. You
It's
know
a
what I mean?
what?
I don't hate what you're doing with the Disney movies.
We're riffing on like when
Oh,
we're
you
watching
guys are
them,
fucking
we're fucking
lame.
we're fucking riffing on these things.
You guys are lame, man. Disney on Friday night, bro. Come on,
Bro, it's
That's
Disney
like more
on
like
Monday
a
night
Tuesday
too.
night thing.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's-
definitely
it's-
that's a Sunday night thing, man. You know, remember the Sunday night fucking movies?
It's the thing is like now we're like so close to the end that like we can't give up. We gotta watch them all. And then I
don't
can
even, I
probably
don't even know how to take
You
that
need
because
you need to make a YouTube ranking.
that's
video
what
or
I was
something.
saying. Like I need to do like a tier list and like dive into it because like
Yeah.
they recycle like the same like 5-6 themes like over and over and they kind of just mad lib them. Yeah, there's tropes. There's like the most like the worst ones are the one where like the point of the movie is like the most important thing about the movie is like being popular and getting a boyfriend. The best ones are the sports ones because like there's like
Yeah, the
some
sports ones are good.
yeah because there's like a deterministic thing for them to
was
like,
Rudy a Disney film?
No,
No.
not like a theatrical Disney film. I think not like
Yeah.
a Disney movie channel film.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's just I like for me like some like fun is kind of weird for me sometimes. I don't know. Like when I like want like fun,
How
like
is
I
fun
kinda
a
want-
weird thing? Fun should just be fun.
No, but it's like what like I like when I think like I want to have fun, like I kind of want to see some like I want to see like this is gonna sound like fucked up, but like Sallow is fun for me.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, you're seriously a fucking serial killer.
I know.
Yeah.
Like
Of
100%, dude. Nobody has fun. I haven't even seen it yet, but like I know for a fact that movie is not fun, quote
I
unquote.
like super dark comedies. This movie is as pitch black comedy as it comes.
Okay.
Maybe
you're,
that's a-
you're,
maybe
you're
that's
fucking
an
honestly freaking me out right now. You're freaking me out.
maybe that's an extreme example, but like
You're
I
fucking
like
freaking me out.
there's like I find fun in like the humor being so like dark that like we're laughing at like someone would think it was like would think to put something this dark in a movie.
Oh man.
Like Ebola syndrome. That's the perfect one. Like that's fun for me. Like,
That
I
is
wanna
fun.
like, I
Ebola
wanna
syndrome
watch-
is fun.
Yeah,
though.
like I want to
Yeah, I
watch
mean-
a fun movie. I'm throwing out Ebola syndrome.
I mean, yeah, that's fun. I guess we all
That's
have
what I
different
mean.
ideas what fun is. I mean, for me,
Yeah,
like
Tyler's idea is fun is like putting his balls in vice grips.
like go-to films for me,
Sometimes.
man. Like, I mean, if I want to watch something fun, go-to shit, it's like Return of the Living Dead. I'm throwing it on every time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
see,
I'm around the same
Right.
same way.
No, but I like my equivalent to that is like a couple layers darker, couple shades
Couple.
darker.
Couple.
A couple with Sallow? Yeah, I mean, I would say that's not a couple shades.
Did you make your girlfriend
That's in the
watch
hollow
Sallow?
depths of fucking hell,
No,
burning
I
fucking hell
actually-
depths.
I actually talked to her about like, hey, you should watch like all my playoff movies with me and see like so like we'll see what your ranking is like with the top 10. And then I like thought about it, so it was like, I don't think I could show you Sallow.
Yeah, she'd probably divorce your ass.
I don't think I could show you that. I don't think you're ready to see that. Explain why you like this.
Well, you have to put it in the right context, so you can't show her Sallow after watching 36 Disney fucking movies. Dude,
She watched last weekend. She watched Cannibal Holocaust with me, and she liked it.
Cool. Did she have issues with the animal killings?
She closed her eyes during the turtle.
I don't find that one the most offensive. I find the not the muskrat, whatever that little thing is.
Yeah,
when he
I
picks
would
up
have
and
told
ki-
her to close
That
her
one, I
eyes.
hate that
too.
killing. That one,
The turtle's
that-
the worst one to me.
no, I
Yeah.
find the other ones. That's the one.
I
that's
think
cut
it's
out of the
because
UK
turtles are
Blu-ray.
majestic.
You don't realize how long the turtle kill is until you're telling someone to like cover their eyes until it's done.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, the next issue is like I feel like guilty watching that and like partaking in that movie. But she liked it. She gave it 4 stars.
Well, I mean, it's a great fucking movie, man.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
Yeah. I guess that's we're done.
yeah, done.
That's the fucking Piranha franchise.
Oh, update.
Zoology.
I
Volume 6.
actually ended up getting a copy of Tombs of the Blind Dead yesterday.
Just in time.
Well, that was right on time.
No, well, I told you, it was like $26 Synapse Blue from Amazon. Well, it was on sale for 19.
Wow.
So I pulled the trig.
That's a good deal, man. $19 on that. It's fucking looks good too.
Yep. So update on that. And yeah, I need to go make some food.
Yeah, I got leftover sushi from last night.
I might have time for a 75 movie.
Woo! Sallow before bed. All right.
No.
So
I just said
I still need to. I still need to watch it. So I'm like, but
oh man.
So JP, what do you think of the fights last night?
Pretty good, honestly.
Honestly,
I thought Izzy was like straight up winning that shit, and then just like made one mistake. And
I know, man. I fucking had him the whole. I love him, man, and I was so disappointed. He even knew it too. He's like, I fucked up in one part. I got caught, and I got, it happens, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I thought the whole card overall was very entertaining. I think the worst fight was the women fight, but
see, I missed all the prelims because I was working. I got there just in time for the main card.
Yeah, so that was actually, even the wife said, she's like, usually the women fights are the best one. I'm like, yeah, I know. It was actually one of the worst fights. But overall, man, prelims to the main card, it was all really good. Good shit, man.
It was
good
fun.
fight. Good card, man. Yeah. So, all right. So anyways, that's gonna conclude this episode. And as I think that's going to conclude the summer bonus episodes. We'll be back. I think the next show is going
fall.
It's going to be the 75 show. So whenever that comes,
maybe
3 weeks.
Maybe
it's supposed to be in like 3 weeks, but we'll see how that plays.
3 weeks. I'm fucked.
Dude, we have like 9 months for this, or 8 months, or whatever. 7 months.
7.
February is when we. It was fucking February. It's a long time, man. That is a long time.
Yeah, but I didn't start back then. Dude, you're
but
missing but
you're
missing that point. I do the same thing every time.
It's like a perfect time to start.
The same thing every time, where I'll pepper in like 1 or 2, like here and there, and then once like the final month and a half, 2 months goes, that's where I go hard.
But it's like a perfect time to start because
the difference is this time is my life turned upside down.
Yeah, but it's like a perfect time to start though too, man, because we just finished 2000 or year before top 10 show, right? We just got regular shows going on. Got really nothing to prep for except for that show.
No, I got a fucking Vincent. One more Vincent at least.
Well, I was talking about in February. We just did the top 10 of 2023 at that point, so you don't have those things to prep for. No one's watching 24 films in February, so you don't have to worry about that shit. It's just regular shows.
My life
was. Are we doing so well? And you're second. Come on.
My life was messed up back then too. I've had a rough year.
Apparently.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right. Well, I gotta go. You guys are holding me up while I'm trying to watch 75 moves,
All right, man. We're out of here, man. That's episode 266.
There's something in there.
Check your next one. We're out of here. Deuces.
Holy flying baby shit. Damn piece of crap. Get that lighter. That smell would knock the buzzard off a gut tree. That's the gassiest damn cow I ever... Shit!
That's all, folks.